Let's change this. Damn, forgot to plug in the microphone. Let's see. Let's see if this works with the late edition. Microphone. Maybe I might have. Oh. I'm not sure. Well, hopefully, we'll soon find out. I'm not sure if people can hear me. Let's see if I can. Rewind this to there. Is there any audio coming through? There's probably nobody on here right now. No, it says that there's somebody on here. Who is that on here? Live chat. Let's go there, live chat. Oh, DMC. Shout out, bro. I can hear you, lad. Oh, nice. Cheers, mate. Good to hear from you. Hope you're well. Okay, cool. So people can hear. We'll jump into the New Zealand stuff shortly, but I'm just going to play this for a sec. Actually, let me share the screen. What's share screen? Hopefully it doesn't cut out the live, but we'll soon see. Let's see if this plays for people.
Reaction around Europe, frankly, the reaction of our politicians back here in Europe, in Britain, has been lamentable. Your thoughts about what we saw yesterday? I've been asking all shows. Suddenly, this is it. Well, we're watching it now. So this is a road outside Ceuta in Morocco, disgorging about 200.
Crazy. Ceuta. Well, that's not Ceuta, but this is in Morocco. Looks like one of their law enforcement people just casually watching the lads bungle out of the back of the truck. Massive coordination and stuff here. Massive amount of corruption. Massive, and whatever money is being paid and crossing hands.
Young men on the back of a lorry with a Moroccan copper watching and apparently supervising.
Crazy. I'll stop that share. I'm not sure what will happen. Yes, hope you had yours. Hope you had yours. Yeah. All good. Thanks, mate. Not sure what's happening there with regards to the situation in Ceuta. Ceuta, I think is how you pronounce it, the Spanish way of pronouncing it. But I think Westerners or non-Spanish people, I think, say Ceuta or something like that. Ceuta. Anyway, probably ties into a lot of stuff in terms of what's happening around the place, and probably a large part of that to do with the conversation tonight. What are you up to, TX? Is that Texas? TX 200 MK5 shooter. What are you up to, bro? You getting ready to do some training, or you just finished training? Dun, dun, dun. Where are we? Oh, what's this? Engage with your audience. I am. What do you mean? Sorry, something popped up. Members only live stream new. Schedule your live to switch to members only. Nah, this is just a public one. Those that want to join can join. Going in the shed, pump some iron. Oh, nice. Good one. Good to hear. What have I got? Yeah, no, I've got a few little bits and pieces in here just to help out with a little bit of training every now and then from time to time. It's not 7:30 yet, peeps, in case people are wondering why I'm just blinking, mincing around. It's because, actually, let me share this other video. It's only 7:23 here. I'm going to share this video. Share. Oh, come on, man. Is that volume coming through? Not that they're saying much, but you can read that there. In case you believed what the Spanish government said about the majority of illegal immigrants being returned to Morocco, here's what Ceuta looked like overnight. This one's going to take a long time to sort out. Something like, I think the population of Ceuta is around about 80,000, or maybe a little bit more, and more than 60,000 are believed to have flooded into Ceuta. So nearly double the population in whatever time frame that was. Look at this, man. That's crazy. You can't tell me that these people are going to be comfortable just staying on the streets and that they're not going to get up to mischief whilst they're there. Where are the blinking? Where's the law enforcement for there? Like, even just at the borders of what should have been happening. Let me stop that. Stop sharing. Crazy, 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 crazy. Where's the lads with the blinking rubber bullets, the beanbag rounds blinking, be blasting those people? But clearly there must have been that well coordinated that there was nobody at the Ceuta border. And thinking the coordination with the Morocco law enforcement supporting trucks stopping off wherever they stopped off, and then these people just invading a part of Spain. It's crazy, man. Nuts. Anyway. Dun, dun. Blair Stanfield. Christopher Hitchens warned about this years ago. Yeah, right. Okay. 8:30 start here. 8:30 in the morning start for you. Right. Thanks for that. About 4 minutes. That's mad. Christopher Hitchens warned about this years ago. I'm sure there are some people that must have been warning about this years ago, eh? Seeing things play out the way they are right now is just mad. I'll probably repeat myself anyway when I start this live at 7:30. But the whole reason for the live was just probably part of this Ceuta blinking. I'm going to call it a crime from those people in Morocco. Like, those people, they don't look like starving, desperate refugees to me. Some of them had some meat on their bones with regards to swimming across or whatever it was that they were paddling across. Yeah, and just getting into the country. I don't know. It didn't seem to be a desperate and dire situation for those looking to just infiltrate into Ceuta. Throws up heaps of questions there for me, but we'll probably get to that later on in a few minutes. Where are we? But yeah, that's the reason for this live tonight. This video, what was it, a little over a day ago? It's showing in the back end here about 5,300 views of the video. Is New Zealand becoming India was the title, but on the thumbnail I just had, is NZ changing too fast? And didn't expect that. There's like over 350 comments. I haven't responded to any of them because when I saw it this morning, there was something like 112 comments. That was this morning. And I was like, oh, there's no way I'm going to be able to reply to those. I've got work to do. So I really appreciate, people that have stopped by. But we'll get to that in another couple of minutes. So I'll probably repeat that. That was the catalyst for anybody that might be here earlier in terms of this live stream. Oh, here we go. Bloody hell, sorry. Flooding a country with refugees is a war tactic. The fuzz were told to stand down or bribed to do nothing, Joe. Yeah, no doubt. Specifically, the rise of Islam. Gotcha. Cheers, Blair Stanfield. What's this? Hey, Joe, I want to share about things at my current workplace. I work at a large new car dealership in Auckland. Backstory, the dealer principal top manager brought 49% of the company. Since then, he has 3 of his sons now working in management roles, which pushed out staff of 10 years or more. 8 have left since April this year. Don't tell me, bro. Is this an immigrant that you're going to be talking about? I mean, do tell me. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place. I'm reading it on the big screen here, but the camera's over here. The Islamification of Great Britain started 4 years ago, and it's game on. It's game on, all right. Still 2 minutes or 1 minute left now before this live starts. I don't have anybody that's followed me for a while will know that I don't have a structured plan for my live. It's usually just a whole bunch of questions and comments and messages that have either been sent via email or Instagram, like the video that I just showed there. The link to that earlier video that I showed, which was, who was that group? Actually, I should have mentioned them. Talk TV is the name of that particular. So I'd probably get a copyright strike if I continue showing their video, but I'll probably be doing one of my normal reactions to their stuff on there. Ceuta migrant crisis, someone organised it. Brendan O'Neill speaks about it, or speaks out, sorry. So that's what that video was. If people were wondering what it was that the first video that I played. So yeah, there is no structure to this. Feel free to engage with your comments. I did whack a question up. It was more so for NZ. How do we go about strengthening our immigration policy here in NZ? That just lends itself to a whole bunch of other questions for me. What if Winston Peters in New Zealand first have a change their position and take a leap out of Blinken Dumbanese's playbook over there in Australia? Well, we've changed our position and nothing changes. Who knows? My soap is back on here. Let me read this. All of our new salesmen are on visas, all Indian. They are nice people, though. Yep, here's an immigrant and Indian, but has been here for 20 years and worked his way up from the bottom. Thanks for sharing that, my soap 23. I think there's maybe some good conversation. Well, I think there is anyway, just on the back end of what you just shared there, but also some of my experiences and working with people from those same sort of ethnicities and backgrounds. So I need a drink of water. Should have mentioned, don't forget, if you haven't already, feel free to get yourself some of the Bros Waimanuka sparkling non-alcoholic beverage. Honey and lemon. Yeah, splash of lemon, not splash of honey. I think I've said splash of honey a few times. Anyway, free shipping in NZ. Use the code NZDF. It doesn't go through me, so there's no kickback to me. Anyway, tonight's live in and around, what did I put? Is New Zealand becoming New India or New Delhi? There's been over 350 comments on one of the videos that I put up less than a day ago, titled Is New Zealand Becoming India? And the thumbnail being Is New Zealand Changing Too Fast? I think that's on the back end of a number of things that have been happening in and around the place. No doubt some of that influenced by the invasion in Ceuta in Spain by those people from Morocco, supported by what appears to be Moroccan police, escorting the truck, blocking off traffic. The truck opens the back end, and then all these hordes of Moroccans, I guess, jump off the back and then start making their way to invade Ceuta. Anyway, where are we? What did I have here? I had something. Bear with me. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, yeah. So with regards to doing the live stream for tonight, there's no way I'm going to be able to respond to all more than 350 comments. What I will say is thank you very much to those that have taken the time. I'll be trying to look into the comments here as well. So what do we got? TX 200 MK shooter. Why are Western countries allowing this? Is this the downside to war? We have to take them after for some reason. Yeah, who knows? India is the biggest country in the world in terms of population. Great for them. This is from Blair Stanfield 231. Great for them. However, I'm concerned they'll destroy our country. Ever looked at the Ganges? Is that gangs recently? A toxic mess, no life there. Or is that, sorry, I might be mispronouncing the word that you've got there. Ganges. Ganges. Sorry. Apologies if I'm reading that wrong. Ever looked at recently a toxic mess, no life there? It's their biggest river. Oh, was it Ganges River? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, bro. Jeez. Ganges River. Cheers for that. Milan. Well, you got heaps of N's in there and then an F on the end. Jimmy, this have been orchestrated years ago with the migration reason being all politicians in Western countries have sold their countries out and the native populations are now becoming the minority. Yeah, Ganges as well from Blair. Thank you for that, both of you. Who's responsible, eh? Like, what are your thoughts? Who do we think's responsible? Is it Israel? Is it the CIA? Is it the Illuminati? Is it the Blinken, what's the name? Fabian Society, the elites? Like, the list goes on, eh? Freemasons, if I didn't already say them. Is it? Yeah, like it's crazy to me that this is happening. And here in NZ, we're starting to see and hear and feel a little bit more. This I had a chat with somebody who was talking about there's apparently, and I don't know how true this is, but apparently there is a push in Auckland for part of South Auckland, Papatoetoe. I know reasonably well. It definitely doesn't feel like New Zealand when I've been there recently. It feels like India. I've been to India a few years ago now on a job, private security job, looking after a fairly wealthy person from Australia and his family at the time. We stayed at the Taj Mahal, so that's not a flex or anything at all. Like I was, if had I been smarter, I would have taken photos of myself there. It was a beautiful place in terms of that particular the Taj Mahal hotel. But you look out the window and you just see slums and you just see like um, poverty is I guess is what I'd say. So yeah, coming back to what was the question here? What was the where was I going with that blinking comment? Oh yeah, I was asking who's responsible for it, who's behind these coordinated attacks that's been orchestrated years ago. Oh, sorry, I think I read that one. Oh, hang on, no, I haven't. Um, Orchestrated years ago with the migration reason being all politicians in Western countries have sold. Oh no, sorry, I did read that one. Billionaires, the great replacement. Blair Stanfield, yeah, like it's nuts, eh? These people. So NZ, as an example, we got what's the name, Luxon, the Prime Minister here. I'm still not sure how that works because him, Luxon, David Seymour, and Winston Peters aren't they all together? Isn't there like a trio, the Trinity, let's say, of aren't they the formed government for NZ? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. That's because I bloody haven't been paying any attention to it. I tell you what, I've been looking at things a little bit more now, just on the back of what's happened in Ceuta. Some of the comments, that's what I was talking about, up in Auckland. Sorry, that's what I was meant to say. Uh, Apparently, there's talks there and people wanting to change the name of Papatoetoe to something else, an indigenous Indian name. I don't know how true that is, so don't quote me on that. Um, I'm not this live isn't me coming on here trying to badmouth Indians and stuff either. So, like I've said, I've got some friends, people that I consider friends who are Indian. I don't consider myself a racist. Man, there's a whole bunch of comments in there. Some person saying they had a look into where the term racist came from. I think some Frenchman came up with it or whatever, and that they're just going to remove it from their vocabulary. Yeah, like each to their own. I don't consider myself a racist anyway. But if that's true, I would love to know what is the name they're planning on, and two, how and or why is that even being considered in Auckland? So that's the rumor that I've heard. People in South Auckland, Papatoe in particular, large Indian community and population there. Dare I say, the vast majority of the 200 plus thousand Indian immigrants that are here in NZ are probably more than half are up in Auckland, I would say. But that's just mad to me. Like that should not even be considered at all. Like there's a whole bunch of other stuff. We'll get into the voting stuff soon as well, and I'll probably share my screen and read some of the stuff that I've found just from having a little look. But just trying to get to these comments as well. At Skaxman99, I'm a bit late to the party. Nah, you're all right. What's the time? You're all good. But just want to say thanks again for the vid this morning. You've given NZ people a chance to have their say through the comments. There were so many comments. Oh, hey, thanks very much for that. I do recall your comment is still sitting near the top. So, excuse me, Skaxman in the back end, you've got thank you for making this video. I've liked and subbed, so thank you very much for that. Sorry, I'm looking at the big screen again. Thank you very much for taking the time. That really appreciate you making this content. You're the only one in NZ talking about this. I don't know about that, but we have so much alternative media that won't even touch this, let alone mainstream media. Can you please, in capitals, keep making these videos so people can comment and share their experiences? This issue is going to destroy our community, unfortunately. I had such a good Kiwi childhood. I want future generations to have the same experience too. So just acknowledging Skaxman99. you're here on the live. I've just seen your comment. So thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the comment. You're right. And that's, like I said at the start, part of the reason why I'm doing this live is because there's just no way I'm going to be able to reply to the 350 plus comments and stuff in there. But at least hopefully in some way, this is me trying to respond, or at least provide, and not even necessarily provide, but more so for my own learning too, and to hear some of the other stories. So to Skax Man here, you had a good childhood growing up, good Kiwi childhood. So did I. Like, I loved my childhood growing up. I'd love for that same sort of thing to happen for, future generations. My kids are a bit older now, so I'm on the cusp of being a grandfather soon, before the end of this year, twice. So I'm looking forward to that. But I'd love for them to have a great upbringing in childhood too. So yeah, there's plenty of other comments and stuff which we'll get to, but that was the first one. Maybe that's a conspiracy theory in terms of what I've just shared there. I won't talk about where I've heard that from just yet. Probably not in this live. A, because I haven't sought that person's permission to out them on my live, and B, I don't know if it is true. So if that's even in discussions in Auckland to rename Papatoi to another name that's not from Aotearoa New Zealand, that's from India, then whoever those people considering that need a kick in the ass and need to get booted out of there. So anyway, that's my little rant. That's the first little drop for here. So thanks for that, Skax Man. Jim, my G, I think the census is wrong and the government is lying about the numbers of how many Asians, Indians are in New Zealand. Could potentially be. Like, where are we? Let's do this. Is that the page? Yeah, that's the page. Who knows? I don't know if this is, well, I don't even know if people can see that screen actually. Let me move this down here. Put this in here. Looks like people can see the screen, but that's where I got that. Well, it's pretty much 300,000, eh? I think I said 200. I think I said a little over 200,000. So my bad. It's just under 300,000 out of this population for NZ. I don't know how accurate this is. Median range, people born overseas. These are some pretty high percentages. Overseas born who arrived in NZ less than 10 years ago. People who speak more than one language, median income, blah, blah, blah. So there's some info there just on the summary stats .gov.nz, which people can have a look at if they want to. But interesting to me. Jim, my G, has got, I think the census is wrong. Oh, is that what? Sorry. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, said the census wrong. Simon, MCC, one of the biggest economies in the world. The value to NZ far exceeds most Kiwis' understanding of how trade works. Very similar to that of China. Look at the impact on Fonterra and Kiwi dairy. What do you mean? One of the biggest economies in the world? You're talking about India? So you all good with more and more Indians, I guess, coming into NZ? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, Simon, I'm not sure. It's. I wish I had a means whereby people could just speak, eh? So then, or so I can just mute somebody if I think they're being a twat. But so then that way people can, try and give a bit more context. I realize it's hard trying to punch away on the keyboard and put down as much information as you can, I assume, in a relatively short period of time. And if the name change in Auckland happens, it would be because with the high number of Asians in New Zealand, then they have a political voice which the government can't ignore. It's crazy. I just don't understand how that works, in terms of the politics behind that. Then the government can't ignore, well, surely. But I suppose when those people that are vying for those votes of the people that they've let in, that's probably where a whole bunch of stuff comes in. Farmer, when the Chinese passed a rule on milk solids, cost farmers a small mint. Farmer, when the Chinese... Oh, you're a farmer? Is that what you mean, Simon? When the Chinese passed a rule on milk solids, cost farmers a small mint. India, trade with India. Okay, so the free trade agreement with India. Cherry, hey Joe, which party are you going to vote for? Great question. I haven't made up my mind yet. I think because I haven't voted for such a long time. This is partly me trying to um, educate myself and learn. So this live will be helpful, as well as other stuff that I'm looking into, to try and get a better understanding at this stage, based on this, which I'll share this screen. Uh, where is he? Where's old Winston Peters Blinken New Zealand First campaign? That's the one. Based on what I'm seeing New Zealand First do, like there's a whole bunch more. Like I'm not looking to, who knows if I even get in on a vote before whenever this next one is, because this seems to be a heck of a lot more to take in terms of a party. To your question, Cherry, I don't know yet. So I'm not the sort of person, I haven't voted for more than 20 years. So I think if I miss another year, I don't know that my one vote is going to make too much of a difference. So, but at the what do I mean by that is taking a bit of time for me personally to have a little bit more of a look and a delve into uh, these parties and what it is their policies are and what it is that they're looking to do and what they're based on, etc. And trying to get myself up to speed a bit more with regards to in relation to who I might end up looking to vote for. So hopefully that makes sense. I've got basically, I'm too dumb at the moment to give you an honest answer of who I would vote for, because I don't have enough, I haven't looked into it, and I haven't got enough understanding for myself. So I need to take some time, take some ownership of that, and have a look into it. Can my little vote make a difference? Maybe. Who knows? Can my little space here on YouTube make a difference as I look to try to learn a little bit more and discover more, and then share my thoughts on my platform, right or wrong? People might say, "Oh, Joe, be careful. You've just said, is Israel responsible? It might be a target on your back." I don't particularly care. I think in death and taxes, those two things are guaranteed, aren't they? So, yeah, long-winded answer. I don't know enough at the moment. At this stage, as I look at this New Zealand First campaign on citizens-only voting, like that's just one little piece that to me looks and sounds good. But there'd be a whole bunch more. Like, what's the healthcare policy? What's the housing policy? What's the blanket and defence policy? And the list goes on, with regards to me being able to at least feel comfortable with who I would vote for. So, sorry, as I was blinking rambling there was a whole bunch of other things that came in. Gerald, coffee or value systems are not equal. Unfortunately, they bring them with them and don't necessarily add to our culture. Multiculturalism does not work. Cool comment. Some stuff in that in there. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for people if they want to come to the country, our country or any country, and they want to have the same entitlements to things, as long as they go all in and they're fully committed to supporting the way that that country does business, how they do things. Not come in and go, "Oh, but I'm from New Zealand and back home in NZ we have this and we have marae and we have," I'm just making stuff up here, "we have every second Friday off," or whatever the case might be. Like, no, if you choose to go to another country, then you follow suit. Like, by all means, hold on to your religion, hold on to your faith, if those are things that you want to hold on to. But understand that just because you've come from another country into our country, or into the country that you've chosen to go to, their country, let's say, you don't get to say, "Oh, I should have this and I should have that because this is what I believe and this is what I've always grown up with." Well, if you miss that stuff and that's what you've always grown up with, then, respectfully, ka kite, bro. Head back home. Go back to where you came from so that you can enjoy those things that you are missing, whatever the case might be. So Gerald, yeah, and there's a whole bunch more, eh? Like that's a whole video in and of itself. But I like your comment, Gerald, and your opinion. Um, yeah, like, does anybody have a specific answer to multiculturalism and how to make that work? I like to think we've probably all got ideas of things that we think could be implemented. My soap, it doesn't matter who you vote for, in my opinion. I've looked at every party's policies and it makes no difference to my life or current situation. Cool. Cheers for that, my soap. Appreciate your thoughts and your opinion based on, I guess, what you've had a look at for you. As far as I see it, they are all cut from the same cloth. Yeah, it's challenging, eh? That's like a large reason why I've not voted for so long. They just, who do you vote for? They just all seem the same. Both parties are BS. I don't think either one is New Zealand first at all. Look at other countries and their elections. It's all lies and rigged. Yeah, again, good comments. Another reason why to my reply to Cherries is I'm not basing my vote on this one thing here. And so I guess with that here, people have probably had a chance to have a look at it if they haven't seen it already. My comment on that is like, what's to stop New Zealand first? Say this big Indian economic superpower comes in and gives old somebody in New Zealand first a tap on the shoulder. He goes, hey, we've got this for you, or we've got that for you, or we've got these things that we can provide. If just leave it as status quo. Like, who's to say that that's not going to be tempting for people? Clearly, corruption happens, right? we understand that. We've seen that. And sadly, I don't think it's going away anytime soon. So I can stop sharing that. New Zealand first to campaign on citizens only voting. Actually, to me, how this has even been allowed to happen, non-citizens voting, is just crazy. But I did do some research, and I found. So stop sharing that. Even way back to, so you can go to the enrollment thing and get some information there. Sorry, I better come back to these comments. My soap like voting for the dumb, dumber, and the retarded. that's a good way of putting it, actually. Sorry, let me try and minimize these comments. Not comments. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, close. So I can see. Buckaroony, eh, Buck? Lots of Indians in my little town in far north Queensland. Generally, I find them pretty decent people. Yep. The Sikh community really get involved with the local community, which is all we ask. Assimilate. Great point. Great comment. The Sikhs fought with the Anzacs at Gallipoli. There you go. Look at that. Cheers, Buckaroony. Jimmy, supposed to be a democracy where the government listens to the people. Yeah, supposedly, eh? I think some of the decisions that have been made, the people aren't even getting a vote. It's just things are being pushed through, it seems like. I think what you're saying, it's monoculture you're describing. Jason C. Is that me? Probably. All following one set of base values and laws. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what. Yeah, you are talking to me then, Jason. Thanks for that. Yeah, I've heard that term. Monoculture shows how much learning I need to give myself. Eh? Multiculturalism, monoculturalism. If that's what it is that I'm saying, following one set of base values, I think. Yeah, I'm probably more inclined to to think that way. Like, I think for me, having picked up and immigrated essentially to Australia from the New Zealand Defence Force to the Australian one, Anzacs and stuff aside, like, I knew, for me personally, this is just my take, that I'm not coming to Australia and going to start yip yarring and saying, but I'm New Zealand, I'm a proud Maori, I'm proud Kiwi, we should have this, or we should have that in the smoker room or on camp or whatever, or just even within the community. Like, I can get together with other Kiwis, I always thought, and celebrate my culture, our heritage, where we're from in our own way. Like, I think Australia, like, they celebrate Waitangi Day in Australia, not Australians, but Kiwis get together, go celebrate Waitangi Day. Cool, all good, go do your thing. But I'm not there to try to change the fabric of or the DNA of another country, right? And I think that's absolutely wrong. So there's a set of values that are already there within the different countries that you go to. And so, like Buckaroony said, either assimilate or, my opinion, piss off back to your own country. People might say, is that why I pissed off back to NZ? No, it's not. I was just missing New Zealand. And I've said and shared in multiple videos, even with my wife before we left for Australia, even though my goal was still to get into the Australian regiment at that time. I said to her before we left, I'm coming home to NZ. Like, this is where my heart is. So I'm coming back home. Anyway, yeah, that's probably what I mean, Jason. Thank you for helping me with that, Jimmy. But the government do as they wish, and we, the people, have no say, just like the butter chicken tsunami that's happening. Oh, crack up. Yeah, could be, eh? Cherry multiculturalism has been here and everywhere for a while. Yep, I agree with that. Citizens and natives would be the citizens and natives would be the uniform war around the tent of great differences, as long as policies are just and order is followed. Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it too. Great point. So again, lots of complexity, to the what's the name? To the blinking policies and stuff that would need to take place in order to try to get to find some common ground and people, maybe trying to quell or quash some of the concerns and stuff that people had, and I think rightly so too. Um, People from all walks of life will have their concerns. Buccarini, hey Joe, I got an idea. New Zealand becomes part of Australia and we get rid of Victoria. Crack up, Buccarini. Well, depending on who you talk to in Australia, some of you buggers have already claimed NZ as another state of Australia. Blair Stansfield, welcome to channel support. Oh, hey, thanks, Blair. Sorry, I'm using the YouTube live stream so I can see stuff better, because I think I was missing a bunch of stuff when I was using Riverside, and it just has given me a heads up. Welcome to channel supporter. Thank you very much for that, bro. Much appreciated. NZ for life. This is the sort of corridor that's happening in living rooms, lunchrooms, for example, all across the country. That's good. I think that's a good thing, eh? I don't know. I'm not in blinking lunchrooms these days. My lunchroom is here where I'm sitting right now. Well, yeah, I guess it's sort of not the traditional lunchtime hours though, but yeah, I suppose for want of a better term, this is my lunchroom across the country. I'd love to be a fly on the wall and sort of have an understanding of what some of those conversations are like. Maybe with any luck, all going well, as I said earlier to one of Cherry's questions, the more I try to educate myself on some of this space, just to, I don't know, try and be better personally informed, have an understanding of monoculturalism and multiculturalism for starters. Shout out and thank you, Jason C. and Cherry. Was it Cherry? I think it was Cherry. Cherry D6Y5V. What the heck's with all the things on the end? I think that's just a YouTube automatic thing, eh? Anyway, Kiwi bloke Ford V8666. It has to be Kiwi culture, mono, or it's not simulation. As multiculture is not working around the world, especially Western world, as it seems one-way traffic. It does seem like one-way traffic. I mean, you look at the UK and the guy, say people can think what they like of him, Tommy Robinson. I don't know the guy, but from what I've seen of him and his fight and what he's been doing for a long period of time, and hasn't changed his position in terms of what he's been fighting for. People call him a racist and all that. It's very easy, on social media. I'll probably start getting called a racist next on YouTube. Again, I don't particularly care. But people brand him, and it seems like the more he's growing and growing, the more hate is coming his way. But I've seen some of the footage where he's gone to his town of Luton, but they don't pronounce the T, and just how different that looks from what I would have imagined it. And when he's interviewing people and trying to talk with all sorts of people there, there's some people there from, it appears to be another country, that have immigrated there, that are just giving Tommy Robinson a spray, like want nothing to do with him, don't want to talk with him, or they call him a racist or a whole bunch of things. But just shows the power and the influence that mass immigration can and does have on politicians, on policy, on people in the area. And dare I say, man, if you heard about grooming gangs here in Aotearoa, I tell you what, I would be looking to join part of the group that is looking to truck those pricks out of the country. And the fact that that stuff was happening and has been and still likely continues to happen in the UK, and people that were in positions of authority to blink and do something about that and should have stopped it and did nothing and have been promoted, that's not the one. There's lots of things that are flowing in my mind right now, but I don't know how long you have to be on there before you can start swearing away, and then and then YouTube doesn't shut you down. I don't know, but yeah, no good. So anyway, where are we? This sort of thing that's happening. I read that one, multicultural, one-way traffic. Yeah, it seems like a lot of one-way traffic. Blair Stanfield, New Zealand population is equivalent to a suburb in Mumbai. Yeah, like a local little suburb. They'll flood the country, take over the voting block, spoil the environment, strip the resources. P.S. They'll for us into becoming a republic. They'll something us, they'll for us. They'll force us. Is that what you mean? Maybe that's what you mean, eh? They'll force us into becoming a republic. It's crazy, man. Um, yeah, our politicians, our leaders don't seem to be, or maybe they are. Maybe they are. Maybe that's why Blinken Horsehead Ardern left and buggered off and went to Australia. So she can go and collab with Dumbanese, and was it the Labor government funding Labor members paying $80,000 tickets to go listen to Horsehead Ardern speak over there? Crazy. Yeah, maybe they're all migrating off somewhere once they allow borders and stuff and people to just flood. Probably one of the guys over in Australia, Christian, shout out Christian. I think he said something that's worth mentioning. I think he said probably our only saving grace really for Australia and New Zealand is that we are surrounded by so much water that it's not as easy for the Moroccans and people like that to just come over into the country. Um, maybe that's true. I think there's probably some truth to that. Blair. Then once that happens, say goodbye to Te Tiriti. It's a great point. Great point, Blair. Who knows, eh? There's all this. We seem to can't, like within ourselves in our own country, can't bloody come to terms and or agreement on Te Tiriti or Waitangi between current government now and Maori people across Aotearoa, New Zealand. So if and when born citizen New Zealanders are, dare I say, pushed out of the government in those positions, well, that's and other people from another country or another ethnicity come in and decide that, well, we're just going to do things how we've always done them or how we've done them, what they're used to from where they're from. What point is going to be Te Tiriti? So yeah, probably, who knows, probably some truth to that, Blair. Splinkin, we can't come to an agreement within of ourselves. It's nuts to me. We're still banging on about it. We're still having arguments about it. When I say we, I'm talking about, I guess, members of iwi and members with the government. There's still people that are hurt, and dare I say, rightly so. Fair enough too. Rightly hurt over land that's been taken and sold and all that sort of stuff, and families impacted and generations. Like, I don't pretend I don't pretend to have a solid understanding of all of that, and I'm not here trying to diminish that for those that have had massive negative repercussions for them. But man, we're not even sorting out our own backyard yet. We're looking and thinking that we can just allow thousands and thousands to come into the country, not assimilate, and think that that won't have some sort of negative, my opinion, and some sort of negative impact. Let me just share. I think there's a lot of Indians that are here and lots of other cultures here in NZ who are awesome people, beautiful people, genuine, hardworking, doing the things that they need to. And actually, that's probably a point that I want to bring up, or a question. Like, I grew up at a time where I don't recall there being very many Indian dairy owners. Like, that's just me. I also didn't experience racism. Personally, I didn't experience it. I like to think I wasn't dishing out racism either. Um, you have jokes with some of your mates and Blinken, but light-hearted stuff, not with the intent, especially as a younger person, even as an older person, but not with the intent to be Blinken public and then and start trying to dehumanize or put down other people. Anyway, that's sort of the generation or the era that I grew up in. It was awesome. Like, go into the shop, get Blinken a 15-cent bag of lollies, or get 1 cent lollies, 2 cent lollies. I could scrounge up 30 cents and get an ice cream or something from the dairy. Huxley Road Dairy in Gisborne, Kaiti, Gisborne, was owned by, my recollection, who appeared to be white people, non-Maori, and hence why I mentioned in other videos, like, wow, these people are rich. So, and then I'd go to other dairies in and around Gisborne, where I grew up, and I just, like, as I sit here and think about it, I don't recall seeing Indian people owning the dairies or running the dairies. And I share this as well with trying to be as respectful as I can too. I'd go into the dairies. I remember still vividly what the dairies smelt like, and they didn't smell like what they smell like now. When I go into a dairy here in Aotearoa, an Indian run dairy, like, it's spices and like the Indian spices and all that sort of stuff. That's just what it is. Maybe that's just how it is in India. But those things, not that there's anything wrong with that, but that was one of the things that I first noticed, and reason why it's still with me in my head today. That's one of the first things that I noticed when I entered into, for the first time, a dairy that was owned by an Indian. Then I went to the next dairy and it was again an Indian that owned the dairy, and so on and so on. So my question is, and my thoughts are, good on those Indian people that have come over, that have made sacrifices, I presume, to get here, and that have, I would have presumed, worked their backsides off, worked their tails off to get to where they are. Now, the bro, my soap's comment about the car dealership place where he is, there may be some, and I think every culture does this. Maori do it in iwi. I've seen it. Maori will employ their own family members, their own cousins, their own nephew, their own auntie, like, let's not sit here. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Maori people won't look to employ theirs. European people will look to employ their friends, their family, people that they know. Why? Because typically they trust them, right? They trust them. They feel like they'll be a good worker, even though they may not have necessarily have the right experience. Let's say sometimes they'll feel like they can be trained with good intentions, and sometimes that doesn't go well. Sometimes old cousin or nephew is just a bag of shit, and you need to let them go. You shouldn't have brought them in the first place. That's just a reality. But coming back to here in terms of the Indian discussion, so acknowledging that this isn't just Indians, like they've probably got a similar connection. Now, in saying that, unfortunately, there are a lot of those through the, what's it called, the bloody terms of reference for the accredited employer work visa scheme. Unfortunately, there are people, it would seem, of Indian ethnicity that are employing people, and there are massive amounts of corruption taking place in there. People aren't getting paid what they're supposed to be getting paid. People are being ripped off, like their own people are being ripped off. Again, you can say the same thing about Maori people. Bloody hell, the amount of stuff that I've heard about Maori ripping off their own people is trucking ridiculous. Like, it's just, I'm not going to name those people that have shared some of that information with me here. But it happens. Like, it doesn't matter what organization you're in. You can't sit here, if you are sitting here, and be oblivious to the fact that that type of corruption happens regardless of what industry you're in. So Maori aren't perfect. Non-Maori, Anglo-Saxon, whatever the bloody hell you want to call it, colonizers are not perfect. Indians aren't perfect. Chinese aren't perfect. The list goes on. But here, back to NZ, like, thinking about these Indians that have come over and, like I was saying, made some sacrifices, made the lift and shift to another country, I presume worked their tails off to get into a position to purchase said dairy or dairies. Like, is that because us as Kiwis have just been too lazy, sitting on our ass and going, yeah, nah, that's too hard basket. I don't want to do that. I'd like to think that that's not the case. But if Kiwis in general, I don't care who you are, Kiwi citizen, Maori, non-Maori, a New Zealand citizen, if people saw, and I saw this years ago, like going into the dairy whereby it then was run by an Indian, and now I don't think I've ever been into a dairy in NZ in the last, well, since I've been back in NZ in 2020, and even when we came back over on a holiday as a whole family in 2018, I don't think I went into one dairy, and we went into a few, that wasn't owned by seemingly an Indian-looking person, or the checkout person wasn't, or didn't appear to be Indian. It could be wrong. Maybe they weren't Indian, but they appeared to be Indian to me. The smell of the dairy had that type of Indian smell with the spices and stuff that I spoke about earlier. Is that because Kiwis have just been too lazy to get off their ass and put in some work and go start a business? Or is it because now, legitimate question, now as Kiwis, we look at it and go, oh, nobody will come to my dairy because people don't like going to dairies because they think they're all run by Indians, and so people won't go in there. Like, I think that's a pretty naive mindset to have. And dare I say, what's the word I'm looking for? A victim mentality mindset is the word I'm looking for. Like, if those Indians, and let's face it, there's a lot of good ones that come over, a lot of good people from lots of different cultures that come to NZ, and some not so good. Again, we have some not so good here, born and bred within our own country, who do stupid things to their own people and to other people. But there are some good ones that come over that have clearly gone and put some work in. Did they get some help and support along the way? Did they look into the system to see what they were eligible for in order to be able to get to where they are? If they did, good on them. Eh? Isn't that a tip cap, Lincoln? Well done. Like, you use the system to your advantage to look into what you're actually entitled to, and then you win and work for it. There is a common piece here that I hear a lot of times here in NZ. Kiwis typically don't know what they're entitled to, and they won't find out unless they go looking and asking. And a lot of people that have shared that are the ones that don't go looking and asking, but sit back and whinge and moan and complain that there's so many entitlements. And I don't know what those entitlements are, but apparently there's a bunch of entitlements that people can get through the Ministry of Social Development. But because the Ministry of Social Development don't constantly, and I could be wrong, but because they don't constantly broadcast it, or they're not constantly talking about it, that somehow, again, those who should be and probably are legally entitled to some of those benefits don't know about it because it's not being broadcast 24/7. Like, they're putting it on themselves, making themselves feel like the victim. Oh, look, I don't know what I'm entitled to because they don't tell me. Yeah, maybe there's some truth to that. But how about we just get up off our ass and go and have a look and go and ask a question, like to Cherry's question, who am I voting for? Well, now, this is the first time since I've been back home in NZ since 2020, and more than 20 years, that I've even considered thinking about voting, because I've just always thought, similar to a lot of the comments that I've read so far, they're blinking all corrupt, they're bloody twats anyway, they this, that, and the other. I've made up a whole bunch of excuses for me not voting, and I've enjoyed those excuses. Like, it's made me feel very comfortable. The fact that if I'm going to vote and I'm feeling like, looking like I want to, the fact that I now have to put in some work to look into it personally, like I will have to do the digging. I will have to go online and research. I will have to talk with people. And that's okay. I can do that. But that's time consuming. That feels like too much hard work. It seems like, man, I don't enjoy reading. So don't be fooled by the books that are there. Like I've said in other lives and stuff, I haven't read all of them. I've read bits and pieces of all of them, but I haven't finished one of those books yet. So I'm not a person that goes out of his way to try to sit down and read every day. Something that I've been working on, though, by the way, to be honest. So I've got to put in some work to look into that, is what I'm getting at. And I guess, and I'm not saying all Kiwis either. I'm just saying potentially maybe there might be some of us Kiwi citizens who maybe want to sit back, whinge, moan, and complain about Indians getting ahead in this country, or owning all the dairies, or owning this, that, and the other. How about, if you're not happy with that and you want to own a business like that, how about we get off our ass and go look into it and do something about it? You don't have to try to take over all the businesses again. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're like, oh man, I wouldn't mind owning a dairy, if that's your goal or somebody's goal, then blink and do something about it. If you want to get into politics, do something about it. Yeah, that's where I'm going with that. Bloody hell, I've probably missed a whole bunch of comments and stuff in here just as I've been yapping away. Lunchrooms, no, I did that one. Western Rooms, NZ population equivalent suburb, did that one. Then once that happens, say goodbye. I read that one as well. Sorry, trying to. Oh, bloody hell, I'm way behind. Dun, dun, dun. Warren Pickering. Bloody hell, this thing is shot. Canada is gone. Yep, we can hear you. Warren Pickering running for One Nation. Vic Premier, great news. Hope NZ can find themselves a level-headed saviour. That's from Jason C. So why did the Anglos assimilate to Aboriginal culture when they landed in Australia? So why didn't the Anglos assimilate to Aboriginal culture when they landed in Australia? The latter were the originals. Yeah, great question. I think at that time, at VKM23, for I'm no historian at all, but I think to your question, and a valid comment, at that time, Anglo-Saxons, people from the UK, were looking to take over the world. So they weren't looking to assimilate into anything. They even tried to, if I remember rightly, they even tried to take over the United States of America. But but they got they were defeated there, and they weren't able to. So, I think way back then, they had a different mindset. And you could probably say, well, why not now? Why don't they try to? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answers for that. VKM. Jason Warren Pickering running. Oh, yeah, sorry, I read that one. Yep, we can hear you, Jay Riviere. Oh, maybe Jay Riviere is Riviere. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong, bro. Maybe he's at the start of where the live is. I went on holidays to NZ in 1984. They referred to Australia as the West Island. Yeah, yeah, the west on the west coast. Crack up. Oh, that's from Christian. Canada is gone. The UK is a s-hole, all by design. Yeah, I think there's some bigger, some very powerful, very wealthy people manipulating the monopoly board. Eh? That's what it seems like. And I'm crap at Monopoly. The grooming gangs in the UK / Western Europe are disgusting. Oh, 100%. Jim, my G. Yep. Rubber Kiwi, I'm no racist. My knees are absolutely shot. Brisk walk is best I can do. Good for you. Man 78, we need controlled immigration. Need to slow it down a bit, I feel. I agree with you. Like, if nothing else, at least in this interim, surely that's something that can be controlled by our government, right? You would think. And so maybe that's what Winston Peters and New Zealand First are looking at trying to do. Let's try to get some of our immigration under control. Let's put a pause on it for a bit. Like, really, is our country going to go down the toilet if we just hit pause for the next 12 months on immigration? Like, I don't think it is. Maybe the pause needs to be longer. But cool comment, man 78. Red Fox, yeah, bro, no good. Love to give your hand tracking down any of them grooming gangs. Yeah, I think there would be a number of people that would sign up very quick to go hunt and remove these blinking hunt grooming gangs, rape gang, blinking twats. Christian, all Western countries are on the list to be destroyed by a certain country that views strong Christian countries as a threat. Would that be? Cheers, Christian, for that comment. Would that be Israel? Is my channel going to get blocked, and like the bot's going to come now and pay closer attention to little Joe Hortai's go always a little further YouTube reaction channel? I doubt it, but I don't mind saying it out loud. I know that I receive a few comments from people that share similar thoughts to what Christian has shared, and people talk about Israel's doing this. Bloody hell! Like, I don't know. Again, I haven't been looking into all of that sort of stuff. Israel seems to be involved in a heck of a lot, though. Very far-reaching Western countries, as well as in their own backyard, in terms of what's happening there. Claims of and allegations of genocide. Maybe it's not even claims or allegations, but I don't know if there's been anything that's been done against the Israeli prime minister, or is he president or prime minister? I don't know what term they use. It shows how much I know. Netanyahu, was it? Get that Yahoo out of here. Who knows? Maybe that's not going to go down very well for my channel either. Again, I don't particularly care. It's a blinking little 8,000 subscriber, and I don't mean any disrespect by that. Like, it's a little 8,000. There's 8,000 following here on my channel, which I'm super grateful for, which is awesome. Thank you all very much, those that have taken time to subscribe to here. But it's if they can go and invade another country, if they can just get the police, round up all these people, get about 60,000, not quite the whole population of Ceuta, and drive them off on trucks, help them stop traffic, let them invade. I don't think they're going to be too fussed or trucking concerned about my little space. I could be wrong, but that's my thought. Where are we? Western countries, read that, Rubber Kiwi. First 10 minutes for swearing if videos monetized. Oh, okay, first 10 minutes. I don't know if I lasted 10 minutes before this. I think I hit monetize. for this video. If I didn't, I should have, and I'll look to change it later. Jim, I'm curious. Thanks for that heads up, though, Rubber Kiwi. First 10 minutes. Okay, good to know. I should know that because I think Sam Bamford spoke about that with bloody Scott Jones on his Two Worlds Collide podcast interview. And I think they spoke about it near the start of that interview. But anyway, Jim, I'm curious if the immigration services in NZ are run by immigrants. That was actually one of the points that I had here. I had a few little, well, not points, but questions, my own thoughts. And yeah, because reason for that is on the back end of some imagery of New Zealand police. We got a whole bunch of Indians in there, which is fine. But again, what I had a read of, maybe I'll share that page. Where's that page? There's a part there whereby, what is it, like high priority or green list jobs and stuff for New Zealand, whereby you can come straight over, get permanent residency instantly, or if it's the next category down, you can come over, get straight into work, and then I guess get fast tracked towards residency, which then means you can then vote like within less than 12 months. It seems like I could be wrong on there, but one of the jobs that was put down as those lists of being high priority and being able to come in and get residency sooner was a corrections officer. Now, I share that because I worked for corrections, not as a corrections officer, not in the prison system, more at head office, but in and out of multiple prisons across Aotearoa, working on different projects and supporting 3 different portfolios, which was the infrastructure and facilities, digitally enabled business, so the technology stuff within the prisons, and people and culture. So I got to bounce around a few prisons, not all the prisons. Unfortunately, I didn't get to all of them, but a number of them, and get to walk through and a whole bunch of stuff. But it is well known the amount of corruption that is within the prison system, not just NZ, across, I don't care which country you're in. There is corrupt corrections officers across the board. Now, I may be wrong, but from my understanding, there's a heck of a lot of corruption that happens everywhere, equally so in India. We have got a lot of Indian corrections officers here in Aotearoa. I don't know what the numbers or percentages are, but I'm willing to bet it's probably pretty high. So this probably sounds racist, and apologies if it does. That's not the intent. I know that there are islanders who have been found guilty of corruption in the prison system. I also know that there are Maoris and non-Maoris that have been found guilty of corruption in the prison system. So let me just put that little disclaimer there. This isn't an attack saying, oh, all the Indian corrections officers that we got in the system are all corrupt. That's not the case at all. Equally, there are some very, very good ones. But man, how is it that we need to make special allowances for certain ethnicities to come over to fill those types of roles? Again, I put it to New Zealand people. Is it because we've been too lazy, don't want to get off our ass, say that we want to get a job, we're trying to find work, but are not willing to take and accept what job comes to us? If that happens to be sweeping a floor, if that happens to be working as a corrections officer, if that happens, and that's not trying to say it's a derogatory role to work in. If that happens to be, I've got to drive a rubbish truck to go collect rubbish. I've got to go do, and that's not derogatory in any way towards those that do a great public service within our communities. Like, that's awesome. Imagine what our streets would be like if we didn't have people that were prepared to put on the high vis vest, go to work, get up early, start early, and probably finish late or who knows when, and keep our streets as clean and as tidy as what they do. Like, there's massive respect to those people that go out and do that. Not everybody wants to do that sort of stuff, though. Not everybody is prepared to, it seems to me, prepared to roll up their sleeves and go, you know what? I blink in, not where I'd like to be. I've got some bills to pay, mouths to feed, this, that, and the other to cover. I need to go find a job. I may have been a manager in another position. I may have been a supervisor. I may have been a team leader in another organization or whatever it is. Right now, you are unemployed. You don't have a job. So what are you prepared to do? You know what I mean? So must be legitimate. It's on the list for this, what is it? Work visa rights thing for people to come into the country. And it's on the list of, oh, bloody hell, where is it? Oh, I must have closed it down. It's on the list of blinking jobs anyway. I think if you go to the enrolling thing for NZ and you do a search, you'll find a list of, forget what the word is, like approved, accredited jobs for immigrants to come over and get into. You'll find a list and stuff there. And corrections officer, I was quite surprised. Stuck out in there. I must have closed down the blinking tab that I had open when I was doing a little bit of a look. When I saw the comments coming through on my video about NZ and is New Zealand becoming New India or New Delhi. So anyway, where are we? Get back to these comments on here. Sorry. Controlled Christian, read that one first 10 minutes. Curious immigration. Yeah, I'd be interested to know if the New Zealand immigration is run by immigrants. Cherry, I wonder how they could let the UK fall in terms of the strong white men that once filled the country with security and children, etc., leading into the 2000s, just bursted with unfamiliarity and crime. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, eh? You still had, who knows whether that's part of Cherry, who knows whether that's part of the attack on masculinity, and that's toxic and all that sort of stuff. But it seems to me that there were some, I don't know if I'd call them strong white men, but there were some white men in the UK in terms of that government. And we've seen that fella, Keir Starmer, just resign because essentially he was useless. And just, I guess, how easy it is and would appear that corruption and stuff has taken place. And, I suppose if people are being presented with whatever it is that they're being presented with at the time, and they know that they hold the power to make certain decisions, which seems like the public can't really do much about it, or couldn't do much about it, or the opposition couldn't do anything about it. Probably no surprise, excuse me, that that things are starting to be very, I would say, alarming in the UK. And is it just a matter of time? I'd say they're alarming in Australia as well. I don't know anything about Canada, so I don't know what's been happening over there. That's probably another little rabbit hole that I'll probably end up going down, and people will probably send me links to that. New Zealand, for me personally, I'm a little concerned in terms of the immigration stuff here, which is partly why the onus is on me to do some research into having a look at these different parties and policies and what that potentially means, not just in the short term, but what are these policy makers, these people in government here in NZ, what are they looking at? How far ahead into the future are they looking at with regards to all of it? Healthcare, defence, immigration, tax, property development, home ownership. Like there's a education. There's a whole bunch of things that just sort of have been more occupying bandwidth in my mind in recent times, more than they ever have before. And right now, at the moment, immigration is one of those things top of list for NZ for me personally, just based on some of the stuff that I've been seeing in and around other places, and in particular, Ceuta. So read that one. I'm in Perth. A mate of mine lives, this is Christian, lives in the next suburb. There are 32 houses on that street, 31 occupied by Indians, each house with at least 10 occupants, cars everywhere. It's crazy, man. Far out. That is crazy. No doubt there is some shenanigans happening, eh? And I use the term shenanigans as a lighter-hearted way of, dare I say, just calling it what it is. Well, let's just call it what it is. Probably it's just some flat-out blinking corruption and BS that's happening. But again, here in NZ, we've got similar sort of things. It's not just Indians. A lot of our Pacifica people love them, but a lot of them do the same thing here in NZ. There's a number who are overstayers. It's just the reality, because for whatever reason, they find New Zealand a better place for them, for their family, than where they've come from. Now, don't get me wrong, the islands are beautiful places, but for whatever reason, there's more Samoans and likely more Tongans in Auckland alone than there is in the islands, back in their actual native homelands. So don't quote me on that. I don't know if that's true. It's just, I think I'm just regurgitating what I've heard in other places. But it's not unique to Indians, is what I'm getting at there, although it likely happens here in NZ as well. But that also probably happens with other ethnicities too. Crazy, man. So yeah, again, I'll be honest, I am concerned about it from an immigration perspective, for a number of reasons. What's this? 1988, Ziggy, to figure out who is behind the mass immigration influx of Western countries, should we be looking at countries whose doors are shut? Great question. 1988, Ziggy. There's lots to this, eh? Like, hey, 1988, Ziggy, Poland. My Soap 23. I don't even, that would be another rabbit hole for me to go down. Which countries have closed their immigration or have got really strict immigration policies? Poland, eh? Corey Gardner, 342. I'm for immigration as long as it's controlled, fills a gap, and the people who are coming want to fit in into the Kiwi way of life. Not looking great with what's happening overseas. Yeah, yeah. Great point, Corey. I too, I would say I'm of that mindset, that need to assimilate. If that's the monoculture, which Jason C helped me understand better in his comments. If they're good people coming to do the right things, and we're not just, it's not just a free for all, and it's just not a never ending, like the tap is turned on and it's just left running. Like, fill your boots, come over as many of you as you like. It needs to be controlled, which is exactly what you've said. As long as it's controlled, fills the gaps that we need. Like, have we done everything that we can? Apparently, people that go to MSD that look to get on certain benefits, there's what's the bloody thing? In order to get a certain benefit, you have to be proving, you have to show that you are actively trying to find employment. I don't know what that blanking thing is called, but it's connected to that. And so if people aren't looking to get a job, then they don't get that benefit. I think that's how it works. So surely from that pool and list of people that MSD has got here in NZ, surely before we go looking overseas to bring more immigrants in to fill a position at Domino's or being an Uber driver or being a blinking takeaway food delivery person or working at a takeaway store or whatever, surely we have got someone or some people here in this country that are looking for a job that can go and do that work. Hey, it may not be the ideal job that you want to do. It may not be the thing that helps you pay all your bills consistently, or all one hit, I should say, not consistently. It might not be the job that helps you pay all your bills all one hit. But if it helps you get one step closer and be a little bit better than where you were, and then open your minds up and then start being a bit more proactive, whoever these people might be, then surely that's got to be a good thing before we just go, oh, yeah, let's get another 10,000 immigrants in. Where are they going to stay? Well, I'm not too sure. Cost of housing is too expensive, so they can't buy a house. Rentals, yeah, that's pretty high as well. Oh, okay. Well, maybe they've said they got family members here, or they know some people here. Maybe they're not all family members are good people to their family, and not all friends are actual friends. What's that saying from Mike Tyson? Not everybody. I think I've heard him say it, but I don't know if it originated from him. He's got a few of them. Not the get punched. Not the everyone has a plan to get punched in the face one. It's a different one. Not everybody you fight is your enemy, and not everyone you fight is your enemy, and not everyone who claims to be your friend is your friend, or something like that. I can't remember it. It's something along those lines. Those that know it, link and Google search it or whatever. I could probably Google search it and find it, but it's something along those lines anyway. To me, it makes sense, even though I'm not able to articulate it right now. But you know what I mean. So there are people that unfortunately hold people from their countries that come into this country and other countries, effectively, I want to say, to ransom. And whatever benefit they get gets automatically transferred, the vast majority of it, to those people that are supporting the immigrant that's come over to try to make a better life for themselves. And I think, like with anything, that cycle then just continues. Like, you're just going to have a revolving door. That cycle is going to continue. Well, it was done to me, so I'm going to do it to old mate here. I'm going to do it to old Mahinda and Pravinda and Blink and Singh and Blink and whoever the other people are that are coming over into the country, So, or to Sole, Blink and Ek, there's Blink and it's sad, and you see some of that in the news, and people being called out, going to court. Pacific Islander people as well, blanking, rorting the system and ripping off their own people. So it's not. What I'm getting at is that it's not unique to one ethnicity. Like, trying to make that as clear as I can. But I like what Corey Gardner has to say. Being for immigration, yep. I think if it's well controlled, and that those people, if they're coming over to New Zealand or Australia or any country in particular, if they're coming over and they are prepared and willing to assimilate into that way of life, hold on to your values, hold on to your faith in your religion, whatever it is from your country and your upbringing, that's all good. But don't come in then expecting that all the rules of that country that you've chosen, that you've put your hand up and volunteered to go move to, don't then whinge and moan and say they should be accommodating me or changing the way that they do things or changing their rules and their legislation or their policies to accommodate me as the stranger who's chosen to go into that country. Hopefully that makes sense. So I like what you said, Corey. NZ for life, like you, I'm keen to learn. Got many Indian mates, love all people, ex-Labour voter. Should it be just voting for Kiwis that have ancestors that are Māori or New Zealand European? Question mark. Those people built New Zealand after all. What a great, I was going to say great. What a great question. What a great question. Um, should it be? I don't know that it should be. My take, NZ for life. I don't know that it should just be voting for Kiwis that have ancestors that are Maori or New Zealand European. Again, because of the, I guess, my take, which is sounds like I'm pretty in line with what Corey Gardner said. I don't mind immigration as long as it's controlled and as long as those people come over here understanding and committing to assimilating into New Zealand or Australian cultural way of life and how they want to do things. If they're not prepared to do that and they want to use New Zealand as a means to get ahead financially, business perspective, property ownership, whatever, make more money and then go back to their country where they can and live whatever life they want to live, a good life, etc. I'm all for that too. I don't mind. If they come over and are wanting to, really embrace the culture and the way of life here, and they've earned that. So to me, I don't think anybody's earned that after being in the country on a visa that doesn't have an expiry date. I don't think that earns it, and I don't think you earn it after being here for 12 months continuously. I think there needs to be more to that. There needs to be, like, I think some countries have, you need to be fluent in the language of that country that you've gone to. Holy heck, I'd have even more study to do because I'm not fluent in Te Reo Māori. So I'm barely able to speak English depending on who you speak to. So but coming back to that, I think that's a good, I would say that's a good metric to have. Like if people want to become citizens of the country and they are prepared to study, learn, go spend time. So for NZ, if that meant they've got to spend time on dare I say marae or with iwi, if they've got to learn about te tiriti and more in depth and have an understanding of it and be able to talk to that and in some sort of way and give a presentation of that piece, speak English obviously in the country, and they earn that over a few years, whatever, I don't know what the reasonable time frame is in terms of citizenship. But I think if people come here and they earn that, or in any country, and there's a clear process around what they need to do to earn citizenship, then I think if they've gone through all those steps and they've proven that and shown that, and they've been there for years consistently, like doing that, assimilating into the communities, etc., like being positive, contributing members, all that sort of thing, then I personally would have no issue with somebody that's come from another country, immigrated into ours, really embedded themselves, spent a few years here, earned the opportunity to become an actual citizen, and I'd have no problem with them voting. Like that takes time. At the moment, seems like it's thinking no time at all. People can come straight here and into other Western countries, it would seem, and get on the voting bandwagon or in around about 12 months, maybe sooner if they're one of those high priority jobs. I don't know. I don't know how true that part is. That I might be wrong on that. It might still become over high priority job, but they might still have to be in the country for at least 12 months before they can vote. So even that to me sounds very weak, and riddled with the potential to massively upset the apple cart, so to speak, and disrupt things in that country. But it probably lines the pockets pretty well for certain government members, which is just ridiculous. Christian Maver message retracted. Oh, I didn't know you can do that. You can retract the message. We just, yeah, anyway. Buckaroonie left my scooter at the dairy. Nick Minute. Oh, crack up. Good one, Buck. Thanks for that. Edger rise. Just don't lose your sovereignty, Kiwis. You good people, and one of the last bastions. If you lose your sovereignty, you lose your culture. God bless from the Republic of South Africa. Yeah, thanks very much. Big tour coming up over there, man. Big tour, you buggers. Blinking world champions playing as world champions too at the moment, over there. So it's going to be a great competition. What a preview before the World Cup, Rugby World Cup. Is that next year? Yeah, next year. It's going to be awesome. Anyway, my soap. How long have I been going for? Holy heck. An hour and 19, now 20 minutes. Apologies, people, but if you're still here, thank you. Anyway, I'm going to go through these comments. Yep, you're right, Joe. Every culture does it. Oh, yeah. Cheers, my soap man. Nowadays, it's not just dairies, it's everything now. Can't blame them, though. Given the opportunity, they'll make the most of it. And again, man, 78, I think that's a great point. I mean, are we just, unless you don't want to start a business, unless you don't want to do those things, all well and good, like, cool. But if you're somebody that's able, physically able, mentally able, has a desire to start a business or whatever, and or just work. You don't even have to have a desire to want to start a business. Just having a desire to want to work, whatever that is for you, get up and do it. Look into it. I think it's weak personally to sit back and just wait for things to be given to you. Like, oh, Joe, you're entitled to this. Oh, you can get this. Did you know YouTube does a great job of that? Maybe that's where it comes from, the social media and stuff these days. Just a thought that comes to mind now. Maybe because I see a lot of things pop up on my feed, and even in the back end of my YouTube studio, it pops up with things of, did you know YouTube does this now? YouTube offers this for creators now. There's YouTube shows that you can do. There's YouTube this, there's YouTube that. Maybe that's where it stems from. People are so used to, and I'm making a generalization here. I'm not saying everybody on this live or everybody in general, but maybe people have just become so used to everything. This is what you can get. This is what you can do. This is what you should do. To me, I find a lot of that stuff just mentally draining. to see is like, oh man, there's this new thing that people are saying, if I was to start a YouTube channel in 2026, this is what I would do. If I was to do this in 2026, this is what I'll do. If I was looking to start a business, this is what I'll do. The top whatever businesses, like that stuff there's a heck of a lot of information on the interwebs that just fills your feed. Don't get me wrong, some of that stuff is probably interesting. From time to time, I've clicked on any one of those things that I've just mentioned. Go, oh, that's interesting. What does that have to say about in terms of starting a YouTube channel? And then maybe a few minutes into it, I'm like, yeah, no, not for me. Or sometimes I'll sit and watch things a little bit longer. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think maybe where I was going with that is maybe that's why people potentially are wired, or a number of people are wired to sit back and wait. They expect to be told. They expect to turn on their phone, turn it on, and then see, you're entitled to such and such benefit, or you're entitled to Lincoln, whatever it is. Like, that's not how it works, and I don't know that that's how it should work. Like, like those people that are immigrating over, looking to start a business, they put it this way, I don't think any of them just arrived from, let's say, India, rocked up, walked down the road, walked into the building, and then just waved a magic wand, and then bring, they changed positions with the person that used to own the dairy, and now they own the dairy. You know what I mean? Like, there would have been, dare I say, a lot of work gone into it. Work, research, savings, blanking, whatever they needed to do to get to where they are. So people shouldn't, I don't think, should begrudge them. And I'm not saying that people are, but if there are people begrudging them because every dairy in New Zealand is owned by an Indian, well, blinking, too bad. Like, they decided to do something about it. They found an opportunity, and who knows, maybe, and I realize it is more than just dairies. I'm using that just as a, it's probably something easier that people that can reference. They're probably very industrious, business-minded, hard-working, dare I say. As I know a number of very hard work. I worked with them out in the fields in Gisborne growing up as well. I worked with a number of Indians who were easily, at that time, I want to say probably a couple of them nearly 3 times my age. Blinking, mahin hard, working hard out in the fields. Miserable bloody job. But bent over, back-breaking work, picking stuff, not so back-breaking for a strapping 18-year-old, but still hard enough for me that I didn't like it. And I'm looking around at these other Indians, Islanders, and Māori and non-Māori working their backsides off. and they were no different. So I imagine that there are plenty of those types of people here, regardless of their culture here in NZ, and they're making it work for them. More power to them. Those ones that are working to make it work for them. Um, dum dum dum. What are we? Robert Kiwi, we're the same age, grew up in Dannyburg. Oh, sweet. Dairies were owned by Pākehā and Māori. Yeah, I don't know if I think Pākehā and Māori greengrocers were Indian, four generations of their family. At that stage, everything was cool. Then activists happened. It's cool. Didn't realize. I actually think maybe you have told me before that we're probably the same age. But yeah, it brings back memories like Gisborne. The dairies that I went into, I don't remember seeing any owned by any Maori, like just for where I was in Gizzy. Obviously, different other places that you go, but they're definitely. I don't recall walking into any dairies in my young years, primary school, intermediate, and high school years. I don't recall walking into any dairies owned by Indians. There probably were some dairies owned by Indians at that stage when I was nearing the end of high school, but it just probably because it wasn't so prevalent, it just really didn't stand out to me. And to be honest, I don't remember walking into any in Gizzy at that time, although there probably was. Can't say I went into every dairy in Gisborne growing up. Blair, India is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Yep, I'd agree with that. And Luxon's holding the door open to it where easy meat, mate. I, I would agree with that too. I think Luxon and other people within his government and probably him himself probably have this perception that he's very intelligent, and he probably is intelligent, but there's always somebody smarter. And I do think that there's some credit and truth to that video that I reacted to recently, which is basically what sparked this Blinken live. Heck, who knows? Maybe my lives need to be more of this sort of stuff, so that people can have a chat, and so I can out myself in terms of how little I know, but potentially out myself in terms of how much more I'm able to learn as I put in some time and effort, because that's what it will take for me. Like I've said, reading is time and effort, and things that I have never enjoyed doing. Like I'm very much would rather be doing something with my hands. I'd rather be playing sport. I'd rather be training. Like, I'd rather be doing things, being out in the bush, even if it's just camping, learning how to hunt from those that have. And I've got some friends that have invited me out, and I've got some plans to organize some stuff. So that sort of stuff just appeals to me. Never been, and those that know me growing up as well know that. Yeah, I'm surprised he can read now. I'm surprised he's reading the comments and the questions. Um, yeah, India. Yeah, so I think Luxon may have this idea that he's may think he's too smart to be outsmarted, and yeah, I just don't think he is. I don't know the guy personally, but you know, my local dairy owner has 700 has a seven has 720s McLaren. His family has owned that dairy for 25 years. Wow, that's unreal. I remember in Perth. So here's an example, right? So in Perth, to be closer to home, there's a couple of jobs that I did. One was a construction labourer. Really awesome family, the Stratfold family over there in Perth. So shout out to them. Beautiful people. Gave me an opportunity. This was around about the time it's like I'd had enough of just traveling away overseas and working, and I wanted to do something closer to home. Minimum wage, uh, basically a lot of digging holes, a lot of spreading dirt in the back, on the homes and the residential homes and stuff that they were building. Cool job. Another job that I had, I don't know if maybe I have spoken about in other videos when I've been asked questions about jobs that I've had. One of the other jobs that I had was working at McDonald's, Butler McDonald's in Perth, Western Australia, in Butler. At the time, I had already been working. I was doing training and assessing work for SafeRite in Australia. That's owned by what's his name? Ex-Australian SASR guy. Has done very well for himself. Him and his family. McCormack. Mac McCormack. So him and his family done well. But even then, I'd had enough of that. Good money. Travel around to different mine sites in Australia. Do some training locally, domestically in town in Perth as well, in Belmont area. All good. Um, Paid more than the construction job, but again, been really fortunate, blessed. Anyway, there was an opportunity or a job that was going at McDonald's. So I applied for it and I got the job. And I did basic cleaning type stuff. Um, but it was walking distance from home where we were in Butler. Nice, it's super close to home. Just sort of, I don't know if it's a midlife crisis. I wouldn't call it that. It was just at a stage of, man, I'm sick and tired of traveling overseas, doing a lot of private security work and stuff at that time. I'm sick and tired, really, of even traveling in and around Australia. So I'd travel over to the East Coast, Curtis Island and stuff, travel up to over to Queensland and Sydney from time to time, travel to PNG, travel to Kuala Lumpur, travel into all these places with regards to training and assessing health and safety. Awesome stuff. It was great. Stay in nice hotels, get paid well. Um, but it was just like I'd had enough. Like it was just, oh, man, I'm pretty well had a gut full of doing this sort of stuff. I just want to be a bit closer to home. Anyway, Lincoln, a lonely clean tables job. I wasn't even at the checkout. Wasn't working drive through. I was in the back end mostly, cleaning in and around I guess you'd call them the hot presses in the McDonald's in Butler, where they're cooking up and making all the food. When I wasn't doing that, then I'd be wiping tables and go and clean the toilets. It's like 4 people, and people might listen to that. I don't know if I've gone into this much detail on this particular job, but I know I've spoken about different jobs and stuff that I've had in the past. And I've enjoyed and appreciated all the jobs that I've had. And it was owned, where was I going with it? It was owned by an Indian. It was owned by an Indian, that particular McDonald's, and he owned 5 McDonald's franchises in Australia, in Perth, Western Australia at that time. Really nice guy. He came in, and I don't know why, but he spoke with the manager that was there and asked to have a meeting with me. So I rock up to work, and sorry, I was given the heads up. This is the Indian guy. Rocks up in his BMW, and that was the other thing that this guy did. He brought all his managers, who were the one at that Butler McDonald's at the time wasn't an Indian, I'd say an Australian. She had a BMW. One of the other people that I think looked after the recruiting, he brought her a BMW. These were non-Indians. And then had a meeting with me. I won't go into all the detail about what we spoke about there, but it was a good meeting. And this was he was somebody that worked, to the earlier comment that I read earlier, worked his way up from the ground. I think it might have been my soap's comment at the car dealership place. This guy worked from the ground up. And then at that stage, so this is going back, I want to say 2015 maybe? Somewhere around there. This is a guy that had worked his way from the ground up and now owned 5 McDonald's. Really profitable businesses dotted around Perth, Western Australia. Asking to have a chat with me. And it was humbling. It was cool to have a chat with him. It was a good meeting, but I always knew that I wasn't going to be staying there forever. Like it was just temporary, keep things ticking over. We were okay financially from a financial perspective, but it's always nice just in case, to have extra income coming in. And that job was literally walking distance from home. It was nice and close, and it was easy. So I didn't need to travel anywhere. I didn't need to catch flight after flight or check into another hotel and then travel back and all that sort of stuff. And people might be like, oh, woe is me. First world problems, eh? And like, apologies, that's not what I'm trying to make it sound like, although now that I say that out loud, that's probably what it sounds like. But when you just like have had enough of doing certain things, well, that was one of those things that I'd had enough of doing. And this was much easier, slower paced, simple work, and just really didn't have to worry about anything. Like there were some young teenagers working there at the time, a couple of adults, and it was simple work. Where was I going with that? Well, this Indian, to the comment that was mentioned earlier, worked super hard to get to the stage of where he was at. And not only was he doing well for himself, but it seemed to me like he was rewarding people that I worked with there at that McDonald's. Spoke really highly of him as the owner. And the manager that was there said that they moved to be there to be closer to their home because they were managing another McDonald's that he owned in another area, which was about another 30, 40 minutes away. So to be closer to home for them, it was a win-win. And that particular boss or the owner, that Indian owner, looked after their employee. So there are plenty of good people is where I'm going with that as well. It's not all doom and gloom. So hence why I mentioned Corey Gardner, I think was the can't see it on here now, but his comment earlier, there are good people regardless of what culture they come from. And again, if people are prepared to swallow their pride, whatever that is for them, and put their ego to the side and be willing to step in to take on other jobs, like you can do okay. You can, it might not be as great as what you were getting before, but if nothing else, it'll help at the very least keep things ticking over to some degree until such time as something else comes along or something better, or you decide, okay, actually, I want to get back into doing this thing now, and then you go and do whatever that thing is. So, yeah. Anyway, local dairy, don't blame the people. India's can't blame the people. It's the government we need to look at. Yeah, definitely. The government, we all have a part in that, though. I reckon, man, 78. Like people, us as people, regardless of who they are, where we come from, etc. We all play our part. It's not just the government. Unfortunately, there are bad apples that get through, but just because, what's the analogy? A tree has one or two bad apples doesn't mean the whole tree is rotten. This means, sometimes people slip through the cracks. And so, yeah, I think there's trying to find that connection, government doing their job well, people doing their part too, and blink and not being eggs. Local dairy owner has, oh yeah, sorry, I read that. He's a good man. He gives food away to people struggling in the community. That is awesome. There you go. Like just an example of the guy from McDonald's. I don't know if the McDonald's guy was giving away food to the community, but I know he was looking after his employees and staff, and some of those staff made a point of letting me know for whatever reason, which is cool. Taxi drivers, Uber drivers, etc. It's a bit of a cliche, but it's absolutely true. Yep, I agree with that. Oh bloody hell! This comment thing just shot right down, and I can see I've missed a whole bunch. Jeepers. Um, I think I got to that one. Ultimate bad. Nah, not that. Nah, not that. Bloody hell! Sorry, peeps. Looks like there were heaps of questions on here. I'm just scrolling back up and having a look. Dun dun dun. Holy heck! Another issue redacted. Taxi. Oh yeah. NZ was never a thing. This is from first last. NZ was never a thing, never a united front. Whites and Maoris could never get along. Too much division. Yeah, I agree with you in that part. First last. Maoris and whites. There's too much. What's the term? Mamai, hurt, pain, suffering, held on the Maori side. I think this is just my take for Maori to find a way to move forward. I think Maori are trying to move forward. Don't get me. I'm not speaking for every Maori here. I'm barely speaking for my blinking black backside. But and because I never experienced the racism that Samoa says, wasn't here during the Blinken wars and stuff that took place in colonization. I personally didn't sit at the feet of my koro and my gran and hear them talk about their struggles, or my great grandparents, etc. On my well Maori side, because my grandparents were Maori, as far as I'm aware, on both sides, both my mum and dad's side. Although apparently my dad has African American heritage, so but I don't know because he never met his dad either. So there's yeah. Anyway, um, but I never sat at and heard those stories. I don't have those stories to then pass on to my children, etc., etc. So there's a lot of, I acknowledge there's a lot of information that has been lost, and with that, I think also probably a lot of pain that has probably been lost. So because I personally can't sit here and go, oh, this happened and that happened, and I'm regurgitating and speaking to things second, fourth, 100th hand after somebody else has spoken about, what they've experienced or what they've heard. And so that doesn't really serve any purpose, because if I can't connect to it personally, then I don't carry the same venom, for want of a better term, into debates or into discussions around, or politics even, in and around what I think should happen and shouldn't happen, and bang my fist on the table, etc. Those that have, right or wrong, for me, right or wrong, for them, right or wrong, they do, and so they are more vocal. They potentially do have more dare I say, venom in their words when they're speaking about things. They have more specific examples that they can share in relation to trying to get their point across in terms of what it is that they want and what it is that they feel needs to happen in order to reconcile those things. But I don't have the answers for all of that stuff. It's blinking way above my blinking pay grade. um, another issue is New Zealand has been used as stepping stone. Yep, to get into Australia, 100%. That's one of the things that I was going to talk about tonight as well. Like, ask a question. Do people think that people use Aotearoa as a stepping stone to get to Australia? Because I 100% think they do. I know people that have flat out said that's what they did. So, and that those weren't Indian people; those are from the islands. So I do 100% know that that is the case. One Nation's Pauline Hanson was talking about having to live in New Zealand for 10 years or more. If that's what Australia does, I think that's a great thing. I think that's the same with regards to anybody wanting to come to New Zealand and wanting to have the opportunity to vote, and or have that they should have citizenship first, and that they should have earned that right, that privilege, that opportunity first before they get to vote. So I think Pauline Hanson's onto something there. And I'll admit, without knowing all of One Nation's policies, right now, to me, as I look at Australia from afar, from here in NZ, they are the front runner to me. Like, if I was in Australia, I would be voting again, and I would be voting One Nation. Um, Unless they blink and just had a massive brain fart and something happened to them by the time the election comes around next year in 2028, they're all changed from what it is that they're talking about this year. Then yeah, then I'd be back to where I am and go, bugger that, I'm not voting for anyone. But based on what I've seen of Pauline Hanson and One Nation, right now, I would vote for them in Australia. Here in NZ, I have no idea. I'm not seeing any particular party stand out like One Nation is doing in Australia at the moment for the Australian people. Labor and Albanese is a rodent. He is a blinking, what's the word? He is a maggot. He is a traitor to the Australian people. He is corrupt. So are the members within that Labor government. That blinking female twat that resigned from Victoria, I think, as the Victoria Premier, whatever her name is. They are just, yeah, these people have no morals at all. Just blinking evil, corrupt, blinking should be taken out the back and shot. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube. Who knows? I'm going to find out. Hey, my channel, it's been definitely been longer than 10 minutes. Maybe that affects the monetization or whatever. But there's just something about people that have that level of corruption about them, that have been doing it for so many years, that think that they're never going to get caught, and it would appear nothing happens to them, and everybody else pays and suffers, but those people carry on living their lives in luxury without any consequences at all. It just seems, to me, it just seems wrong. But anyway, um, another issue, stepping stone did that before applying to live in Australia doesn't affect NZ born citizens. Oh, yeah, okay. That's interesting. Thanks for that, my soap. Yeah, exactly before it's too late. Rubber Kiwi, how many people don't vote because there's no one to vote for? Yep, I'm one of those. I've been one of those. Um, and I've been like that since I've been back here in 2020. Because I've felt like there's no one, there's people to vote for, but there's just nobody that I've trusted to vote for. And that's me not even looking to do any homework, to do any research into who should I vote for. Right? That's just me sitting back, being lazy, and going, now I'm not voting for them because I don't like. I've heard something from someone else, or I've seen something pop up, and I go, oh, I don't agree with that. I think they're blinking idiots. Or somebody's accused somebody else, or the way they talk in the Parliament House, they're just yelling matches, arguing, preaching about talking about collaborating and working together in partnership with the community, and we're going to build this great thing. Then they go into Parliament House and then they're like, your budget is full of caca. No, your budget's full of caca. You don't care about the educators. You don't care about the teachers. You don't care about the doctors, nurses, this. And they're just pointing fingers, and they're all as bad as each other, from what I can see. Then you got Te Pāti Māori. They want to bloody do a haka in the Parliament. Some people getting kicked out for wearing or not wearing a tie, but you can do a haka in the Parliament, and then just it's a shambles, bro. Like, I'm no expert, but again, like, when I look at those bits and pieces, for me as a proud Maori and New Zealander, it doesn't instill confidence for me to go, yeah, I wouldn't mind voting. Like, that looks good, awesome. I want to vote for them. Just seems like a load of rubbish. But anyway, Here I am, getting on my soapbox and having a rant. Um, Sorry, I didn't realize I was watching the start of the stream and not it live. Oh, all good, man. All good. I appreciate you stopping by for just for one NZ for life. I'll just stick with Huxley Road and Kaiti Dairy, just not London Street. Oh man, I used to love going to London Street, getting the fish and chips and stuff from there. NZ for life. They had the best and the fattest at the time power fritters. I remember. Man, I loved eating those. Oh, blinking heck, my mouth is watering right now. And it's what's the time? What's that time? Uh, 9:04. Holy hecker! Out nearly 2 hours. Anyway, I don't care. I'm enjoying this. So I'm going to read through these comments because it's interesting for me seeing what people have to say and bringing up when you bring back memories like this. Yeah, Kaiti Dairy, Huxley, London Street. Oh man, yeah, the fish and chips from there. I have no idea what those are like these days. Yeah, but Huxley Road Dairy was a popular hangout for me. They had the arcade games there. Remember when Street Fighter One was there? Final Fight was there. I think Final Fight was the one with Cody, Hagar, and Guy, like the characters that you could use. And then I want to say Double Dragon was one of the other machines when they had 3 or 4 machines in there. But yeah, Street Fighter One was there. Then Street Fighter Two got brought in. Oh man, good memories. Sorry, going way off track. Inquisitive. Why is Indians getting singled out from other immigrants? I think at this time, in terms of what what I've seen on the media for Inquisitive Live, I think it's probably largely because that's the sort of demographic that's been getting spoken about recently. For me, anyway, at least on what I've seen and heard on the media. The UK stuff, the Ceuta stuff in Spain aside, in terms of they're talking about Pakistani and Muslims and that sort of thing. Yeah, you have Muslims, I would assume, in India as well, more than likely. But it just seems to me like at this stage, in terms of the video that I did, are we becoming New India or New Delhi? Is because from what I've been seeing pop up on my feed and when I have conversations with people, when people send me stuff, it's been largely a lot of the immigration stuff. Like what I mentioned earlier, I don't know how long ago now, but there's talk in South Auckland and Papatoetoe of renaming that because of the population being so heavily Indian dominant, renaming that to an Indian name and removing the name that's been given to it for as long as I can remember here in Aotearoa and changing that. So that's probably why. To your comment, inquisitive with a Z, number one. That's what I've got anyway. Feel free to chime in. There's definitely, obviously, other ethnicities and other immigrants in the country. Rubber got fined the one that best aligns with your beliefs. Impossible to find a perfect party. I used to not vote. Yeah, and I think I agree with that, man. 78. To my soap, I can understand where my soap's coming from with his comments, and I was aligned with that for the longest period of time. I think there is, but like I've said, the onus is on me personally to do some work. Like I've got to put in some work and have a look into it and do this. So I can't. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to promise that I'm going to be diligently doing that every day because I'm just not. Like politics still isn't one of those things that is high on my list of priorities. It's just not for me personally. Am I concerned though? I'm concerned enough for me to start having a look in terms of the different parties. So that's what I'd say. But like the bread and butter of my channel is blinking reaction videos. it's never been a source to be a voice of reason, or to be a source of a political blinking mega brain talking about what should happen in New Zealand politics or immigration or defence or all of that sort of stuff. Like mine has just been chip away doing reaction videos by and large mostly to military stuff, and then from time to time bits and pieces in and around other things pop up, and or I might get a bit bored and decide to take the piss out of Blanken, Meal Team 6 or Gravy Seals or whatever with regards to little videos and stuff that I've done. But this is obviously, again, the reason for the live is because apologies in advance to those 350 plus people that have taken the time out of your day to comment on my video. Is New Zealand becoming India? Like I'm just not going to get around to responding to, dare I say, any of yous. This is me trying to provide a response in some small way, just to acknowledge and thank yous for taking time. Whether I don't, some of the comments I've read, a lot of them have been people, from what I've seen, venting their, dare I say, some of their frustrations or their concerns. Maybe not even venting, that's probably not even the right word. Just sharing, expressing their concerns, their experience, their opinions. And that's awesome. Like, that's cool. It's not, wasn't done to deliberately try to target Indians or anything like that. It was done in response to a video that I was sent, and I thought, man, this is interesting. And now it's shifted to, this is interesting and somewhat concerning to me personally. I'm going to do a reaction to it. So that's what I did. One of those non-military things that I did a reaction to. And then, holy heck, a nick minute, bloody less than a day later, there's blinking thousands of views on it, or a few thousand views. I think last I saw it, it was around about 4,700 views or whatever, which is a massive amount of views for my little channel. Like, I typically don't get that many views on my videos. Like, there might be 50, 60 views, sometimes a few hundred. And then, holy heck, for that to blink and take off, for that little video, yeah, that's the reason for this live. And maybe that's probably part of the answer that I should have given to Inquisitive as well. Greasy choir boy at my soap, damn right. Aussie will shut the door on the rest of us once they figure it out. If you mean the rest of us, like Kiwis and that sort of thing, yeah, they may well do as well, possibly. First, last, at the current rate of immigration, if I live until average life expectancy, I should be able to see 60% of the people who reside here not actually come from here. Wow. Edge Rise, big love, Kiwis from South Africa. Back at you. And I've shared on another video when I got asked a question in terms of my favorite national anthems. The US and the South African national anthems are right up there. Obviously, New Zealand and Australia are there. I've got to have maintain my bias to that New Zealand, and the Australian national anthem, having the privilege to be citizens of both and live there. Great countries, but yeah, outside of that, South Africa and US national anthems are pretty good. Jake Mozzie, in the suburbs of West Melbourne, there's a little game we play called Spot the Aussie. I haven't won one round yet. Bro, yep. I remember that game being played when we were in Perth up in Butler on our street on Mary Port Way. We had, well, actually, no, like we did have, but what we did was we can't include them because they're Indigenous. So an Aboriginal family living right next door to us, beautiful family. Cross the road, we had Irish. Next to us, we had English. Next to them, I want to say Scottish, or maybe they were Welsh. They won't be happy with me, either of those two countries, Scotland or Wales. But yeah, I want to say that. Across from them, we had another Scottish family. So maybe they were Scottish, maybe they were Welsh, or maybe it was Scottish and Scottish. Up the road, we had South African. Down further, and then further up that way towards the South African, in between the Aboriginal and the South African, we had a Kiwi family. Sadly, that family, I think one of the family members, won't mention his name, sadly got deported back to NZ. He's bloody, unfortunately, got up to no good and got deported. And I think there may have been one legitimate Australian family, non-Aboriginal family, down on the opposite side of the road, but on the same street. So yeah, the Spot the Aussie seems like a well-known game over there in Australia. We'll be doing that if we're not doing that already here in Aotearoa. Spot the Aussie. Is Israel involved in a lot, or do a lot of people say Israel is involved? Yeah, great question, eh? I think I hear a lot of people saying Israel is involved. Fun fact, the Palestinian genocide is the only one in history where the targeted population increased. Oh, wow. How does that work? Genocide, targeted population increased. Outside my bandwidth, bro. If Israel are the ultimate bad guys, I think we'll be okay. They're bloody useless. Yeah, who knows? I know I don't know. Let's see what happens. Suf Slum. Message retracted. Okay. You can do that, eh? Can I retract the message? Oh no, if I type something in here, it's probably going to scroll all the way down again. I'm going to have to try to find where I was up to. The government, greasy choir boy. Is that choir? Yeah, quiet. The government discovered years ago that it's easier to import labor, tradies, professionals than it is to invest in the population and train them ourselves. Tertiary trades, education used to be free. Wow. That's what can be done about that? Can anything be done about that? Is that just a legislation policy change? How do you make that discovered years ago it's easier to import labor? Why is that? So it's easier to import labor. It's also easier to export work to be done elsewhere in China or India or other places or the Philippines. It seems like as well. That seems like some sort of convoluted blanking web. I don't know how that works. Again, one of the many things that I would need to look into, but I definitely ain't going to be getting around to any of that sort of stuff. Like, I'm not committing myself to doing that every day. I got reaction videos to do, man. I think actually there was somebody that put a comment in here. Well, this is certainly one way to get views. I think it said, actually, have I got that in the comments? And then, but they also said, I hope this doesn't become your main, basically the main way in which you're going to be doing videos now. Something along those lines. I can't bloody find it. Not going to carry on scrolling through there. But yeah, somebody did put that. That was never the intention. Like it was something different. Like I said, got sent it to me, had a look at it. Man, that's interesting. Played it. I thought I'm going to do a reaction to it, and then this is what's happened. Some people might look at it and go, Joe, you should just switch and do your videos on this sort of content. Look at the views it's getting you. Look at the subscriptions that have happened and that have increased as a result. Um, I That's not the space that I'm in. I will do these sort of reactions from time to time, but yeah, whatever happens, happens. Like that's not why I got into this. I didn't get into YouTube to become a political channel. Although I suppose in saying that, I guess by default, um, those sort of things are naturally going to present themselves for conversations or discussion, and you either lean into it or you don't. Um, so yeah, I don't mind leaning into it and giving my personal take of my thoughts, as stupid as they may sound, and or as wrong as they may be, and or dare I say, as naive and uneducated as they may be. But that's the beauty about social media, eh? You can say whatever the truck you want for the most part. And people will either listen and go, yeah, that's right, or they'll go, piss off, you twat. You don't know what you're on about. um, what's this? Government, tradies. Oh, yeah, sorry, did that. Rubber Kiwi, Israel are useless. You don't pay close attention to world affairs, I'm assuming. That's from Christian. Jason, sounds like wise words, Joe. Roll up your sleeves, work hard, and make lots more New Zealand babies. Save the great state of Far East Australia. Correct up. Make more New Zealand babies. Greasy Car, the government looks 3 years ahead and then change their tune to get votes. Now, I have heard that, eh? The 3 year cycle. I have heard that too, the 3 year cycle. And hence why also I've also heard in the same breath with that 3 year cycle why truck all gets done, why it takes so long for policy to come through because of that 3 year cycle. So yeah, maybe that's part of it. Eh? It's just ridiculous. Buck Rooney is still here. Well, I don't know if he's still here now, but you're still here in terms of where I'm up to in the comments. The Albanese government opened the floodgates in Oz. Our only hope is for Pauline to shut the gates for a few years until we catch up. Then we let in decent people. Yeah, great call out, Buckaroony. I agree with you, bro. Like, in line with a whole bunch of other stuff. But if nothing else, I personally think just put a pause on immigration. New Zealand, Australia, UK, US, Canada, whatever. Like people have said, Canada's gone. Like I don't know what's been happening there, but let's like go New Zealand and Australia if we can. Let's just put a pause on it for a few years. What sort of detriment? How detrimental is that going to be to these two countries? I would say it would have next to none in terms of being massively detrimental to the countries. There might be some bumps and hiccups at the start, maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing here, purely guessing, but that's all our politicians are doing anyway, isn't it? They're forecasting, they're predicting, they are trucking, guessing. They're guessing what will happen in X amount of time. If we use the 3 year cycle for NZ or whatever, if it's the same for Australia, I don't know. They're guessing what will happen in a few years' time and then trying to feather their own nests, line their own pockets to make it seems to make as much money as they can in a shorter period of time and then get the truck out. Um, that's my very cynical way um, of looking at it. I'm not saying everybody's like that, and I'd like to think, with people like Pauline Hanson or One Nation, that they are not going to be like that. What I know for damn sure is do not let that waste of space, weasel, traitor, dirty little maggot rat, wank stain, wasty, wank Drew wasty, Andrew Hasty, don't let that twat anywhere near leading a party. How the truck he got into the regiment is just mind blowing to me. That Lincoln wank stain, spoof stain, is exactly that, a stain on the regiment and a stain on the Australian Defence Force, and he's on a Lincoln cock of the century stain on the Australian people. He is a dirtbag. I don't know the guy personally. I'm basing this on what I'm reading and seeing and how I've heard him speak, and the fact that he goes in to get called as a witness and getting all his legal fees paid for the defamation case that he is currently facing at the moment, that's been brought against him, that's been paid by Channel 9. You can't tell me that the defamation case that RS brought against Channel 9, one of those media outlets, as well as a couple of others, that because they're paying a former operator, no, I shouldn't even use that term, a blinking current Wankstain's fees for his legal counsel and all that sort of stuff, that they're not going to milk him for everything that they can and then blink and throw that piece of trash out with the garbage as soon as they can. I have no doubt that that's what they'll do. Hopefully that's what they do, just so that blinking ball bag gets an understanding of what he's done to the regiment and what he's continuing to do. I do hope he gets called in as a witness for the defence, or for the prosecution against RS, because I do think they'll have a field day in terms of pulling him apart, whereby somehow he can magically recall all these conversations that he has with his boyfriends and the ones that were rejected into 4 Squadron in and around RS, but he can't remember more recently of leaking a private tape or recording to the media and to certain people. And he can't remember the conversations that he had with those ones, but he can remember the ones that he had with his boyfriends from the regiment. Again, that treacherous blinking maggot is a stain for everything to do with the Australian Defence Force, in my opinion, and the regiment. I have a lot of respect for Harry Moffat. People have asked me, they're like, bro, how can you be so outspoken? So see, these are some of the messages that I've received. How can you be so outspoken and attacking Andrew Hasty when, guys like your mate Harry Moffat have a lot of respect for him? We're different people at the end of the day. Harry Moffat, I respect. He's a really good guy, in my opinion, my time in having known him. For the time that I did know him, and he went to a different squadron while I was in there. Really good guy. He's doing great things. Wish him nothing but the best. Him and his sweetheart, Mel, as well. I had the privilege to interview her way back when, after interviewing him. Good guy. Nothing against Moff at all. The fact that he has a lot of respect for Andrew Hasty, so that's where these questions have come from, that's his opinion. Like, he's entitled to his opinion, and I'm entitled to mine. The fact that we don't agree on that, would I sit down with Moff and have a conversation? So there's been some of the other questions. Would you sit down with Moff and have a conversation with him to try to get a better understanding of why he rates Wankstein Wasty so highly? The short answer to that is no. I would sit down with Moff and have a conversation with him, but I don't want to be wasting my time with a friend talking about somebody who I think is a complete waste of oxygen. So I wouldn't do that. If Moff brought it up and started, looking to try to inject that in there, I don't think he would, because he probably knows my thought or my position of Andrew. And maybe Moff doesn't consider me a friend anymore. I don't know. I haven't. I don't message Moff after I've posted something about blank and Wankstein wasting. Go, hey Moff, I hope you're okay, mate. Hope we can still be friends. Just so you know, I've put this out here about, like, that fellow's got his own business and work that he's doing. I'm doing my own thing. So I'm not going to spam him and go, oh, I hope you're all right with this. I hope this doesn't affect our friendship. For me, it's never affected my friendship with Moff. The fact that I have a different opinion of some other guy who I think is a complete twat and a maggot. He thinks different to me. I can't speak for Moff whether or not he thinks that I'm not his friend or whatever now, because we have a difference of opinion. That's just not how I roll. He can have a different opinion. He might think Pauline Hanson is terrible and treacherous and traitorous, and maybe he's not voting for her. We have a different opinion on that as well. I'm not going to drop him as a mate because of that. Like he's entitled to his opinion. Anyway, I've gone off topic enough with regards to that. Israel did that. Far East Oz 3 years. Buckaroony, yeah, did that. Mr. Buckaroony, Sudanese are a big problem in Victoria. They are bad news. I 100% agree. That was on the street that I was in Mirraport Way. There was a whole bunch of Sudanese that moved in. So when I was talking about the spot, the Aussie, I did forget about them. Large Sudanese. Well, actually, it wasn't that large at that time, but I would say it's probably a lot larger now. They are a concern as well. That ethnicity, um, that population, in terms of coming into the country. I'm not saying all of them, but it is pretty clear that there are a number of them that are bloody just dirtbags and look to do stupid stuff. Whether that comes and stems from the country that they lived in and that the poverty that they've been in, and they think that that's okay, whether it was done to them. So therefore, they think, again, continuing that cycle, they think it's okay for them to do it to these people and these people and these people, even though they're not in their country anymore. It's probably very, realistically, it's likely very hard to change a lot of that wiring for people if and when they've been exposed to it for such long periods of time. Much like corruption. Once people are corrupted and they get a taste for what's been offered to them, it's likely very hard for them to turn away and go, oh, no, I'm not doing this anymore. Well, you did it once. Why are you stopping it now? That's forever going to hang over them. Then they do it twice and then again and again and again, and just blinking gets out of control, I guess. No, did that. Greasy quiet, voting for citizens only, not permanent residents. Yep, I agree with that. Like, I'm all for that. Citizens only. And those citizens who have earned it, like, if that takes several years, if that takes 5 years, if that takes 7 years to earn citizenship, I don't know what the number is. At the end of the day, it's a number. But whatever that number is to earn citizenship, and you've got this track record, evidence of the person assimilating into the culture of them doing things. Like, probably the only exception to that, and I'm biased here because this is what happened to me, would be if you were changing from one country's defense force or coming from another country and looking to join another country and going straight into their defense force. So in my case, I left from New Zealand and left from the New Zealand Defense Force. I had to get out completely, discharge completely, and then sign up fully with the Australian Defense Force. Because they were getting ready, the unit that I went to, because they were getting ready to deploy overseas, they fast-tracked, and I've spoken about this before, they fast-tracked my citizenship, because you could not be a citizen at that time. You could not deploy on operations at that time if you were not an Australian citizen. I was a bit gutted by that. I was thinking, oh, crap, how long is that going to take? How many years is that going to take? These guys are leaving next year, and I'm not going to be able to go. So I'm going to be sitting in camp, doing camp picket, like doing truck all is what I thought. But thankfully, because I joined, so this is probably the only time where I would say there should be an exemption for citizenship. But then, just to make sure that people don't go, oh, I'm going to join the military and then get out after 6 months or 12 months, that there's some sort of ROSO or return of service for the person going in. So minimum 5 years service or minimum 7 years service or whatever it is, 4 years service. Who knows? Whatever that is, there should be, there may potentially, I should say, be an allowance made for that. But again, that's because I'm biased in terms of how I went over. I wouldn't have been able to deploy with 4RAR had I not got citizenship. And so I'm grateful that I did get citizenship, even though I was a rat bag and didn't stay to sing the Australian national anthem after. Thought I got away with it, but I didn't. And I've sung it many times since and sung both verses. And I know both verses, and I would gladly stand and sing it proudly if representing Australia. When I'm here back in NZ, well, I'll stand for the Australian national anthem, but I don't need to sing that now, so I'll just sing the New Zealand national anthem. some of the lads in Australia go, "No, you bloody traitor! You be part of the Labor Party with Albanese." Yeah, maybe that's what it is, eh? But anyway, that aside, those would be my, in support of what Greasy Choir Boys got here. Yeah, I think citizens all the way. I'm 100%. I support that. Vanilla Butcher. Oh no, I'm late. That'd be a first for you, Vanilla Butcher. Sorry, I can't see what time you've put this comment in here. Iron Lion, an enemy of an enemy is an ally. Here we go. I like that. An enemy of an enemy is an ally. Vanilla Butcher, everyone that you fight is not your enemy, and everyone that helps you is not. That's the one. Thank you, Vanilla Butcher. everyone that helps you is not your friend. Bloody hell, what was I saying? I can't even remember what rubbish I said before. I'd have to go back and watch the video, but that's over 2 hours ago now. Well, I started this 2 hours ago. So anyway, thank you, Vanilla Butcher. Everyone that you fight is not your enemy, and everyone that helps you is not your friend, or not necessarily your friend. Wise words that, you can see those words definitely didn't come from me, because I couldn't even bloody remember them to say them properly. Thank you, Vanilla Butcher. Appreciate it. Jason C. Greasy Quaboy, strongly agree. Only citizen voting would steer the country in a better direction. Would work in Australia too, and stop imported votes. 100%. I think that's how do you make that? How do you get that to happen? Like, it seems like in Australia, as an example, it seems like that may not be able to happen until such time as the Labor government is booted out of there and One Nation gets in, which I hope happens. Here in NZ, I don't know when the voting cycle is. One of those, oh, hang on, what did I see on the site that I was on? Time left, oh no, that's time left to change role. 3 days, 2 hours, 32 minutes, it's got here on the little countdown timer that it's got. So I don't know that that's for an election. How do we change it here? Changing the policy sounds like, but in order to change the policy, it seems like we probably have to change the government. So New Zealand first, old Uncle Winston Peters seems to be the only one that's talking about it in terms of what he's got here. New Zealand first campaign to change campaign on citizens only voting, which I agree with, which has been mentioned in here so far. What's this, Rubber Kiwi? I do, Christian, finding two stories that aren't totally contradictory to each other as that'll be the comment that these guys are having earlier. Real challenge. Often told by the same person. This is a very strange time to be alive. Rubber Kiwi. Problem there is citizens know all about the scumbag politician class. If they passed a law like that, it would be the last law they ever pass. Then who will buy them mansions? Yeah, so much, so much to this. As I read these comments, and I just think, man, there's obviously a lot of you people out there got so much more insight and brains than I do in and around politics, probably based on whether how long you followed them for, whether you still follow them or whatever. This is new to me. So trying to learn and get a better understanding of where these things are and people's views. And I think that's a really important part. You had that twat Dumbanese saying that he's going around and we've spoken with young people and we're making these tax changes and capital gains tax, etc., and taxing the hell out of you so that future generations can get into their own home. No, they're not. None of what he has shown, even my small brain having a look at it, cannot see how and where that benefits younger future generations of Australia to get into their own homes. The older generation can't see it. The current generation can't see it. And those younger generations who are probably closer to that age, 17, 18, who take an interest in and are looking at politics and are looking at employment and investing and those sorts of things, even they can't. So I'd love to know. I've never heard and seen Dumbanese talk about the number of young people that he's apparently spent time with and spoken to, where those conversations took place, and what sort of polling or capturing of information was done to get an understanding of what young people felt needed to happen in order to help them have the best chance of getting into their own home down the track. And I wouldn't just base it all on the younger generation, like include them. You said you've spoken with them. I haven't seen any information around that. No numbers, no locations, no census or votes or poll to get an idea of what their biggest concerns were. And then with the current people, it seems like he hasn't been listening to anybody there. It seems like he's been listening to whoever's pulling the strings for that blinking little maggot puppet in the background. And he's managed to line his own pockets, avoid capital gains taxes on his investment properties, and sink that into a multi-million-dollar home, which seems to be exempt from certain taxes and all that sort of thing with regards to the home that is apparently his. So there's just so much blinking dirt and smoke in behind the scenes and mirrors in regards to all of this sort of stuff. And I am definitely no expert in it. What's that? Read that one. End colonial Epstein regimes. India was destroyed by the East India Company and the British Empire. Like us, Māori were disinherited. They want India cannon fodder for fascist Trump colonial racist murder. Whew, okay. Took me a while to get through that. My apologies. Thanks for your comment. Cherry Joe, do you agree? Controlled immigration should be mandatory from the start. Yep, I agree. I haven't even read the rest of your comment. I don't see why uncontrollable immigration would be seen in the eyes of those in power as a benefit for the people. Same. I agree with that comment. Cherry D6Y5V. Controlled immigration should be mandatory from the start. I personally 100% agree. I also would go one further. Well, I don't know if it's one further, but I will also go in the same direction as what New Zealand First seems to be doing and saying that only citizens of New Zealand should be voting. That's my take. Not permanent residents, not visa without an expiry date, not whatever other blinking junk rules there are. Where is it? You are eligible. Let's have a look at this. Let me just share the screen. Dun, 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 dun. People are this, so I'm probably not sharing anything that people don't already know. To vote in general election, you need to be enrolled by midnight 13 days before election. Yep. Okay. So for the 26th general election, this means you can't enroll or update your details after midnight, 25th of October. Okay, so that's not that far away. So that must be what that countdown's for. You're eligible to enroll and vote if you're 18 years or older, a New Zealand citizen or resident for electoral purposes, and you've lived in New Zealand continuously for 12 months or more at some time in your life. Are you kidding me? At some time in your life? I didn't know that part. What does that mean at some time in your life? So does it mean you lived there for 12 months, you left, come back, but you've only been back for 2 minutes so you can vote again? Is that what that means? Maybe that's what it means. You're a resident for electoral purposes if you're living in New Zealand lawfully and you're not required to leave within a specified time frame. So I think that's all that visa stuff that people have spoken about. But man, pretty crazy. And this is what those guys were talking about, I imagine, to that reaction that I did recently, which Blinken, dare I say, stirred up the hornet's nest, so to speak. That wasn't the intention, to try to stir up any hornet's nest. It was just, oh, this is interesting to me. I appreciate the person who sent this to me. I'm going to do a reaction to it, because it is something, like I said to one of the earlier questions, inquisitive why Indians been singled out. It's just because that's been a lot of stuff of what I've been seeing on my feed lately and what people have been talking about, at least here for NZ. So I did a reaction to it. Stop sharing that. Come back to these. So that was Cherry. Yep, and I agree with the rest of your comment as well. Manila Butcher, Luxon used to be a CEO, so I'd say he's got a lot of knowledge running a business. Yep, probably a very profitable business too. He's probably quite happy running his business under the guise of a political party to probably make himself a heck of a lot of money. Incliner Hindu TVA is a fascist creation which colonial Luxon wants on side for scumbag pedo Trump USA. Whew, okay. Okay, mate. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I've actually seen a lot of the stuff in regards to Epstein and Trump, and he's done a great job of burying that, hasn't he? So people with a lot of power seem to have the ability to sweep whatever they want under the carpet. What's his name? That Fauci blanking twat, that old twat that's on the Senate hearing. He's been pardoned fully by President Biden, I think at the time. So, and then sits in the Senate hearing and then takes the fifth, even though that right or that entitlement under their constitution doesn't apply to him because he's been pardoned. But he doesn't want to tell the truth. I wonder, with America being the way it is, I wonder how many people and what it would take, if people have been feel massively hurt or whatever by this twat Fauci, or however you say his name. I wouldn't be surprised if people looked to potentially take matters into their own hands. If that guy was just raking in money hand over fist off people dying in America, based on some of the bits and pieces and snippets that I've seen. That's actually some of the other stuff that I was looking at that I've got on my list of things to do reactions to. Some of those are paid requests, by the way. So shout out those. Actually, shout out anybody that's on this live. Shout out those that have taken the time to watch any of the videos that I've done, commented here, that are channel that are subscribers or channel supporters or whatever. Thank yous all very much. I should have bloody mentioned that at the start. Um, but yeah, it's it's an awesome learning journey for me with regards to what's happening here. But having these sort of live sessions, like, I'm enjoying this. I don't know, like here in NZ, it's a bit late. People have got work tomorrow, so I don't imagine there's going to be many people on this live. I wasn't expecting there to be as many people as what there are, but I'm grateful for it. So thank you for stopping by. It's not wasted on me. I'm going to go through these comments and and at least read them, at least as many as I can, if not all of them. So we'll see how we go. What's this? I'm sure. So first, last, I'm sure displacing the native population of New Zealand with Indians won't be bad at all. Look at Fiji. A couple of coups later. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, to that dirtbag from the COVID stuff in America, that Senate hearing. What would it take? What will it take for people to just go, enough is enough, man? Like, this is, you are taking the piss. Politicians, government, you are taking the piss in regards to our freedoms, what it is that we, what it is that we thought we were voting for, or whatever. Those people that have voted, like I said, I haven't voted in over 20 years, so I can't speak to that in terms of having voted. I would potentially be viewed as much of the problem than any sort of solution for the fact that people that are very patriotic and that do vote, or that view their patriotism in terms of them voting versus somebody else that doesn't vote. I don't subscribe to that, but each to their own. Some people in that space would probably view me as a traitor, somebody that hasn't voted when I know that I should have voted. But again, like, I'm not going to vote just because somebody says that I, or thinks that I should. If I don't like what I'm seeing, if something doesn't look right, doesn't sound right, and doesn't feel right, call me old-fashioned, but I'm not voting for it. Is some of that to do with me not doing any due diligence and homework? Yes. Is some of that me? Do I acknowledge that I'm never going to find a perfect party? Yep, I acknowledge that. But by and large, it's been me not looking into it to try to find a particular party. I think was one of the comments mentioned earlier, that more aligns with what I feel and believe than less aligns. So because I haven't put that work in, people might call me a blank and I'm part of the problem or a traitor. Again, I don't particularly care. I'm honest about it in terms of where I'm at and where I've been at, where I'm at now, and the fact that things aren't going to change overnight. And I don't think if I miss an election this year or whenever the voting cycle is supposed to happen, I don't think it's going to be that detrimental to the particular current standing of NZ as it is, until such time as I get myself more educated in terms of that political landscape. And that's based on how much time, effort, and energy I choose, knowingly and willingly choose to put into it. Then that's what will, I guess, form my decisions in terms of what I choose to do and or not do in terms of voting going forward. So yeah, like I said, that was never what this channel was about. My channel's been a long track record, over 1,000 videos, vastly majority reaction videos to military stuff. So or people that have served in the military being interviewed. So anyway, what's this? Displacing. How was India destroyed if it's sending us immigrants, bro? Really slow boats? Question mark. This racist colonial BS, bro. That's from end colonial Epstein regimes. Yeah, there's some dark and dirty and dodgy dealings that have happened there, and that Epstein stuff. There's all that conspiracy around, and I don't know if it's a conspiracy, that he's still alive. But yeah, Trump has clearly got strong connections and ties to him. So have many others. Bill Gates. So have many other very interestingly enough, not surprisingly, interestingly enough, or maybe it is surprising, very wealthy people have had a lot of interactions. What's that twat from over in the UK as part of the royals? He's had his prince title stripped of him or whatever. That bloody ball bag. And who knows how deep that rabbit hole goes. But I would imagine that there are a lot of people, high profile people, who likely didn't want Epstein testifying and divulging and sharing the information that he has, or that he had, and or that he has, if he's still alive. Anyway, rubber kiwi. So leave, question mark. Viti Gamer. India is basically dumping its population on the rest of the world for easy income via remittances. Wow. So there we go. There's another take. Brainwashed coup papa for scumbag Anglo colonial baby murderers and rapists. Okay, in colonial Epstein. What else have you got? Winston Churchill murdered and starved millions in Bengal after Britain looted all Indian wealth. Work on your reading fitness. Okay, well, I know nothing about that. That's again, that's not stuff. I'm not a history buffet. That's not stuff that I go looking into or read into. Bro, I don't even know my military history. Like, that's just, I suppose, stuff that never interested me. Like, even though I wanted to join the military, I never took the time to study up and read, right or wrong. It's like, what good is that going to do me? How does that make me a better soldier just because I know what happened way back then? Don't get me wrong, there's some good things and lessons to learn from them. And there's some bits and pieces which I have read, but like, I've not delved right into history of military or any other thing, to be honest. I haven't even delved into history of YouTube, which is what I'm doing full time now. So who knows? Winston Churchill, interesting. Video gamer, every country needs to place immigration limits on large population centers like China and India. Sounds good to me. Again, I think to me that makes sense. Like there's no denying that they've got large populations, and that I understand a number of them likely want to leave those areas. Some of them maybe they can't for whatever reason. And places like Australia, New Zealand, other places, UK, US, etc., obviously Canada, by the sounds of things, seem really appealing to them for those people that genuinely want to make a difference and maybe become part of Western civilization and Western life. You see that in third world countries that adopt a heavy African American accent or lifestyle or way of talking or music adoption, movies, and a lot of that stuff. Some of that stuff can be pretty negative and probably adds to, I suppose, the gangster mentality. But that's a whole different topic. um, why did I even bring that up? I think it's the China and India from Video Gamer. So yeah, I'd agree with that. I think there's, countries should have a look at pressing pause for a while on their immigration and review that policy in depth. If the opposing parties of your particular political organizations or governments within your country really want to work together, how about you come together and take some time and get your heads together and look at what's in the best interest of your people, of your citizens, of your country, rather than, but that won't happen because Labor, they've got their own agenda, Liberals have got their own agenda. One Nation seems to be the only political party that seems to be actually listening, getting out and speaking with the Australian public, for one, going and taking that information on board and looking to try to implement things that will strengthen their economy and look after their people or their citizens, which I think is a good thing. So anyway, deport all the UK, Euro, USA overstayer thieves then. Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? Or maybe you're talking to whoever you're talking to in the chat. Sad brainwashed coup papa cannon fodder. Get educated, bro. Oh well, sorry, I'm not as educated as you at end colonial Epstein regimes. I don't particularly care. If you don't like what's been shared in here, brus, then just piss off. Nobody's forcing you to stay. But if you want to stay, stay. It's all good for the algorithm, I suppose. Rubber Kiwi, India starves billions today. What's your put? Oh, maybe it's you two having your own kōrero. Maybe it's not directed at me. Well, it could be. Maybe it's directed at both of us. I don't know. Take your activist crap somewhere else. This is New Zealand. We don't do that here. Here we don't do that. And take your vile colonial criminal mindset back to Europe. Colonial parasites of the earth. Oh, bloody hell. Britain isn't to blame for the current state of India. How long after independence are you going to blame the Brits? They are just straight up corrupt. Oh, are you from India? Are you an Indian at end colonial Epstein regimes? Colonials always lying, murdering, thieving, destroying, making up racist stories against the people they abused. Oh, I think that's everybody, to be fair, in colonial Epstein. Indians, Chinese, North Koreans, South Koreans, Filipinos, Islanders, Maoris. I think there's everybody in terms of, was it making up So if I look at NZ, have I got Maori people here murdering their own people? Yep, sadly. Have I got Maori people here thieving against and destroying other homes? Yep, sadly. Destroying, making up racist stories. Do Maori make up racist stories? I would go so far as to say yes, there are people out there, my people, that you know, whether they're fabricated or true. Sadly, that's just what happens. Again, I'm just making this as a point. Everybody does it. Does that mean it's right and that it's good? No, it's bloody pretty pathetic, actually, but just is what it is. Stories against the people they abused. There's, don't get me wrong, things that people have a part in playing in and influencing. As an example, if I take here in Aotearoa, the tragic situation with regards to the number of now grown men who were abused and molested and raped as young boys in supposedly Christian valued boys' homes and centres and that sort of thing. That's horrendous, man. You can't tell me that that is not going to have a long lasting negative impact on those men and what they choose to do. Then add to that just being beaten, um, being starved, living out on the street, being cold, having no place to go, not being looked after, supported, loved, cared for, as a young person should be. You can't tell me that that's not going to have a negative impact on what they choose to do. And I think no matter what ethnicity you are or what country you come from, sadly, tragically, that stuff happens everywhere. And it is disgusting, it is disgraceful. And those people that have done those things should be, in my honest opinion, should be shot. They should no longer be living and breathing and walking the earth. But for whatever reason, the law people who make the laws seem and think that it's fit and okay. Sorry. Mosquito. Did I get it? I did get it. Got it. Seem to think that it's okay to just like slap on the wrist. Couple of years for you for being a naughty boy. Don't do it again. Or they're old now, so what do we do? But the impact that it has on those people that have just gone through that trauma, can't tell me that it's not going to have a knock-on effect, and then we have all this hurt and sadness and crime and pain and suffering that people end up going through, which is, yeah, again, I don't have the answers, but you can't tell me that it's just one race that does it. My people, sadly, and right or wrong, we could say that my Maori people only did it because of what happened to them in these other environments. I don't know. Maori been fighting each other for a long period of time, long before white people came here, long before the Anglo-Saxons, non-Maori, came here. From what little I know and understand, the Maori wars were happening, before other people came here, for whatever those reasons were. Was it greed? Was it land? Was it people? I don't know. I wasn't around during those times, but you see some of the stuff that's spoken about in history, and sadly, right or wrong, that sort of stuff happens. So I think it's probably inherent in any ethnicity, regardless of where they're from, is where I would say with that, in terms of your colonials always lying, murdering, thieving, destroying, making up racist stories, etc., blah, blah, blah. I think all cultures do that, all ethnicities. You are living in the past, still obsessed about events that happened over a century ago. Maybe, and maybe the same could be said about our Maori people as well. I don't know. I don't know if it's over a century ago, but you know what I mean. Similar sort of comment, I guess, is what I'm talking about with regards to that comment. Living in the past over a century ago. Holy heck! There's a whole bunch of bloody comments in here that I'm still making my way through. So I'm going to keep going. So if you're here, you're here. Awesome. I appreciate you. If you have to head off and leave, awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Millions of Indians work hard with what the British didn't thieve. Millions of Indians work hard with what the British didn't thieve. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. Racist, colonized BS, bro. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're calling me a racist, I don't particularly care, bro. I mean, if I was you, if I was sitting down watching and listening a racist talk, or one, I wouldn't do that. I don't think I've sat down and watched and listened to a racist on a live stream and then just listened and watched and then typed in a whole bunch of comments. I can't think of having done that, not knowingly anyway. Um, anyway, but you're still here. Good for you. Oh, where you really ought to have read more by now. Plenty of others who have served have. Plenty of others who have served have. I'm guessing you're talking to me in terms of the military side of things. Yeah, that's your opinion, eh? Should have read more. Maybe did you serve at all? Some people like me might say, well, you should have served more. You should have done some work. Did you serve in the military? Maybe you did. What did you do? Feel free to share. But yeah, you're still in the chat, bruz. Good on you. Rubber Kiwi, what's the catchphrase for next week? Or did Nutjob Central not let you know yet? Stop posting Jeet. That's from Video Gamer to End Colonial. I doubt he will. He's on a bit of a roll. Maybe that's where all the comments are. My family are Maori and Pākehā. Some of us even grew up in the bush. Our parties are off the hook. Don't know what everyone else's problem is. We love each other. Yeah. Pleasant strolls. The annual cost of New Zealand's superannuation paid to older migrants has more than doubled in the last 10 years, rising from 497 million in December 2015 to 1.07 billion as of late 2025. Has more than doubled. Is that a good thing? Does that mean, though, in the long term, that the superannuation costs to older? Oh, sorry, you're saying to migrants, New Zealand superannuation paid to older migrants has more than doubled. Wow, that's crazy. That's a massive bump. Holy heck. John McMillan, F yes, backdoor. Brits and Euros thieve our stolen Maori homeland. Man, yeah, I know there's some people out there that are carrying a lot of hurt in regards to the lands and Te Tiriti. What's the solution? What is this Rupert BS? Colonized kupapa moron. Stop living in the past, dummy. Holy heck. Indigenous people should have special rights to lands, but it's basically a fantasy to think that any country can just be a single ethno state. Controlled migration should be default. Yep, controlled migration. What would have happened if the British didn't arrive in NZ? Another country would have colonized it. More than likely. I tend to agree with that, right or wrong. It's one of those things we don't know because it didn't happen. Another what is it? Another colony or another country didn't come to New Zealand to colonize it. We were colonized by the British, and so it is what it is. I mean, they tried to colonize Blinken America as well, as I mentioned near the an hour or whatever ago on this live. That didn't work for them. It worked for them here in NZ. It worked for them in Australia. Blinken, there's no fighting between our countries these days, as far as I'm aware. Like New Zealand isn't at war with Australia, other than sports. New Zealand, Australia. New Zealand isn't at war with the UK. Australia isn't at war with the UK. US isn't at war with the UK. Although Queer Starmer probably went maybe nearly a long way towards probably helping that with his Blinken jellyfish lack of spine, for want of a better term. But with the alliance that we have, the Five Eyes as an example, blanking heck, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, UK, US, why can't there be some sort of alignment with regards to whatever the immigration policies are to protect the people of that country? Yeah, I don't understand why things need to keep getting brought up about Te Tiriti. How is that even working? Like, how is it supporting? There's a lot of businesses and organizations, a lot of public sector. We work to support Te Tiriti or Waitangi, etc., etc. Half the people in there don't even know what it's about. It's just this. It's this thing, this sacred document thing, this agreement that Maori and non-Maori seem to have not agreed upon, although it was signed years ago. And this thing has to be in play, has to make sure that it shapes the direction of whatever it is that we're doing when we're formulating policy, when we're making decisions that affect our people, etc., etc. It's just, I don't know. Oh no! Again, probably another one of those things that what's his name? In Colonial Epstein will probably say, "Bro, you need to read more." Yeah, I'm not going to probably read that stuff because it's just blinking. uh, is it helping? Let me know at end Colonial Epstein regimes with all your reading. Sounds like you must be a well-educated person. How is all that reading helping you? Like, what are you doing? I'd love to know. What are you doing to influence or impact change in this country? If you're even from here, I don't know. Are you from another country? Are you from India? Are you a Maori? Are you a non-Maori? What has all your reading got you, other than joining in on live streams with apparent racists, and then talking away? Like, are you doing anything? Are you doing anything useful that's making a change? I'm not saying I'm making any changes. I'm just blanking some hoary that's decided to do YouTube full time and managed to have a little bit of a following. And some people have decided to comment on one of my videos. And so I did this live especially so that people could talk a bit more if they want to, which includes you. But I'd love to know what you do and yeah, how your reading has helped you, or whatever it is that you may be doing in your space. We'll only be able to take you at your word for it, so you could say anything you want, really. Stop living in. Oh no, I read that. What would have happened? Yeah, that was one that I read. Another country would have colonized NZ. I think probably would have. Rubber Kiwi, take your meds, weirdo. I think that is. I know that's directed to you at in colonial Epstein regimes. That's not directed at me. Jason C. In the past, war takes land. If you lost the war, you lost the land. Live with it or don't. That's a really pragmatic, and dare I say, well, it's true, eh? Like, isn't that what always happened? Isn't that what the Genghis Khans of the world? Isn't that what the Roman Empire? Isn't that what all these people were doing back then? Going around, see that land over there, the Persians, go around, have a look. I like the look of that. I want it. Let's get our army and our troops. Let's go over there. Tell them to give it to us, or maybe diplomatically say they are to give us some of this so that we can avoid bloodshed and slavery and this, that, and the other. And if they don't, then we're just going to take it. Well, the people there went, up yours, we're not giving you anything. Okay, war it is. Then they lost. And so then those that came in there, to Jason's point, then they took the land. Call me dumb and simple. I don't particularly care. But if I was to break that down for my simple brain, it seems like that sort of stuff has been happening for a long period of time, and that's what was happening. Dare I say, when the coalition invaded Afghanistan, America, the coalition, controlled large parts of Afghanistan, those areas. They cordoned them off. You couldn't get into certain areas. Same in Iraq. You couldn't get into certain areas that were controlled by Western country. So, obviously they don't control it now because they left. All the coalition, US and everybody pulled out with them, and left. And so the Afghan people have their own country back, albeit ruled by the Taliban. But yeah, that's an interesting, a very, for me, clearly a thought-provoking comment from you, Jason. Cheers for that. Why don't you run, Joe? Then I'll vote. Form a new party with Jerry Mataparai, Ron Marks, and Muli VC. Well, those fellas could just run it on their own. I could be the brew maker. Actually, no, they probably wouldn't want me making the brews because I'm useless at making brews unless there's an actual machine. I'm not too bad at making a brew as long as there's one of those machines that you just put stuff in and then push the button and then it does everything else. I can do that. Or maybe deliver the mail. There's this Jay Rivera. By the way, awesome discussion. Your title, to some would look quite inflammatory or racist, but it's been genuine concerns and good back and forth. Subbed. Oh, hey, thanks for that. Jay, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, so I'll just spell it. At JREVERIE 7018. I don't know if that's a Riviere, if that's a I don't know, Spanish name, Portuguese. I don't know, but yeah, appreciate your that kind comment and the sub as well. Thank you very much for that. First, last man 78. It would be trash Second best would be the French, and they're terrible. Look at New Caledonia. I don't know what that comment was for. I'd have to go up too far and I'll probably miss it. Pleasant strolls, wins, waiting rooms are 80% migrants nowadays, which is quite strange. Wow, man. I don't have any answers for that. Waiting rooms 80%. I know when when I was working in the reintegration space and we were supporting men that have been in and out of the prison system, and we'd work with getting them appointments. I didn't normally have to do a lot of that stuff. We'd get the kairataki or the navigator to work with the men that come in. But being in there and having some of the meetings with some of the leaders of like an MSD and that sort of stuff, or WINS, just to let them know who we are, what we do, how we can build a connection, identify a contract manager so that we could make things even easier for those that have been in prison for a long period of time and coming back out and trying to get back onto the grid, so to speak. Because what that did for us was shorten the queue, so there was no queue. The contract manager would either come to our whare, to our service, and help those men, and or we could go at a dedicated time and go straight in to get into the office at the meeting. So just sort of streamlining the process. A lot of things that we had to go through to get to that stage, but they were willing to come to the party with that, and we needed to play ball. We couldn't just go and cut the queue. There's certain things that needed to take place and happen in order for us to establish those relationships. No bribe money. I think if anything, they saw what it was that we were doing. They understood the challenges that people coming out of prison can have to try to get back onto the system. And this is actual New Zealand citizens, both Maori and non-Maori alike. And they wanted to work with us. And so we were able to convince them of the work that we're doing and how it would benefit. And we were able to get some of that stuff done. But that waiting, reason why I share that is because of your comment, Pleasant Strolls, the waiting rooms in NZ and WINS 80% migrants nowadays. I have to admit, I didn't stop and have a proper look at that when I walked in to some of those MSD spaces, in particular the one in Lower Hutt, because that's where the service and stuff is. But been in and out of there a number of times. And yeah, I didn't pay attention really to the demographics or the ethnicities there. Like when we were going in, we were there, we had a time and we had a slot, and I was there for a purpose, get our men supported, or have a meeting with one of the managers and stuff there, cross the T's, dot the I's on that, and then move forward, give them the updates, exchange information. This is who we've got coming next, just to try to make things a bit easier for them as well, so that they could start getting things prepped, and they could also give us the things that we needed to give to them while they were still inside, waiting to be released on their bail or parole, so that we could, get all of that stuff ahead of time and just make things easier. But that's sad that I'm with you. First, last, exactly, mate. Probably wouldn't be no treaty, I'd say. Rubber Kiwi, Pleasant Stroll. It's a shock to hear someone speak English in there now. Really? Wow. I assume you're talking about in WINS. That's mad. The people that I met with, the contract manager that we had, lovely person, non-Maori lady, and then the manager, who was her manager, was a Maori lady. So I didn't speak with any immigrants in that particular MSD that I went to when we had the conversation in the meeting, which may have been why there was so much reciprocated support and agreement to us getting these men sorted out and helping them sooner rather than later. Interesting. Vanilla Butcher, Rubber Kiwi 79. I think I heard recently that Ron Mark is getting back into politics for NZ First. Ah, okay. Ron Mark, he seems like a good man to me. I don't know him at all, but some of the stuff that I have seen of him on the interwebs and when I've heard him speak, clearly intelligent, very intelligent guy, ex-military guy as well. And I have no doubt he'll go well. Mataparai, him, Willie Apiata. I don't know that Willie would want to get into anything like that. For me personally, to the earlier comment, who was it that said that? Oh, I won't worry about going back up. Whoever it was that said should get in, should run. Thank you for that comment. I have to admit, it's just where I'm at in my little journey and looking into some of the rangahau that I'll be doing and research and looking into some of the stuff with regards to the political landscape for Aotearoa. Is interesting to me. In terms of running, I would have no idea what that would involve. Sounds like a lot of reading. But yeah, it's what am I saying? It's probably not something that, again, is high on my list of priorities in terms of looking at doing. But you never know. That's what I would say. You never know. Remember Kiwi think I heard. Oh, yeah, sorry. Pleasant Strolls. Wasn't it 75,000 Kiwis migrating to Oz just last year? Kiwis? Is it 75,000 permanent residents? No, I do know that there are a heck of a lot of actual Kiwi citizens that have migrated to Australia, and I wouldn't be surprised if that number that you've shared there, Pleasant Stroll, 75,000, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was a number, and or I wouldn't be surprised if it was more. The thing with that is, what I would say is that if it's Kiwi citizens, I think I think there's less chance of problems or issues. No guarantee. I would say there's no guarantee that there won't be any issues, but I'd say there's probably less. Actually, it's just my bias. I would like to think that there's less chance of trouble and stupid stuff if they're actually citizens. If they're permanent residents that have used NZ as a backdoor to make their way to Australia, that's a different story. Yeah, so maybe more of the, what is it, the 507s or whatever the blinking deportation or things are. When people, I should know that. I was blinking working in the correction space for a while, and we had a number of those people that we were assessing. 501s, I think it was what it was, not 507s. 501s in terms of, I think there were people that had been deported from Australia. So yeah, tricky one, but I wouldn't be surprised in that number. Pleasant Strolls, good coffee. I would assume increasing immigration has several benefits for the government, obviously revenue, and this is big, but it helps offset the net migration and potentially future voters for a party. Well, good coffee. I think those are really valid points. I think what that does, though, to those valid points that you've got, several benefits for the government. Obviously, revenue. Yep, I agree with that. Helps offset migration, net migration. So, would that happen if the government focused on? So, would we have this massive migration or this exodus if the government actually worked in the best interest of the people and did what they could to retain their people within their country? Because I don't know about you or anybody here on this live chat or people in general, but for me, like I've shared, I was always coming home to Aotearoa. New Zealand is home for me. Like, born here, I plan on dying here. Like, this is where I want to live, and this is where I want to be buried. Does that mean I want to go and travel other places and that I wouldn't like to go see other places? No, I'd love to go see other places. Heck, I might even choose and might even one day, if I could, go and spend several months in another country just to see what it's like. But I already know, for me, having traveled many parts of the world and having spent, dare I say, long periods of time in lots of parts of the world, for me, there's, like, as cheesy as that might sound with the Wizard of Oz, there is no place like home for me. Like, I love New Zealand, even though it's cold and chilly, and I've got a couple of jerseys and stuff on and a t-shirt right now. Um, there's plenty of bloody potholes in the road. The shops are expensive. Blanket petrol's expensive. Depending on, I'm not traveling too much or doing YouTube, so I'm not really caught in the traffic these days, which is great. So I can't really complain about the traffic. But those people that I have heard complain about the traffic, I do have a bit of a smile on my face from time to time. There's no doubt there's challenges and stuff here in Aotearoa. Dare I say again, first world challenges. There's a concern, at least for me right now, in terms of the immigration stuff and who to vote for and NZ, etc. But there's nothing. The devastation of the earthquakes, the mass shooting in Christchurch of that bloody twat that went into the mosque and murdered people there just trying to live their life and what's it, bloody aligned with their religion and their faith, live out and serve in their faith, whatever it was that they were doing. No doubt there's horrendous tragedies and stuff that have happened here, as in any place. But this is, for me, I feel deeply connected to the whenua here in NZ. Not because I'm fluent in Te Reo Māori, because I'm not, but maybe there's some spiritual thing that I just can't, that I don't fully understand. But I've always felt the pull home, even when I was living in Australia for 20 years. I always felt the pull home, and being home, I don't feel any pull to want to go back to Perth Western Australia, which is where I spent most of those 20 years, or to Australia, as great and as beautiful a country as it is, I don't feel any desire or pull to go live anywhere else in the world. Um, so yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. But to why was I talking about that? Oh yeah, it was the good coffee's comment. Um, the offset migration. Yeah, if we looked after the people, and I'm not saying that I was particularly looked after by NZ. Some people I think are just naturally going to have that inherent pull and draw back to their homeland. I think anyway. But if the governments did do that, would there be as many people looking to migrate and leave New Zealand long term permanently, other than just for holidays? The employment stuff. What did you say? And potentially future voters. Well, I think that one's a definite as well. I think there's definite buying votes. Australia's doing it, or Albo's doing it, Labor's doing it. I think New Zealand's doing the same thing. Um, that buys votes, and when you let a lot of people in, you can't tell me. Here's one thing that I think is really cool. Well, there's more than one thing, but this is one thing that just pops into my head now. And so, to your point, good coffee. Basically, I agree with what you've got in there. I think those things are benefits. I'd use the term benefits loosely. I think they are reasons, is what I would say, is probably where I'd go. They're more reasons for why that stuff likely happens. My take, anyway, for what it's worth. But here's one of the things. I was working with a fella, I'm going to just give his first name, Kala, Indian guy. While I was up in Auckland, Pukekohe, our boys were working, doing some field work in the holidays, and one of them, well, they all eventually ended up working there when they finished school, or two of them out of the three. Anyway, long story short, they had a large, well, they had a large group of workers that were basically foreign workers, people from India, people from the Pacific Islands, a number of those. And one of the guys who was the team leader, supervisor, I want to say, Kala, an Indian guy, really nice guy. He shared something. We were talking. He'd ask, "Oh, how do you say this in Maori?" And I said, "Oh, bro, I'm not fluent, but this is how you would say sit down," or real basic stuff. And then we got to talking about houses and property and business, and he spoke about some of his family members from India who are running a business. I won't say what sort of business it was, because I'm not looking to try to throw him under the bus. Really good guy, just one of the many Indian people that I consider a friend and people that I've worked with. Had a good work ethic. His wife was Indian. She also worked in the teams as well. This was field work, so labouring type work, and got to talking about businesses, talked about homes, and he shared this. Now, I don't know. I don't know if there's any Indians on this particular live chat who may be able to confirm or deny it, or if there's other people that have got Indian friends that have had similar conversations. But he spoke about this, and he said when they come and they get a mortgage on a home, and I don't know if it's the case for all of them, maybe it's just a few. Said, but when they get their families and stuff over, and they're here and they're working, he said the vast majority, or all of those families, send a large chunk of their income to one family member at a time and pay off that mortgage super fast. And then once that mortgage is paid off, then they go to the next family member. So the person that's got their mortgage paid off, now a large chunk of their pay goes to the next person. They pay off their mortgage, and the next person, the next person. I had not heard that before. I had not heard of anybody, not Maori people, not non-Maori people or Anglo-Saxon. I had not heard of anybody else doing anything like that before until since I've been back here in NZ. So 2020, got back here and was working in that space with my sons for a little while. Well, I did that just to make sure that they would work, because it was labouring type work, which my mum got me to do, and I didn't want them to be lazy or not pull their own weight. So I did that for a period of time whilst I already had my other full-time job, but I was on Christmas leave. So I took leave, spoke with the guys, the owners who employed my sons. Would it be okay if I worked here? I didn't care. I wasn't really too fussed if I didn't get paid, but he did pay me because they needed extra hands anyway. So I was there for a few weeks before my Christmas leave was over. Then I went back to my substantive role, my day job at George Weston Foods. And so, and the boys worked well. They are bloody good workers. So that having that conversation, that was mind blowing to me, is where I was going with that. I was like, wow, no wonder so many homes in Papatoetoe, South Auckland, are owned by Indians. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's bloody smart. Has anybody else heard that? Are there any Indians on this chat who can confirm if what I was told by somebody who I consider a friend, Carla, and I call him a friend even though I didn't spend a lot of time with him, just a few weeks over my Christmas holiday leave, but got to know him more through my sons, and my sons spoke highly of him. So um, that's what I base my assessment on. But if that's true, I think that's super smart. Imagine if, now I don't care who you are. Imagine if just families did that in general. Once your family members are working or older or whatever, obviously you can't do that when you've got young children, but if aunties or uncles or cousins who are of age and are in a position to and are willing to do that, the catch with that is that, well, you got to make sure that all the families are in on it and that everybody sees it through, because you don't want oh, Joe and Helen have had their home paid off now, and now they don't want to contribute towards old Bob and Lincoln Sarah over here, and and go on and so on and so forth. So that's probably the biggest catch of that. But I was truly amazed when he shared that with me. I thought, man, that's awesome. So anyway, I don't know if anybody else does that, but if people know, what do you think? What's this? We need some sensible military men to cut through the crap and sort all this SHIT out. People who aren't in it for themselves first. I agree with you, Rubber Kiwi. I think you want people that, to the points of what you've just shared, but I think more than that, or maybe equally to the things that you've shared, are not inclined to be corrupt, like to just take the easy path, is what I mean. People that know what it's like to struggle financially, employment wise, personal, whatever the situations and stuff that people have been through. Hard to find. I don't know if it's hard to find people like that. Possibly, because some people, I do know of some people. So yeah, I take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt. But hopefully you'll get a sort of an idea of what it is I'm talking about or trying to get across. I do know of some people that have been hard done by, that have made real dumb decisions and chosen to be, dare I say, bribed or corrupted, instead of choosing the other option. And so, yeah, no, I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. I don't know who the perfect types of people are. It'd be great if people that got into it for exactly what you just shared, that are in it for the benefit of the people of the country that they're in, that are not prone to be, being corrupted and bribed, that aren't selfish, that will go out and take time, actually set up a booth somewhere or book out a hall or whatever, and invite people in and go, tell us what are the issues, what's happening here, what are the problems, what are you encountering, um, to try to get a proper sense of what's happening. It just doesn't feel like that's what happens in our government here in NZ at this time, to me anyway. Again, maybe that sort of stuff is happening. Maybe it's another one of those things that I need to be researching for myself, take some of my own medicine that I've spoken about, not wait for things to just pop up on my feed and go, ta-da, we're having this thing here. Maybe I need to reach out more to my local councils. Don't get me wrong, I've got a list of things that I've got in my little, um, journey towards trying to get a better understanding of some of the political landscape here in NZ, and some of that involves, trying to get a better understanding of local councils, how that works, who's in there, what are their roles and responsibilities, how do they, or what are they doing in the communities, and when are they doing those things, what are they focusing on, and what sort of lands in there on their desks to give them that lens or that prioritization in terms of all that sort of thing. So I've got a few little things mapped out. It's not in any sort of particular order, but it's in enough of an order for me to at least start and dip my toes in and have a little bit of a nuhi or a nosy in terms of some of those spaces. So we'll see, where all that sort of stuff lands for me. If anything, I'm doing it more so just to get a better understanding of who do I want to vote for. That's why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it with the intent of get into politics and make a change, be the person that comes and makes a change. I'm getting into it for me to have a better understanding of who do I want to vote for, who should I vote for, who is worthy of my vote, um, that I think is genuine about looking to make the types of changes that they are talking about doing if they get in. So yeah, that's where I'm coming from with it. Kiwi bloke Ford V. I've heard the main swing in most Western countries' elections will be the new voters who normally didn't bother until things just got so bad they couldn't ignore it any longer. Could be. Maybe that might be me then. What's this? The vote that will be the new voters who normally didn't bother. So maybe I fit into that category. I don't know. Maybe it depends on how many migrants the government manages to get in before then as well. Pleasant strolls. It's free in Australia. What's that? What's free? It's free. If you mean to vote, oh, so I don't know what you would have been talking about or what I was talking about. Sorry. Tuning in from Canada. Don't end up like us. Oh, well, at 4 Everrain 342. I have heard Canada is done. I have no idea what that means. Like, what's the one of those things? I think I'll have a look after this. What is going on with the immigration situation in Canada? Why do I get so many messages saying Canada's done? Like, is that just the population, the migration, the immigrants that are there? John McMillan 5114. Yes, a good military coup with trials bring back death penalty for treason. Bro, I'm with you on the death penalty. I've shared that on other reaction videos that I was doing from I think military stuff that I've been reacting to. So there's just apparently you can end the lives of people with a death penalty in a, dare I say, non-painful way. I don't know. I've never had it. I wouldn't want to experience it. But if that was the option because I'd done something stupid which warranted that, then I think personally for me, if I could go out without necessarily feeling pain, I'd probably choose that option. But for those that have done horrendous things, murders up there, treason, selling out your country and your people, those sorts of things. The strain that it has, dare I say, there's probably other things. It's one of those things I've never sat down and just come up with a list of, oh, that's death penalty, that's life in prison, that's manslaughter, that's 2 years. I haven't sat down and done anything like that. It's not my job. But I do think I would be open to, if there was conversation in and around consideration and voting for, should the death penalty be brought back in. And then again, one of those things like voting for citizens only, having clear outlines of what that relates to, I think there's some value in it personally. Right or wrong, I think there's some value in that sort of stuff. One, it could potentially stop the apparent overfilling or flooding of our prison systems, which can't hold them, and then the need to try to find ways to remove them out of prisons, get them into reintegration services or centres, only to have them offend again, sometimes even worse than the original offence, and then just go back in the system again and just, a strain on taxpayers' dollars and all that sort of stuff. So, right or wrong, that's my thought. Again, I don't have it mapped out, and nobody's listening to me or coming to me for the answers anyway. But I'll engage in conversations around that because, I have opinions and thoughts about that as well, just like that John McMillan has shared here. So thanks for stopping by and sharing that. RIP Canucks, jugs on, come down for a coffee anytime, cousin. Doors not locked. You should be leading up to election. It's important. You should be leading up to election. I'm not sure what you are referring to there, Pleasant Strolls. Probably talking to me, and I can't remember what I was yapping on about. The cheers mugs are there, Pleasant Strolls. A lot of Kiwis are too polite to voice their concerns. The more platforms that encourage it, the better. Yeah, maybe. Is that a thing? I don't know. I did. One person, was it Stacks, who commented that I read out earlier, who said, he reckons I'm the only one he's seen. Thank you for making this. I appreciate it. Stacksman99, you are the only one in NZ talking about this. I would be surprised if I'm the only one in NZ talking about this. But yeah, I appreciated the kind comment. What's this here? A lot of Kiwis too polite. Yeah, I don't know. From Pleasant Strolls, are Kiwis too polite to be talking about this? To be talking about our concern, or if they have a concern? Maybe I'm the only blinking hoary that has a concern, or that is talking about having a concern in regards to the immigration policy here in NZ. I don't know. Or maybe there's a whole bunch more, but don't want to come out and say anything. TLO, certain jobs should only be available to multi-generational New Zealanders. Okay. Legislation should stop immigrants employing exclusively other immigrants from their own countries and corporations. Now, I think that's a great part of the conversation, which should be part of the whole review of the immigration policy as a whole. Like, that's definitely something restricting or limiting immigrants from employing more immigrants from the country or their homeland where they've come from for their work. Like, there should be some well, there should be some strong process in and around that. Like I said, WINS or MSD, whatever it's called these days, there's a list, a large list from what I understand, of people that are job seeker. That's what it's called, the job seeker blinking benefit or whatever it is. You have to be actively seeking employment or work in order to qualify to get that benefit. And if you're not doing that, well, then you shouldn't get the benefit. Like, if you are not actively seeking of your own accord with support of other people to try to find work, which MSD and WINS do try to help with as well. But if you're not looking to do that, and if you're just rejecting every job, and if you are just not putting in effort at the job that you may be fortunate enough to get from time to time, then you shouldn't get that benefit. But there's plenty of people rorting the system. I mean, just look at the National Disability Insurance Scheme in Australia. Billions of dollars been skimmed off that puppy, and it's been happening for a long period of time, and it's likely still happening now, and it will likely still continue to happen. Just, yeah, bloody rubbish. But I like what you put here. Legislation should stop immigrants from employing. I don't know about the certain jobs. Which jobs do you reckon, TLO, should only be available to multi-generational New Zealanders? I'd be interested to know what those are from your perspective. Yeah, something that I haven't thought about at all, like a lot of the stuff that's been mentioned on here. So I appreciate people taking the time and sharing their points in here. Vanilla Butcher, reacting to a lot of news, I feel, will always lead to a political discussion. Yeah, clearly that's the case, with what's happened here. I think, because I know I've done reactions to other media snippets and clips before as well. None have hit as much as this, at least on my little space. And anybody that's been following me will know that that is the case. Like, my channel doesn't get 5,000 views on videos that I put out. It's flat out, if I'm lucky, I might get 500 views from time to time. There's probably been a handful of videos that have reached a few thousand views, but those are few and far between. And so even those other political type or media type ones that I've done reactions to, nothing has triggered this sort of, and again, doing this because of the 350 plus comments that I just know I'm not going to be able to respond to. Although I feel like I'm not doing too bad in terms of reading through the comments in this live, but that's different. Pleasant Shoals, all government jobs have DEI quotas in employment, meaning they must hire migrants. Look at all Kiwi Bank and driver's licensing staff. Holy heck. Crazy, eh? It's just trucking ridiculous, this DEI thing, and how that has embedded itself. Get a political party in there that's going to look to clean house of all that sort of stuff. Get rid of the DEI rubbish. You get employed for a job because you are competent and capable of doing the job, not because you're a blinking a minority in terms of sex, male or female. Get rid of that blinking, this gender discussion in and around people identifying, biological men identifying as women. Give those fellas the ass. Get rid of that completely. People that you are a biological male or you're a biological female, and that's it. You've got women's spaces and men's spaces. The fact that you want to walk around and dress like a woman and say that you are a woman does not mean that you are a woman. So therefore, you don't get to go into women-only spaces. You can truck off and go into the male space, or take your ass back home to your own place and do whatever it is that you want to do in your own home. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that just needs some Lincoln good house cleaning, is my take anyway. Do I have all the answers for that? Do I know people that have the answer to that? No, I don't. But bloody hell, that's definitely, I think that's a conversation and something, not so much a conversation. I think that's action that needs to be taken, and something should be done. So there's just too many bloody weirdos out there doing stupid stuff. Rubber Kiwi, Pleasant Strolls, not just we're polite, we also get dragged into everyone else's crap depending on who you disagree with. Either you're a Trump loving MAGA, make America great, or loony lib Democrat. It's boring. I'm probably going to get pulled into somewhere in there. Who knows? I don't mind DEI, but it should only apply to multi-generational New Zealanders, not immigrants. Hey, that's an interesting point. DEI, but only for multi-generational New Zealanders, citizens. That's an interesting point. That just stopped me dead in my tracks there as I read that. I was like, oh, they should only be able to rent until they're multi-generational New Zealanders, 2+ generations. Wow, again, there's some good comments in here from you people, man. Like across the board, in terms of the comments that I've read, like things that I clearly didn't think of, and dare I say, probably would not have thought of. I wouldn't have thought of DEI's probably does have its pros, but I never would have thought of until you've just read it now. Only applied to multi-generational. From the perspective of what I shared earlier, if DEI is good, okay, all well and good. I don't really agree with the DEI stuff in terms of this diversion and equality and inclusion sort of nonsense. I still stand by somebody's either capable and competent of doing the job or they're not. And if they're not, doesn't matter whether you're black, yellow, Lincoln, Asian, Anglo-Saxon, Maori, Lincoln, English speaking, non whatever. If you can't do the job, then you don't get given the job. Is what I'm saying. So, yeah, but it still stopped me there for a moment to have a read of that. And then I also like the other part you've got here. Should only be able to rent until they're multi-generational New Zealand. That's interesting. Wow. Yeah, something else worth having, I would say, having a discussion about, or at least tabling. I guess then the list probably potentially gets bigger than Ben-Hur, eh? Like how long is a piece of string almost? Like where does that list of considerations end? And I don't know. Again, not my job to know. But I have liked what I've read in here in terms of comments for the most part of what people have put. Pleasant Shoals, look at how the recent migrant invasion in Ceuta, Spain, is covered in our media. It makes out the migrants are in trouble. In reality, the city is literally under siege. It's seriously dangerous for locals. 100% Pleasant Strolls. Mainstream media has made it look like you've seen those footage of where it appears there's all of those people that managed to infiltrate their way into Ceuta are now being escorted out of the country. The first video that I showed here shows that that's clearly not the case. So yeah, they may have got a large number, but 60,000 managed to invade in there. And the footage that I showed has still got a whole bunch of them lying around on the beaches, on the streets. It's only a matter of time. Imagine your children or your wife or your family walking back from a night out or doing some shopping at the shops or walking along those streets that they've been so used to get back home, seeing a whole bunch of illegal immigrants who are probably hungry now at that stage in the evening, probably starting to get cold. I don't know what the weather's like or the climate or the temperature there at this time, and may look at those young people or your spouse or partner or your family because they realize that there's more of us than there are of you with your family. And it looks like you might have some money so I can buy some food. Looks like you may be carrying some groceries, so maybe I could eat that. Looks like you probably got a place nearby, so take us to your place. Like you would hate for that to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of stuff has happened and or is currently happening over there. It's opens up a whole can of worms with regards to what you just shared here. Pleasant Strolls, and it being dangerous for locals, seriously dangerous for locals. Now that you need a second mortgage to go to the pub for more than 10 minutes, it's good to have other places to talk. As a country, we're long overdue for a proper conversation like we used to have. Well, that's interesting, eh? Like you just plant a seed in my head, Rubber Kiwi, for there's a channel that I came across recently. Oh, what is it? Was it LBC? Bloody hell, useless, man. Why do I not remember it? Something Britain Conversation is what the channel is. It's a YouTube channel. I'll find it after anyway. So I think let me have a look. I think I marked one of their videos for watching later to do a reaction to actually. So let's just have a look. Apologies if anybody's still here. What was it? LB something. Yeah, it is LBC. LBC and LBC World News. So something Britain conversation. Um, can't remember what the L stands for again, but they've got some stuff in there on there. They seem like they've created a space to have the conversation with the people of Britain. And so just, yeah, we also going with that, just reading your comment, Rubber Kiwi. Now that makes me laugh. Now they need a second mortgage to go to the pub. Well, good thing I don't go to the pub personally, but for those that do, sorry, peeps. Yeah, for more than 10 minutes, it's good to have other places to talk as a country. Yeah, yeah. So you just planted a seed there. Maybe there's something in that in terms of trying to, yeah, I don't know. Probably still only be 5 people attending the live. This is probably the most people I think I've ever had on the live that I've ever run anyway. So grateful for that. Cheers for people stopping by. Uh, every Thursday night at the RSA. Hey, now there's imagine that, eh? Do they call it? They still call it RSA here in Australia. It's RSL. RSL. Yeah, I'm sure it's RSL. I've always known it. I always knew it as the RSA. I still call it RSA here in NZ. Jason C. TLO, hate DEI, most qualified, best fit for the job, no matter what race, will always give better results. Yep. Yeah, that's my take too with regards to um, jobs. Fair Jason from TLO, I agree. It's not good for senior roles. It's good for entry level jobs. Then may the hardest worker climb the ladder as their career progresses. Hmm. Yeah, possibly. I'm still, yeah, like what Jason C said. I'm still aligned with best person for the job, most qualified, most capable, most competent. Yeah, that's my take anyway. So from NZ First all day. Okay, it's somebody who knows who they're voting for, and that's cool. That must be a good space to be in for you from a personal perspective to know who it is that you're voting for. Like for me right now, if I was in Australia, I would be the same, but with One Nation. I would be One Nation all day. But I'm not in Australia. I'm here in NZ. I wonder, can I still, because I'm an Australian citizen, can I still, even though I'm not over there, can I still add a vote in for One Nation when that time comes? Obviously, that's, as I said earlier, grant dependent on or subject to them still holding the line in terms of where they're at the moment. I can't see why Pauline Hanson will change anything. Rubber Kiwi, we used to think Uncle Winnie was a nut job. Turns out he was just 20 years early. Yeah, yeah. I remember this. I have to admit, I was shocked when I came back to NZ in 2020 and discovered that he was still in politics, going hard here in NZ. It made me laugh. I was like, wow, credit to him, man. What is he, like 100 years old? Anyway, TLO, play rugby, drink beers. Hopefully NZ First win and actually do something right. It's hard to believe they will, but I'll give it a vote. Yeah, okay, cool. Interesting. Very good to read. John McMillan, Rubber Q. I remember the Aussie comedy shows taking the piss out of Pauline Hanson when she first came on the scene. Who's laughing now? Yeah, and I think you wouldn't have to go or search too hard to try to find some of that stuff online in terms of what they were doing to her or saying about her. But yeah, interesting now. So, Joe, how can we vote for you? This is it. JJ Beachbird. You can vote for me with a like and a subscribe. There you go. Crack up. DLO. Winston Peters is a national treasure. Yeah, I think, hey, depending on who you speak to, I might have been probably more along the lines of who was it? The city was a nut job. Yeah, Rubber Kiwi. I probably might have been. Actually, I don't even know if I was really paying any attention to him really, but I may have been inclined to think similar things to what Rubber Kiwi just spoke about. Let's make the kingmaker king. The kingmaker king. This is from Man78. This is Jace. Tilo, fair all starts at school and how much drive a student has been given by their education and parents. Extra support in schooling needs to be given to disadvantaged. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, there's some good, I don't know that that's a DEI thing though, for JC and TLO. I like the conversation that those two guys seem to be having. Disadvantages and that sort of thing. I don't know that that's a DEI. I think that's maybe it falls under the bigger scheme of things of DEI, but to me that just seems like a no-brainer, like a common sense if there are areas that have got more disadvantage or less opportunity, and there's an ability or an option, the ability to be able to provide a bit more support there to those areas or demographics or communities, whatever, then I think that's just naturally a good thing. It's got to help not only that community in the short term, it's got to help those families, those individuals, and it's got to have long lasting effect, I would imagine, for those people that come through that process and system who can reflect on that, who have had positive support, who can reflect on that and go on to blink and just smash it out of the park and do great things and then pay that forward, carrying on. Who knows? Maybe they become the next Blinken local councils or government members, etc., members of parliament. So yeah, I think that's a good conversation. What the truck? It's crazy, ain't it? How innocent we were. She's fantastic too. Needs to make fish and chips free on Thursdays if elected. That's payday, eh? Used to be payday, or some of my family members dole day, but I remember my mum, it was usually Thursdays, it was payday. So, there'd be something special on the table. Actually, to be fair, like, even though I grew up in a housing corporation home, single mum, we lived on Edison Street in Kaiti. Um, we did fine. Had, like, my mum was working, typically always working 2, sometimes 3 jobs. So I can't complain about not having food to eat, having an empty guts. That wasn't the case. Like in I was probably a little fat guts. and I had clothes, had stuff for school. We had Feijoa trees out the back, like a whole row of them along the fence between our neighbor, who was an elderly gentleman. Fred was his name. He had like a bazillion cats. And so if I was ever hungry, I could just go to the back and just grab some Feijoas off and just munch those things. So anyway, as challenging some people might think, and as challenging as I might have thought at times that my upbringing was, as I sit here and reflect on it, I just think, yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, I think it was fine. Got to go out and play with my mates, ride my bike around, go play at the parks, blink and go play spaces, try and scrounge up and pick up every 1 cent, 2 cent, 5 cent coin that I could find, so I could go into the shop and buy a little bag of lollies. And if I had any left over, if I had 20 cents left over, then I'd have enough for a game. And then I could make that 20 cents last if I was playing Street Fighter 1, or if I was playing Final Fights, I could make that game last, thinking, till I clocked the game. Win the first round, lose the second round, win the third round. It was awesome. Yeah. And then games started getting more advanced, and I just grew out of playing games, to be honest. This is crazy. A country could literally steal our country through resident voting if they wanted to. Seems like it, eh? JJ Beachburn, these people won't have no clue when they awaken the Anzac spirit and see who they're up against. I am curious, about that. You make a good point, JJ Beachburn, in terms of what will it take. I've shared that not only at different times in this live. Holy heck, 3 hours, 26 minutes. Anyway, I'm fine. I don't have to get up to go to work early tomorrow. So if there are people on here who have got work tomorrow early or whatever, or just work tomorrow in general, man, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. I'm just trying to go through at least the comments that are on here. I do wonder, coming back to what JJ Beachburn is saying, what will it take? What might it take? What might be the results of government not heeding warning signs and not listening to their people, and just continuing to, in this case, let more and more immigrants come into the country and think that nothing's going to happen. I'm not saying that anything is going to happen. I don't know if anything will happen, but I do think that there will be a tipping point. I don't know what that is or when that will be, but I think the tipping point will be enough that there will be an upheaval, and dare I say, may start out as potentially peaceful protests and may end up being more than a peaceful protest, maybe quite the opposite. So be interesting to see what happens, how much are people prepared and or willing to take. Interesting point there, JJ. Rubber Kiwi, he wouldn't even answer what color his Thai was. He never pardoned him, and he effed us too. Yeah, we never pardoned him. It's crazy, eh? What color's the carpet on the floor? What color tie are you wearing? Yeah, he wouldn't answer those. It's just mad. That's one of the videos that I had saved and got sent actually. So I'd already saved it, but I also got sent a request to do a reaction to. Um, haven't confirmed that I'm doing that reaction with the person that wants to pay me to do that reaction just yet, just because of timeframes and the other reactions and stuff that I've got. Man, Fauci, Jacinda's boss. Yeah, but it's spelt like Faucci or something, eh? But I think it's pronounced like what you've got there, Fauci. John McMillan, Pleasant Strolls, look into Papatoi local board elections. Just the start. Plus, this bro said the Indians want to change the name now. Yeah, so I have heard that from, I want to say, reasonably credible sources, but I'm not going to out them on this live. That is something that is apparently in the discussions, and people are wanting to table for the Papatoetoe area, wanting to rename it and remove the Papatoetoe name, Aotearoa New Zealand name, and give it an Indian name. I definitely don't agree with that. I think that in and of itself would potentially be something that would trigger some sort of reaction, at least in South Auckland, maybe not across New Zealand, but I think that would trigger something in South Auckland if something like that went through. I think even if it got presented as an option and all the votes within that area, which is a heavily Indian populated area, on votes alone, it would probably get through on that. Probably again because there may be a vast majority of Kiwis or Aucklanders that just probably wouldn't be bothered voting about it. To me, it just seems stupid. Imagine taking New Zealanders to India and going, "Oh no, we don't want to call this place New Delhi anymore, or we want to change the name of the Taj Mahal to something else, a New Zealand Maori name." That's it's just not even. It would be laughed at. It just wouldn't even be considered. So, I am surprised. I will be super surprised if that gets presented and if I see that pop up in my media feed at some stage this year or next year as an option, or that it's even been discussed. I would just be thinking, who the truck are the people in that local council or in that area? What is our government doing about it? How is this even happening? But yeah, anyway, hopefully that doesn't happen. Personally, that's my personal take. I just don't think that's right. JJ Beachman, that's the spirit. Our shops have 10 new barber shops in last 5 years, and they are empty most of the time. Wins business grants or money laundering or both. Either way, it's weird. Oh, well, that's interesting. Our shops have 10 new barber shops. That's crazy, eh? How can, like, I look at Porirua, there's a little area in Cobham Court area. There must be, if I sit here, one, Golden Scissors, two, one across the road, three, another one down the laneway, four, another one, I want to say down the side towards, is it towards the gym? Oh, I'm going to say five anyway. That's just outside. And then you've got barbers inside the shopping centre. And I'm just reading your comment here. Like, is that a money laundering scheme or scam? I do see people like the one that I go to in Cobham Court and Porirua. Golden Scissors is the one that I usually go to. They've always got people in there. Like, that to me looks legit. I've seen Duplessis Karifi in there. I was getting a haircut, and because I'd already known and spoken with Dupes at Te Rauparaha at the pools, he just happened to be sitting down or come in on the phone, and then must have looked up and seen me, and yeah, gave a compliment, which was kind. He goes, "Oh, looking sharp, bro." So that was cool. And it was good to see him. But that to me feels like. Plus, I like what they do there. The owner there, I think I'm pretty sure he's from Iraq. So I say that because I hear him speak in Arabic, and I'll speak a few little, like, pleasantries and ask how he is. Good morning. How is he? I'm good, thank you, etc., etc. Then wish him well and have a great day when I leave, etc. In Arabic. And so speaking there, but he's got some Indian staff that work for him. And then I've seen some of the other barber shops, which appear to me to be, I don't know if they're Indian owned, but there's some Indian barbers and stuff in there. So, again, like if they're willing to go and work and do whatever it is, sweep the hair off the floor in a barber shop, clean in a fast food takeout place or in the food court of the shopping mall, like more power to them if they're doing that sort of stuff and that's what they're prepared to do. Kiwis, my opinion, if we're going to be lazy or if people are going to be lazy and not go and do something because they think, oh, I'm better than that, or I shouldn't have to do that, or whatever, some deluded sense of past and self-worth and thinking that, oh, I used to do this and I used to be that, and so therefore I shouldn't have to do that. Like, I'm going to wait till something better comes along. And if during that whole time your bloody bills are piling up and or you got empty stomachs in your home, well, then you need to blink and chin yourself and give yourself some good uppercuts and blink and get off your prideful backside and go do some work, if that's your situation, if that's people's situation. There are, sadly, we probably know some people, there are some people that I know that may not be right in that category, but are pretty, when I say right in there, maybe not heavily entrenched in their mindset, but they've got some thoughts and opinions in and around feeling like that job is not quite at the level that they feel they should be doing, so yeah, probably not a good space. So I've had some conversations with those friends. Bless them, they're still friends, but yeah, if that's not paying the bills, then blink and figure out a way to pay your bills, bros, and do something about it. Our shops, oh yeah, I read that one. Not voting is a vote. Just annoying votes of no confidence aren't counted in the electoral process. Neither team wins, get new teams. Hey, that's a good one, eh? That should be included. If the majority don't vote based on the electoral roll or census or whatever you've got, and then you've got a small amount that's voting, so essentially say second place and third place come in, but the overwhelming majority don't vote because there's no confidence, then maybe that should trigger something. I don't know what the words are. Should trigger something to blink and get things into play. I don't know how that would go from an economic perspective and policy perspective and law and order perspective, but yeah, maybe people with bigger brains can sort that out and come up with something. What's this here? Dun, dun, dun. Teams. I'd jump on a boat or plane to NZ to help out. Appreciate the Kiwis that came to Oz to counter the pro Pally protests here. Oh wow, did they now? Good on them. Yeah. Cherry's message retracted. JJ, I have my license cancelled for not voting in last election in Oz. Oh well, hasn't changed anything. D will be voting this election, and I'll be voting early too. Nice, good work. I just used to get. I never had my. What did you say? You had yours cancelled. I have my license cancelled. Oh, you mean your driver's license, or like some sort of voting license? I just used to get an $80 fine for not voting in Australia. Even though it was only $80 and I was making good money, I still hated paying it. I'll be honest. Like, to me, it's like, what? But I never had the thought of, oh well, I'm going to pay. I never thought I'm going to pay just to spite you, just so you can't get $80 from me. I was just like, now I'm just going to pay the $80, even though I didn't like it. So yeah, go figure. Should chin myself. Man, not the barber shop scams, really. I don't know. I don't know if they're scams, but there are a lot. As I read that question, there are a lot of barber shops in just a very small area of that particular part of Porirua. Anyway, in colonial, it's listen to real Indian voices from Aotearoa on this subject. Be brave. I'd love to. That's why I put the thumbnail as it is. Are you an Indian? Is why I've asked you. You haven't answered that question yet. In colonial, so are you an Indian? If you are, great. So, like, speak up. Share your thoughts. Mind you, you have been doing that. Mockery, love the way brothers beat each other up. Don't ever look at one of them the wrong way. They'll both leave you in the gutter and go for a beer and probably fight each other again later. Bernadette Soares is an awesome Indian lady. She's a real Indian as well. Cool. Nice. Well, yeah, I know some Indian people. real Indian people, and like I said, I know some really good ones. I can't say that I know any real bad ones personally. That's yeah. Like I don't think I would hang out and or associate with people regardless of what race they were if they were bad. Yeah, that's my take anyway. Not knowingly anyway. It's more about the finance class and the myths they cultivate to distract, bro. Yeah, yeah. No, hard to get an understanding of exactly what you mean in full with the little um, messages that you share. What's it? Colonial? Oh bloody hell! There's heaps of this thing will probably run out of juice before, and or this microphone will probably go dead before I get through all these comments. Billy T. James, I'm definitely not up to that part. Where's N Colonial? That's the one that I was up to. And that's way back up here. Is there? Yeah, there are still. There's a handful of people still on the live, so I'm gonna stick around. Well, me personally. I'm trying to get back to. So I just did a massive scroll down, voting to. Yeah, got to that. Bernadette read that one. Where is it? In class myths. Yeah, okay, that was from N Colonial. That's where I was up to. Simon Zidane, 8350. Here is some interesting knowledge for you. Speaking of Anzac, 1600 Indians died shoulder to shoulder fighting the Turks in Gallipoli. Well, yeah, I have heard that there were. Again, I'm not a history buff or advocate, so not advocate. I'm not a history buff, not an advocate. Obviously, history for those that love history and want to read up on it, awesome, good for them. So yeah, I would advocate for that for people that want to do that. 1600 Indians died shoulder to shoulder fighting. Yeah, and hopefully people aren't taking this live stream thinking that unless maybe you're in colonial Epstein regimes, he probably thinks I'm racist. Well, I say he, it might be a she, who knows? But that's not the intent of this live. The intent of the live was originally, always has been, is the 350 plus comments that I know I'm just not going to get to on the video that I did recently, a couple of days ago now, or nearly a couple of days ago, on the title being "Is New Zealand becoming India or turning into India" or something like that. So out of a courtesy or respect to those that have, like lots of people, decided to put their comments and stuff in there, I wanted to, have this live so that people could, if they wanted to. And I tried to post it up early in the post and on Instagram, say, hey, this is what I'll be doing. If people want to jump along and have their comments or whatever, then come along, feel free. Have your say. Like N Colonial has said, get real Indians on. Like if they want to jump on, have a chat, I'm more than happy. I'd love to hear some of their thoughts, their take on it. For those that want to, if the rumors are true about wanting to rename Papatoetoe, I'd love to hear from those group of people that feel that it should be renamed from India, like real Indians, if that's the case, as well as I would assume there's those real Indians that don't want to change the name. So, I'd be keen to hear their part. I'm not saying I want to sit down and conduct an interview with them, by the way. I'm saying maybe they can just do their own live or YouTube channel or whatever and blink and be talking about it and giving their take. That's what I mean. I wasn't for a second suggesting that I go around and start doing walk and talk interviews in Papatoetoe. What's this here? Speaking of Anzacs, in colonial Lord Mountbatten was a pedo monster who partitioned India. Lord Mountbatten. Is that the royal twat who's blinking been caught out with the Epstein stuff? Is that who you're talking about in colonial Epstein regimes? Pleasant Strolls, they might just be normal barbershops, but now there's 15 in a suburban town and 2 to 3 are empty. Yeah, I don't know how that business can continue to function, eh? Like if you've got no customers, like I suppose there's plenty of takeaway outlets, right? Like what's another burger bar? What's another cafe? What's another, like in your area? There's plenty of those, and maybe people don't give that a second thought when they look at them. I've been past a few and seen not many people. Then I've been past others and or the same ones and seen plenty of people in there. So I guess it's just peaks and troughs, swings and roundabouts, etc. Barbershops maybe the same, but I don't know if that's who knows? I honestly don't know if that's a blinking money laundering scheme or what. But it interests me in terms of how businesses, if you've got the same sort of business that's so heavily saturated with the same type of business in that area, how the other businesses survive. Like for me, when I go to Golden Scissors in Porirua, like they are usually plenty of people in there. So I try to go when I know that there's usually not too many people, which is usually earlier in the morning, but seems like a lot of people have the same sort of thought. So I have been there a few times, and we must have all been having the same thought, and blanking heck, there's a whole bunch of people in there. So I've had to go back later. So anyway, who knows? Maybe it's just like that for the other barber shops, whereby sometimes they just seem to be empty, and other times they could be full. Um, outside my bandwidth, what's this? Simon Zidane retracted. Beecher, I'm not advocating anyone, but Indian artillery batteries covered our own New Zealand boys on the front lines in Gallipoli. Are they perhaps allies? Um, yeah, well, I'd say they were allies if that's the case. If that's what happened there, Simon Zidane, where you've got Indian artillery batteries covered NZ boys, and by default, I assume Australians as well. Like, there's no doubt that Indians, there are a lot of good people in India. There are a lot of good Indian people in New Zealand and in Australia and in other parts of the world. That's not even a debate in my head. It's not even a doubt or something that I think is untrue. It's not. I think it is true. My concern from my personal take is just the immigration policy and what I just read earlier when I shared the screen, like 18 years or older, New Zealand citizen or resident for electoral purposes, lived in NZ for 12 months or more. And you can also vote if you're a resident for electoral purposes and you don't have a visa that requires you to leave by a specific time. I was just looking at the screen again. It's like it seems pretty soft and weak to me. And it lends itself, in my opinion, for what it's worth, to down the track long-term issues and problems for the country, and in this case, NZ. What are those things? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I would just be guessing. But hence why I said earlier, I'd love to know what governments on their 3-year cycle are planning for and forecasting, because I think they are only looking 3 years ahead. Yeah, that's my take anyway. Dun, dun. What's this? So I remember how they wanted their own country. They got it. Now we want to keep ours. True, there is intertribal beefs in New Zealand that are still ongoing. Like Tribe 1 still has the jawbone of another's. Yeah, it's just, bro, that stuff is way over my head as well. I don't even delve into that. I know there are some people, my people, Maori people, who have very strong opinions of other iwi. And it's like, bro, I don't care. Proud of the fact that I whakapapa tū Ngāti Porou on the East Coast. Cool, awesome. I've not spent any amount of time really immersing myself to get a great understanding of that. So I'm what people would call a plastic Māori. My own people would call me a plastic Māori. Non-Māoris would call me a plastic Māori. I don't particularly care. You can't change the DNA of me. And the fact is I'm a Māori, or I have Māori heritage. I've probably got non-Māori heritage as well. But I'm proud of being a Māori and proud of being a New Zealander. Proud of being an Australian citizen through my service and the privilege that I had to go serve there in the military, and then had the privilege and opportunity to continue to live there and raise our children there, for the most part, to nearly all of them to adulthood. A few of them just had a few more years, or the youngest one has still got this year and next year less of school, I think. So large amount of our time over there. Great country. But yeah, I'm grateful for where I'm at and the heritage and the understanding that I have. Could I have done more to learn more about all of that? Yeah, I could, but I didn't have the drive and the desire to want to learn more about that. I've been off and on with learning my reo, with learning my language as well, Te Reo Māori language, that is. So, it's not, is that right? Is that wrong? I don't know. It depends on who you ask. For me, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just need to, if that's what I want to do, I just need to put in some more work. So until such time as I make the conscious decision to put in the work, I'm going to just sort of be where I am right now as far as my language goes and knowing more about my iwi and all that sort of thing. But yeah, some people there and their tribes and their the rariraras, the problems, the issues, the mamai and hurt and pain and suffering that they're still carrying with them years and years after these things have apparently happened. Oh well, each to their own. Yeah, I probably do that too with some stuff here. If I sat here and thought about it long enough and hard enough, I'd probably come up with stuff that I'm blinking carrying on about like a pork chop as well. Read that. Jawbone ancestors. Yes, of course, they are Anzacs because they are owned by the British Crown, the British Indian Army. Haha. That's from JJ Beachburn. There's 6,000 years of recorded history. Europeans have existed for a third of that time. War has existed since before it began. Yep, I'd agree with that. Not that I know all of those figures and stats that you've just mentioned there as well. Not that there's an extensive amount, but I would agree that war just seems to be a natural part of us as humans' DNA, of any animal, wildlife, any living thing on this earth seems to have a natural tendency to fight, whether it's for survival, whether it's for food, whether it's for both. That stuff just happens. Um, and as much as people might want to try to remove it, well, good luck to them. Your title popped up and looked racist, and you are a Maori too, and I feel compelled to comment. Well, good for you. So the title popped up and looked racist. Yeah, okay, cool. That's what is the title of this again? What did I can't remember what I titled it. Is New Zealand, is it, are we New Zealand or New India or New Delhi? Yeah, I don't particularly care. If it piqued enough of your interest to stop by at end colonial Epstein regimes, good for you. And you're still here, so well done for you. And you've been having your comments, which is fine. I've tried to make an effort to read all of them out, or everybody's comments out. Um, whether I agree with all of your comments or not is neither here nor there. The reason for the live is so people can put down, and I wouldn't sit here and read through them if I wasn't actually interested in seeing what people have to say. If I'm Indian and go for fights or fights for Australia and New Zealand, I'm now Anzac. If I'm Indian and go fight for Australia and New Zealand, I'm now Anzac. Um, I think you probably by default, I would say, automatically become part of that history. You know what I mean? Um, that's what I would have thought. There are Indians in the New Zealand Army now. There are Indians in the Australian Army. So I'd say they become part of that Anzac history if they weren't already, if they didn't already feel involved. You know, some of the comments that I read earlier with the what is it, the artillery. So yeah, Anzac is Australia and New Zealand, and in order to serve in the Australian or the New Zealand Defence Force, from what I understand, it may be different here in NZ, but at least during my time in Australia, I had to be an Australian citizen. So yes, I got fast tracked, but I stayed there and served and loved it. Would have probably still stayed there longer had I not been an arrogant, prideful young man at that time. But yeah, it is what it is. It doesn't take anything away from the fact that I love Australia as a country, but I also love New Zealand, and I love the country that I was born in more because this is where I was born in. People have asked me, "Oh, so what if Australia and New Zealand went to war? Would you fight against Australia?" No, the answer is no. For me personally, um, if somebody from Australia hurt my family, like I would be going after that person, not after every Australian that I could find. You understand? I think that's fairly common sense. If somebody, wouldn't matter what nationality or where they're from, if somebody hurts somebody that I love or care about, then you're going after that person. You're not going after the everybody else of where they come from. But yeah, to the core of that question that I've been asked multiple times, if New Zealand and Australia were to ever go to war, like, would I fight against Australia? The short answer for me is no. Like, what do I want to fight against a country that I went and fought for and people that I went and fought alongside with? It's not a case of would I feel that way had I not gone over and served in the Australian Defence Force? Probably not. To be honest, I'd probably go, well, no, yeah. If we're at war, I'm going to fight against them. If they're fighting against us, that's probably how I would feel. But the fact that I've had the privilege to serve in both, like, nah, I'm living in NZ. I'm not going to go and I'm not fighting against Australia. If there's a draft and a conscription, there's a whole bunch of what if questions, which are probably not even going to happen. And if they did, they're probably not going to happen in my lifetime anyway. So how long's a piece of string? Like, enough with the blink and what if questions. I know where I'm at in terms of that aspect when I do get asked that. And why did I tie that in? Oh yeah, this Anzac question. And NZ, I'm now Anzac. Yeah, I don't see any problem with that personally. You could be Samoan all your life and then come over and serve New Zealand, or even just one of the countries in the New Zealand Army or the Australian Defence Force. Like, you're part of the Anzac culture. You don't have to have served in both, I don't think. But yeah, I'm not sure where you were going with that, JJ Beachburn, but that's my blink and waffle. The tamihana, the human condition isn't very good for humanity. Okay. Pleasant strolls, retractors, ideas, British Indian. Have you seen our $20 banknote? Read about a Chinook bear assault, where our own Maori boys in Gallipoli were in the trenches with the Turban brothers. Chair. Some people here know their history. I'm not one of them. feel less, you'll go further. Away from here, preferably. No one here is racist. You're just weird. Jerry, Māori still have a history here in Aotearoa that spans many years. Denying the Māoris of their land is like denying the animals of the forest. It's their land, their home, right? Interesting. I don't know. I would have thought Māori were of the mindset that the land, you know, we're just looking after it. You know what I mean? And I could be wrong. Like, we're just trying to utilize it to our advantage, but we don't own it. I would have thought. I don't know. Like, these days, obviously, all the talk is like, I'd love to own a piece of land here in NZ. My family and I, we don't own any land here in NZ. I'd love to, just to have that freedom to do what it is that you might want to do on that land, etc. One day, whenever that happens. But yeah, I would have thought, like, to your comment, Cherry, denying Māoris of their land is like denying the animals of the forest. Depends on who you ask, I think. It's their land. I don't know. Is it their land? Maybe. Some Māori on here might completely disagree with me and go, "Come on, Joe, of course it's our land." I don't pretend to know all the history and stuff of what's happened and how the land was divided up and what was taken, what was given back, or what was not given back, etc., and what's still being held and what people are still fighting for. As far as I know, there's all that sort of stuff still happening to this day, and hence why I've mentioned people are still carrying a lot of anger and hurt and stuff around it. I haven't delved into looking into that because maybe I might end up feeling hurt and upset and angry about it too. I know I've shared stuff about this before, not the land stuff, but about what we choose to feed our eyeballs and our brains and what we choose to consume. Like, you can go down a real rabbit hole and you can get very upset. Anybody, myself included, you can get really upset, really worked up in regards to looking into things. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Like, by all means, do it. We all do it. I do it. But I think it's just good for people, myself included, to be mindful of what it is that we're getting into, and what rabbit holes you choose to go down, because it can have an impact on people. I've seen it with friends of mine who've gone down rabbit holes of certain things, and they've had some real struggles trying to reconcile stuff. They've had some real struggles in their relationships. They've had some mental health, personal struggles, and so I'm conscious of that sort of thing when I'm, particularly as a YouTuber, as a self-proclaimed YouTuber, I'm conscious of the fact that what I choose to consume and do and or create content on can and will have an impact on me, physically, emotionally, dare I say spiritually, mentally, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, why did I bring that up? You spoke about preferably non-racist. No, read that. Denying Māori is their land. It's like denying animals the forest. It's their land, their home, right? Yeah, again, for me, it depends on who you're talking to and asking. Seeing as you're asking me that question, I'm taking as though you're asking me. I don't think it's our land or my land, like New Zealand is my home, yes. And if I have the opportunity with the way um, colonization, dare I say, progression and advancement in today's day and age and world is these days, in order to, you have to purchase land if you want to own it. And then there's certain things, I guess, that you can do on the land that you own. Um, that's the world that we live in now, whether we like it or not. So, like I said, I don't own any land in NZ. The fact that I was born here and that I probably have multiple generations of family members that have been born here and lived here potentially all their life. Some may have moved overseas and doing something else. I don't feel like I own the land, if that makes sense. Anyway, probably doesn't make sense, but that's my take. Thanks for your question, though, Cherry, and your comments, JJ Beachman. Doesn't matter what they skin color or what their skin color is or what their headwear is, though. I don't understand what you are on about. That's probably me you're talking to, eh, JJ? Because you haven't got an at in there, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I might have been talking about. You can be Indian and be a Kiwi, JJ Beachburn. Yes, you can be Indian. Yeah, you go through, like, there's plenty of Indians, plenty of Chinese, and other nationalities that I know that identify themselves as proud Kiwis. It's awesome. At you. So that's for me. At you can be Indian and be a Kiwi. Well, I think to that specific comment, like, in addition to what I said earlier, I don't know what the context is of your question there. But again, if there were stronger immigration citizenship policies, I think that would go a longer way to having, regardless of whether you're Indian or Chinese or Japanese or whatever, before calling yourself a Kiwi, get citizenship first. And that citizenship process takes longer than just a 12-month, been here for 12 months, or your visa doesn't have an expiry on it. I don't understand. My grandpa was Chinese and fought in World War One for Australia, multiple medals. Wow, your grandpa was Chinese. Interesting. He didn't effing represent China. He didn't track and ever represent China, dickhead. Holy hiccup. What's this? In Colonial Epstein's Modi order, please be brave and read wider. All the racist anti-Indian stuff is manufactured by finance class interests. Thank you, in Colonial Epstein regimes. I don't think, for me personally, I don't think it's got anything to do with not being brave about not wanting to read racist information. I'm just being honest. I can look you straight in the eye. I don't care who you are or where you come from. You could be sitting right here in front of me. It's got nothing to do about not being brave and not wanting to read any documentation. It's the fact that I just don't like reading. So, but I'm trying to, as best I can, read through these comments in this live. But appreciate you. Thanks for the comments anyway. Maybe you could just start your channel, bro. How's this for a thought? At end underscore colonial underscore Epstein underscore regimes. Have you got a YouTube channel whereby you share this information? I would probably swing by and have a watch from time to time. I would likely subscribe to your channel to have a listen, to have a watch, see you talk about and share all this great knowledge and the what is it? The brave reader that you would be, for the wider reading that you do of all the racist and anti-Indian stuff is manufactured and how it's manufactured. I presume that you would. I reckon you got a niche there, bros. I reckon you got a legitimate channel niche that you will find your people and people will come along to have a look. I would stop by and have a look. So let me know by finance class interests. There's probably, there's probably a whole bunch of truth to the stuff that you're saying, in regards to finance class and racism and all that sort of stuff. But if you think that it's because of a lack of bravery to read wider, I'm sorry, bro. You're just way off the mark there. It's Spoon, LOL. Oh, they fought in the trenches with the Chinese. You brought up the Anzacs, so I was just adding what I can. Oh, maybe you fellas are talking to each other. I've got here at JJ Beachby. When you put he didn't track and represent China, dickhead. I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or not. I didn't really care, but I still thought it was funny. I still think it's funny. But maybe it's a group of you having your own conversation. At the Tamihana, most of us have mixed heritage. Yep, respect your whakapapa. We all have plenty of skeletons. Sometimes the raru gets petty and non-productive. Yeah, hey, I think so. Yeah, but anyway, cheers for that at the Tamihana. Thank you, but I don't understand still. You're either talking to me, JJ Beachburn, or somebody else. Well, you do. Oh, maybe it's you. Maybe you fellas are talking to each other. Unfortunately, it seems there is a Five Eyes alignment to import infinite unskilled people, and to be concerned makes you a racist. Yeah, possibly. Hey, what a great way of summarizing that and putting that down. That makes me smile just based on some of the comments that I've read in here so far. Cheers, pleasant strolls. Rubber Kiwi. I think, where are we at? Holy heck, nearly midnight, man. This is cool. My God. I am surprisingly not feeling tired. Rubber Kiwi Māori have only been here 800 years. They're immigrants like everyone else. Yep, my Pākehā family have been here almost 200 years. How long exactly does it take to be a native? Great question, fair comment, fair points. Māoris didn't just sprout up here in Aotearoa, as far as I'm aware. We came over, some people say we came over from Indonesia, Hawaii. Maybe there's other places. I don't know the full history, but what I do know, based on what I've seen and heard, is that Maori didn't spring up here as the original people, like from here. We came across in whatever waka or blanket boat or however it was that they got here, traveled here, migrated here. So, who was it? Rubber Kiwi. Rubber Kiwi's comment. Fair comment. I don't know what just like the citizenship piece. I don't know what that time frame is. To me, if Rubber Kiwi has got family that have been here almost 200 years, I think that's long enough. Personally, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm deluded with that, but I think that's how long does it take to be native? I think they're as native as me and or as anybody else that immigrated here way back when. So 800 years sounds like a long time, right? Does that mean, I don't know, does that mean that anybody else, if they haven't been here as long or they don't have whakapapa that goes back that long, that they don't deserve to be a citizen or don't deserve to call themselves Kiwis, or don't, like the time frame here of what Rubber Kiwi's got? Like, what is the time frame? I don't think anybody has an answer to that. Excuse me. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there are people that do. I'd be interested to hear. Similarly to that same comment again, the citizenship. What sort of time frame is it? Is it 3 years? Is it 5 years? Is it 7 years? Is it 10 years before somebody's gone through all the steps and hoops to become a citizen? Then they can vote. I don't know. I think any one of those numbers. I probably lean more towards 5 or 7 years, but I'm happy with a 10-year as well. That's just me personally. But if a decision was made from a political perspective to increase that somebody has to be here, lived here for at least 5 years, and been proactively working towards becoming a New Zealand citizen, I think 5 years is a good place to start. I wouldn't object to a 7-year time frame, and like I said, I wouldn't object to 10 years either. But that's just my personal opinion. From a voting perspective, they can be a permanent resident. Cool. All well and good. Fill your boots. Be a positive contributing member. Be doing all the things that are going to get you another step, another day, another week, another year closer towards being a citizen in New Zealand, if we had this sort of legislation, but we don't. And then become a citizen. Now you can actually vote in terms of what impacts the political landscape, the economic landscape, the policies, and all that sort of stuff that impact people as a wider impact within NZ, which would also include impacting permanent residents that haven't been here for that longer period of time, that are not citizens yet. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Anyway, 800 years is a long time. Yep, it is a long time. Ancient almost. Yeah, I don't know what classifies ancient. That seems like ancient to me. It's about withholding the culture of the land. That's what makes a person of the country. It's about withholding the culture of the land. Okay, I'm not sure. Not if you go to a country and then start changing their culture and bringing yours to theirs. Hell no. Yeah, I don't agree with that. You don't go to another country and start trying to change theirs. So is 200. Yep, 200 is a long time too. Some people would argue ancient as well. To me, 200 years is thinking, heck. How could who? I don't know. I'd be interested to know if anybody in the chat would argue that 200 years is not long enough to be deemed a blanking. What was the comment from Robert Kiwi? Native. To me, like you're a native of NZ. You got blanking bones and family history here as part of the country. That's just my simplistic view of it, anyway. But anyway, no, please be brave and read wider. Ah, shut up, you twat. You blink and be brave. You be brave and create your YouTube channel, mate. You be brave in Colonial Epstein ballbag and you start your own YouTube channel and then you start educating us. I promise you, I'll tell you this right now, I promise you, you send me the link to your YouTube channel where you're going to start educating us with your wider red blink and intellectual brain that you've got, and I will come and subscribe to your channel. I'll even give you a like. But seems like anyone that's having an issue with any bravery here is you bloody ballbag. Well, that changed quick, eh? You just seem like a bit of a twat. Simon Zidane, take offense to it. Call me a racist. I really don't care. Start your channel, then you can have a rant and a sook about it on your channel. I am Kiwi of French roots. I have Maori in my family and Indians in my family. Let's all live as brothers and sisters, I say. Good for you, Simon. It would be, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's a good call out. Your context ought to be a lot wider by now. Please read wider. Ah, shut up, you clown. Listen to you. Kia manawa nui mauri ora. Hey, create your channel, boy, and then we'll see how you look. We'll see what you're saying and what you're talking about. Eh? You won't, though, you bloody ballbag. I would love to be proved wrong, though. Create your channel and then call me up. Put in the title, responding to Go Always a Little Further. You can even add my name, Joe Horto, which you can find in the description of my channel on the about. But you won't because you're a blinking, I don't know, you're a retard, bro. For somebody that's apparently wider red, you are a bit of a twat. The Tamiana 2561. All you readers want a good keep it real read. Get hold of Milton Chris' book, Dying for a Living. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Dying for a living. Sounds familiar. This is still historically Māori land. Aotearoa 800 years or even 1,000 years is a long time. Ancestors of Māori Kiwis rocked this land before your grandpa was alive. Yeah, fair points. Billy T. James taught us the secret 40 years ago. It's easy. Those people suck. Those other people, they also suck. Us, ? We suck too. Everybody does. Get over yourselves and get on with the job, wise men. Cheers, Rubber Kiwi. Pleasant Shoals, did you hear about the Kandahar giant story when you were serving? No. Any truth to it, you reckon? I'm not sure, man. There's been some stuff. Joe Rogan's had some interviews with people and some people that have spoken about and said, oh, watch it. Watch what you're about to get into now. Talking about giants in Afghanistan and all that sort of thing. I never heard about it. Not while I was serving. Yeah, that's my take. JJ Burncherry, for sure, all Māori land forever and always. I hope no one ever changes that. Lorne Guy in Polynesia just dropped in now. Howdy. Hey, howdy to you. I know you said put a comment in one of the videos that I did recently with regards to is New Zealand becoming India? So thanks for stopping by, bro, and for the comments as well. Appreciate it. Pleasant Strolls, you've probably gone by now because it's taken me ages to get to these. New Zealand belongs to the fairy people. We Kiwis have no culture. We are an amalgamate. We are an amalgamate of countless global traditions and modernity. Oh, I think there's truth to that too. No, historically it was nobody's land. Then Maori arrived, not even getting into the Moriori stuff. Either way, it's history. We need to figure out how to live today. Yeah, sounds smart to me. Sounds common sense. Like, yes, the Morioris, the Maoris, like we immigrated. I don't think anybody denies that Maori people immigrated to New Zealand, to Aotearoa. Grabbed it, claimed it, as our own land. Maybe that's what they did. Tribes split off here, there, and everywhere, North and South Island, and had their own little quirks and differences in terms of tikanga and kawa and the way that they spoke, or the little nuances of their languages, and claimed land for themselves, more than likely. All well and good, but at the end of the day, we still immigrated here. Like this land, this world, the country that we live in, it should be okay for anybody who wants to come and live here to come and live here, as long as they are a good person and they're not a dickhead. Like, cool, come, do your thing, keep your faith, keep your values, understand how New Zealand is, or Australia is, or whichever country you're going to is as a nation, as a culture, what they believe, what the vast majority of their belief system is, and do your best to assimilate into that as well as you can, understanding and respecting that there will likely be differences between our culture, the way that we do things, and yours, wherever it is that you come from. And as long as we don't start getting in an uproar, like if you're the visitor to another country and start getting into an uproar and saying, you need to do this for us here, and there's more of us here, and if you want to attract more of our people to come here, you should be thinking of and doing these things. No, I don't think so. We don't need to do that. Governments can choose to do that if they want to help with inclusivity and all those sort of things. But in my opinion, that country doesn't need to do that, and nor should they have to. So, if those people come from another country and they want to make it their home and they're enjoying it, but now they don't like it because they miss certain things that they used to have or be able to do back in their homeland, well, if it's not for you, head back to where you came from. Otherwise, they can crack on with what it is that you're here to do, which is hopefully be a good person, be a positive contributor to society, raise your family, do well as you can, and blink in. Don't be a twat. JJ Beachburn Joe knows. So all this Indian hate is Tamaki's pitiful way of gaining political relevance, except the meth brain doesn't comprehend basic life skills or self-purpose. Yeah, well, Brian Tamaki is a bit of a special case. So who knows what's going on in that fella's head, bro? You've never traveled, have you, Simon? Even Aussie is not like us. Just ask them. Everybody says we're weird. Yeah, that's true. Yep. And then at the same time, you'll get people from the UK and even South Africa who sometimes, unless they've traveled around and been into Australia and New Zealand, you get some South Africans. I've had some South Africans and people from the UK accuse me of being sounding like early days. Maybe I sound more Australian now, who knows? But I've had early days when I was recently in Australia, people there from those other countries saying, "Oh man, yeah, I thought you sound like an Australian." Or when I've seen them, they're going, "Oh, you definitely sound like an Australian." I was like, "No, I bloody don't." That was my comeback to them anyway. Or truck off, no, I don't. But yeah, and then I've had it vice versa, so which is fine because I am a Kiwi. So you've never tried. I read that one. Lawn guy, fish don't know they're wet. Okay. I reckon there were probably different groups that migrated from all over Polynesia, South America, and Asia, and population history goes back way further. Were the fairy people just stories? Were the fairy people just stories? Bugger if I know. But again, like, there's no denying, from what I understand, that Maori people immigrated here to New Zealand. I don't think I've come across anybody that's disputed that. Cherry Rubber Kiwi, this is still historically Maori land. That's why you grew up knowing of the book, Maui and the Sun. Oh, yeah, we have still got those books too. Maui and the Sun, Maui and the fire one. We've got a few of those books anyway, somewhere in the storage here. No one is hating Indians, bro. Are they hating because they move to another country and then bring in their values and culture to change the culture of the land they moved to? Yeah, I don't think I've read or heard. Oh, sorry, haven't heard anything in here. Haven't read anything in here in these comments of anybody hating on Indians. But how people interpret things, I can't control that. No one hates an Indian who is Kiwi. Absolutely no one. We love butter chicken and tikka masala just as much as you do. JJ Beachman's having a good laugh. I stayed in Brisbane for 5 years. I don't care what the Aussies think of us. They annihilated their indigenous. So why does it matter what they think? They annihilated their indigenous. Oh, it's no doubt they did some pretty horrendous things, to the indigenous Aboriginal people in Australia. Annihilated, to me, annihilated means that they're completely gone. So that's just my take. There's probably a better definition of what annihilation means. But yeah, if you mean that they did some extremely terrible things to the Aboriginal people, 100%, that is what they did. I think a lot of people from their countries, and even still to this day, are still likely doing a lot of horrendous things to their people. Rwanda, Somalia, there'd be lots of things that have taken place. The English people in the UK, Maori people here, just blinking everywhere. I don't think anybody's exempt from having done uh, terrible things to other people. Imagine going to India and then making them eat meat, because that's what I do in Australia. Food for thought, eh? I also grew up knowing science and tectonic plates, yep, are a thing. Slightly more believable than a giant fish. Acknowledge your reply, your rebuttal, let's say, Rubber Kiwi. I'll tell you what, I grew up reading those books, Maui and the Magic Jawbone and all that sort of stuff, and fishing up Aotearoa, New Zealand. Even, this is just me, right or wrong, even as a young Maori boy, um, very simple, still simple to this day, I never believed that story. Like, call me stupid, call me a traitor, call me blank and plastic Maori, whatever. I never believed that story. And I don't believe the story of Maui going out in a canoe. And I don't even know if it was fiction or meant to be fiction or non-fiction. I just read it as, or saw it as, a children's book, like something to, I don't know, maybe it was to trigger the imagination of young people or whatever. I never viewed it as a non-fiction, this is how New Zealand was formed book. But I don't know. Maybe I'd like to think I'm not the only one that never thought that that story is true, but maybe I'm not. Maybe there are a number of people that believe wholeheartedly that that story is true. Maybe one day it'll come about. Who knows? But that's not where my head sits, and it's not because of tectonic plates and New Zealand being right on this blinking horrendous fault line that we have running through our country, all that sort of thing. Wasn't because of any of that. I just was just like that. That doesn't make sense to me in my simplistic little head. Anyway, and then everyone votes to eat moat for the dude from Australia. Yeah, makes Traken sense. Votes to eat moat. I'm not sure what that is. Wrong guy. No. I go there and respect the people and their culture and adhere and fit in and support the community I'm involved in. Yeah, I think that's all people really want, isn't it? Oh, that's what I'd like. Um, if people were to come here, or if I would, my expectation of myself, if I was to go to another country, that's what I would be expecting to do. Try to get a lay of the land, get an understanding, fit in as well as you can, blink and mind your p's and q's, I suppose. But live your life, have your values and beliefs, but just be a good person. Don't be a dickhead. Figure things out, and just sort of fit in with how things work in that country in the bigger scheme of things. If you're not eligible to vote, then you don't vote. Yeah, real simple anyway, I think. It's like common sense, but no one knows it. Wonder why. Well, there's politicians talking about Indians and other useless things, don't want to talk about the homeless situation, so we are shown an easy target to vent. It is all election bait. Potentially that as well, eh? Some people, a lot of people out there doing it really hard, out on the streets, and yeah, there's obviously a lot more. Hence why I said, in terms of me doing some my own little research and stuff in terms of who would I want to vote for here in NZ. That's part of it. The police corruption system and stuff that's happening. Not all police being corrupt. That's not fair and or accurate. But there's been some corruption stuff put in the media in present times. The healthcare system, the education system, our budget, our defence, the immigration stuff. If I didn't talk about that already, yeah, there's lots of the alternative power, the economic state, the cost of living, the employment situation. Like the list goes on in terms of stuff that New Zealand is really struggling with at the moment. But it's not just New Zealand; it's everywhere. And so, yeah, to your point about Simon about homelessness, one of many things, bro. One of many things that I think is in need of a lot of work. Well, it's all to get them free votes in the election. Yes, I think there's a lot of truth to that as well. You say we have no culture. Perhaps the reason, oh, who says that? Perhaps the reason people think we're weird is because we do, in fact, have our own culture and none of them are familiar with. Yeah, I don't think I must have missed that comment that we have no culture. I would, yeah, I definitely would disagree with that. We definitely have our own culture here in NZ, or you say we have no culture. Oh, sorry, is this Robert Kiwi? Are you saying that the other person is saying that non-Māori have no culture? Is that what you're saying? Maybe. I might have too many of you having your own conversations. No, but that's a good thing. I don't mind it at all. They understand we are awakening. I'm from Oz, and I even know you can only get a good hangi from NZ. God, that's all right. Russell Hogg. I reckon those taking student loans should be incentivized to stay in the country and contribute to the economy if they stay in New Zealand for at least 5 years after graduation. Too many graduates leaving. That's another great point. Like a military might have a return of service, that sort of Rosso thing that I spoke about earlier. That's a fair point. I think it's worth considering, and it's worth, if you're going to do something like that, I think it's worth laying the cards on the table for anybody that's planning on coming to this country or any country and getting a student loan. And you've got here incentivized to stay in the country and contribute to the economy. It's probably a good idea. Have them stay here, contribute for at least the next 5 years after graduation. Sounds like a good thing to me. How does that work? How do you implement that? Lots of discussions and conversations. How do you stop them from just skipping country? Is that a removal of their passports? They go into a system or whatever? I don't know. But it sounds like an interesting thought. I'd support something like that personally. Just reading that at first glance and having an initial thought just on the back end of reading your comment from at Russell Hogg. At least we do have the better pies. Simons, how many people in Brisbane did you meet that annihilated Indigenous people? Yeah, that's definitely a conversation that some of the others are having. And if anyone from Australia says Yarala pies, you are instantly deported. No one eats that possum meat soup. Shouldn't be foreign student loans. Yeah, and that's another great point. Why are we funding those? Is that what that other comment meant from Russell Hogg? We funding foreign students to come over. So here, Robert Kiwi's got shouldn't be foreign student loans. If you can't afford it, don't come. We had international students at high school. Their fees paid for a lot of good programs for everyone. Everybody won. Fair point. Really good point. Yeah, I like that too, Rubber Kiwi. So lots to put on a table, to have a discussion about, and hopefully those apparent decision makers would consider those things. Maybe they might be lucky enough to get a big brain like this twat Epstein blinking ball bag can enter the room with his wider reading. What's this? If they shouldn't be Rubber Kiwi if they can't even spell beer. XXXX 4X. I have zero faith in their pie making. What is the time? The time here, and I'm laughing like this. Sorry, what's our quarter to midnight? and I'm having a good laugh. Thank yous. So this, if they can't even spell beer, forex, I have zero faith in their pie making. Fair point. Fair point. What's this? So that's a lie. Indians don't pay for each other. Okay, cool. Was that for the comment that I mentioned earlier about the homes that my mate, somebody who I can consider a mate, Carla, was talking about, who's a real Indian, and was working in a supervisor position? So that's a lie. Indians don't pay for each other. Well, that seemed to be his reality of what he was talking about, and he spoke about that his home. Now, whether or not that's true, I could only take him at his word. I'm not like going, "Oh, show me the books, bruz. Show me your accounts. Show me where this is happening." So I just took him at his word, and that's why I put it here to ask. But Simon's of the opinion that's a lie. The Tamihana, yep, the Patel cartel look after their members, and we've got the Tamihana 2561 saying the Patel cartel. That's a good one. I like that. The Patel cartel look after their members. Rubber Kiwi with NZ benefit money. That's not the same. Thanks for my money back. Take all my stuff. I'm not sure what that comment's in relation to, Rubber Kiwi, unless that's in relation to what I was talking about earlier with what the Indian guy that I was talking about. Him and the people that he mentioned, they were, well, again, I can only take him at his word, eh? So he mentioned that they were working. A number of them were working other jobs. Obviously, him and his wife were working. That's what he was talking about. So whether or not it's if they're taking benefit money and doing that, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I didn't actually ask him that question. That's not a thought that entered my head. Actually, I didn't think to go, "Hey, Carla, when you say you're all contributing and the family members are contributing a large amount so that people can pay off their homes quicker and you bounce around, is that benefit money that they're taking?" Like that thought just didn't enter my head. Um, if that's what you're talking about, Rubber Kiwi. Simon Zidane's back. Why are Indians even a debate? LOL. Nobody is asking these politicians the real questions affecting us. They throw the Indian bait, we take it and run it. maybe that's what's happening. Who knows? But there are some. I don't know. What are you? Oh, what did you? Sorry, you said you were French with some Maori heritage and something else. Eh? So, yeah, I don't know. Each to their own. Simon. Russell Hogg's back. Rubber Q. Only someone who's been a permanent resident for at least 3 years can get a student loan. Ah, okay. By the time a 2 or 3 year course is completed, they'll be eligible for citizenship anyway. Hmm. Okay, well, that's interesting. Heck, it seems like it's student for at least, it seems like it's harder to get a student loan than it is to vote on policy and changes. You know, you only need 12 months. Here, you need to get a student loan. You need to be permanent resident for at least 3 years, which is a little bit better. But I suppose if the to me the catch being you only need to be a permanent resident for 12 months or more, and then you can vote. If you get more of the same people, regardless of where they're from, voting, that could potentially change the landscape of the potential 3 year wait for a student loan. I don't know, maybe. Rubber Kiwi, why do you keep bringing them up after the conversation has moved on? Hard out, eh? Yeah, there's definitely some people have got bees in their bonnets about certain topics, and they wanna stay on it for as long as they can. Each to their own. Crack up though. That's a good one. Good question, Rubber Kiwi. John McMillan, Simon, India Free Trade Agreement, dummy. Both Labor and National support selling out NZ citizens. Crack up. I'm laughing at the dummy part because I'm thinking of Hemorrhoid Head when I just kept calling him dummy. Hammerhead 27 when I was doing the Ben Robert Smith reaction stuff. Crack up. Man, 78. It's about immigration, Simon. Perhaps too much immigration is the discussion. Some of us think it is a problem. Poor Simon. Whenever Uncle Pete is asked about his manifesto, he spews a non existent Indian problem. So we forget to ask what matters. Okay, that's Simon's take. A non existent Indian problem. Really? A non existent Indian problem? Oh, well, if that's your take, Simon, good on you. Pleasant strolls. If NZ has a serious crisis, a world war or real pandemic, having 1/3 of the country New Zealand migrants might be problematic. Oh, yeah, probably. Um, Yeah, there's probably some realities to that. Uncle Pete. Yeah. What's this? Rick Edwards. Joe Matua. Hey, hey. Yeah. Very old these days, it would appear. Rick Edwards. John McMillan. Well, ask why NZ wages are the slowest rising in the OECD. Excuse me. Um, yeah, I don't know who that's for. I don't think it's for me. I don't think I was talking about New Zealand wages or anything, or maybe I did. TAFE is free. TAFE is free. Pleasant strolls. Is it? Is it free for anyone? So no, it's not a radical thing. More like overpopulation, hard to find a job, rent, buy, home, wages, salaries. It's all affected. Yep, no doubt. All those things will be affected. What about war criminals? Should we have another Nuremberg? I like the way you've looked to try to change the topic. Oh, actually, this live was going to be on that blinking ball bag Andrew Hasty, but yeah, like I said on the back end of this video, I was like, holy heck, there seems to be a lot of people that have got stuff that they want to say. So maybe I'll just run a live for it. The 1 hour live has turned into what's it, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. We're at 4.5, over 4.5 hours on here now. But I don't mind. Dun, dun, dun. Where are we? Simon at Man78. Immigration isn't a problem. Man has been walking and moving for pastures for hundreds of thousands of years. We are all migrants. It's leadership failure. Okay. NZ pedo, pleasant strolls, who abused, videoed, sold the videos of his 5-year-old daughter, just got 3-year sentence, but out in one. That's NZ justice. What? I haven't seen that. A New Zealand pedo who abused, videoed, sold the video. Like, to me, that's a death penalty offence. Any pedophiles, or even I would say any sexual offending to an adult or to a child. For me, I sit in the we don't need you around anymore. No, thank you for stopping by. Blinking car keats, bros. Get in there and blinking. See you later. Lights out. Bye bye. 3-year sentence. A 3-year sentence for abusing and videoed a 5-year-old daughter, their own child. Yeah, no. What? 3 years, probably be out in 1 year for what's that, like good behavior or whatever, I suppose. Out in 1 year. Surely that's a blinking death sentence for that person. Like, that's trucking ridiculous. Anyway, if you've got a link to that, I haven't seen that. Maybe it'll pop up on my feed now that I'm talking about it and it's in this live chat feed. So maybe it'll show up on my YouTube feed. That is just horrendous. What is up with the New Zealand justice system? That's pathetic. Have you read Starship Troopers? Nope. No, I haven't. Simon Zidane, John McMillan, all trade agreements should be nationally voted for by all citizens, as I have always felt. Okay. There is no free when it's government, it's taxpayer funded. Okay, that's a good point. If you're talking about back at the TAFE being free, I didn't know that. Surely there's some sort of contribution that a student who wants to do a course through TAFE has to contribute towards, isn't there? And then, good point by Jason. Yeah, taxpayer funded, so it's not really free. Maybe free for that individual, especially if they're not working. Maybe, I don't know. Lawn Guy pulling it, just a book that made me think, oh, democracy as we have it is just one option, and it might not be the best. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for that, Lawn Guy in Polynesia. Yeah, if you didn't already know, when you've got here, have you read Starship Troopers? Bro, I haven't even read Bravo 20. Like, and that was all the craze when I was joining the army and people were talking about how they were going to join the SAS. Like every blinking Tom, Dick, and Harry was talking about that when I was coming through. So yeah, like for somebody that wanted to go into the army and join a unit like that, and to have not read that book, which was apparently, a lot of people even after my time, that joined the unit after me were blinking frothing over that book. So yeah, I'm not a big reader. Even like I've said, these books in the background here, I haven't read in the entirety any of them. Just read some of the books, I should say. Um, baby boomers clocking out and being replaced by immigrants to counter the youth vote. That's from the Tamihana. Simon again. How do we stop migrants when all New Zealand born kids skip town after uni? The void is massive. Yeah, I wish I knew. I don't know. I don't even know what the numbers are like on that sort of thing, Simon. JJ Bishop, well said, bro. At Man78. Sorry. Yep. So obviously you said something further up and I probably have forgotten about it. Have a good evening. I'm out. Same to you, long guy in Polynesia. Pauline Hanson wants to limit migration 130,000 per year for Australia, which would be perfect because we only build 175,000 new homes each year. Sounds pretty smart to me. Even hearing that, is that? I assume that's migration overall, so immigration from a variety. Is that 130,000 divided up across ethnicities, or is it just first in, first serve? That's interesting to me because it still sounds like a lot to me, but I'm looking at that from the lens of that sounds like a lot to me if it's from one particular group, whether it's Chinese or Japanese or whatever, Sudanese, Indian, Kiwi. 130,000 per year. I assume that's from across a broad range of, and it's probably first in, first serve. But bringing in 301,000 immigrants in 2025 alone, make sense. Yeah, that's crazy, eh? Only 175,000 homes. You brought in more than double that. We need her. Hope NZ has a Pauline Hanson. 1.3 million plus in 10 years. John McMillan. Holy heck. Everything we blame on immigration is actually the government that didn't work enough. Whether it's job creation, building homes, fighting homelessness, etc., the government is happy we blame immigration. The government is happy we blame immigration. Yeah, well, I think to your point, Simon, that's a valid point in terms of it is the government, it is the supposed leaders that are supposed to be doing these things. It is somebody in government that has got the portfolio, I imagine, for the immigration situation and how that's handled and the policy connected to it. So I don't know that we just go around blaming immigration. To me, even though we're doing this live, or I'm running this live and doing the video, I'm not the greatest at articulating and explaining things, but to me, it stems from the leadership. It's not like immigration isn't a separate entity to the government or to government leadership, at least not in my opinion anyway. So whoever is in charge of or been given that portfolio for immigration in the government structure, they've got some work to do. But not just them by themselves. They need the support of the rest of that government that's in power, let's say, and is supposed to be, again, to your point, working in the best interests of the people of their country. So, yeah, all those things. I don't know that we're just blaming immigration. Like, I think the people in this chat, people watching and seeing the situation, even in Ceuta in Spain, I think people know it's the government who have been blinking weak and slack on their immigration policies, etc., etc. And New Zealand's no different. Australia's no different. They know that it's the Labor government. Maybe what you're hearing just isn't as much of, Luxon isn't doing enough, or the government in power and stuff isn't doing enough. Probably because we don't actually know who's actually in charge. Is it Blanken? What's his name? Seymour? Is it Winston? Is it Blanken Luxon? I don't bloody know. I don't particularly at this stage don't really have a lot of time for any of those guys. Just based on what I've seen and heard, but that's because I haven't done a heck of a lot of digging or anything yet. So I don't know, Simon, that people are just blaming immigration. I think it is. I think we do and are smart enough to know that it is a government organization thing, and that the leaders within that organization or within government clearly aren't doing their job properly, not just on immigration, but a whole host of things impacting New Zealanders. Well, no, we are blaming them for filling the country with more people than it can withstand. I remember when New Zealand was 3 million, now team of over 5 million. Yeah, without us falling to a third world nation, There is such a thing as over immigration. Yep. Ceuta is Moroccan territory anyway. Oh, is it? Is it? Is that why they're doing it? Moroccan territory. Is that similar to like Russia, Ukraine? Is that what you're saying, Simon Zidane? So Russia is well within their rights to go and invade Ukraine because it's part of Russia. I don't know. Um, what's this? When I lived in Darwin for 4 years, every week there was an illegal boat coming in. Yep, I remember seeing the media when we were living in Australia. It was like there was an illegal boat coming every other week, every single week, and that was 15 years ago. I lived in the city with a view of the Navy immigration vessel. Right, Spanish territory at Simon John McMillan. Okay, so there you go, Simon Zidane. You've been called out by John McMillan. Spanish territory. You're saying Ceuta is Moroccan territory. Anyway, doesn't seem like it. But mind you, you could argue that now, Simon, with the 60,000 odd illegal immigrants that crossed over into what appears to be Spanish territory. Yeah, I'm not going to do a Google search on that. Like, I'm just reading through these comments. JJ, they would go halfway and then the Navy would save them and bring them into Australia. Yep, I remember seeing that. Government blames immigration for their own shortcomings. We blame immigration for expecting performance. No, I don't agree with you there. From the government. We blame immigration for expecting performance from the government. Nobody has to discuss actual issues. Nah, I don't agree with you there, Simon. Government blames immigration. Do they? So they're blaming themselves for their own shortcomings? Well, good if they are blaming themselves for their own shortcomings, but as long as they are then working on solutions to try to fix it, then you've got we blame immigration for expecting performance from the government. Nah, I've not heard that before. I think that's just, I think you're in your own waka on that one, bro. JJ Beachburn, and also every week there was one gun attack in the newspaper. Oh, well, okay. I don't remember that part, but take your word on it. 13 boats into Oz this year, according to Pauline's One Nation. Holy heck. Darwin is the best city in Australia. You go back in time, or you've got best? Is that best? EBST? Is it supposed to be best city in Australia? Darwin's a beautiful place, like very hot. I liked it in the times that I've been in there. Yeah, I think it's, aside from it being very hot, I thought it was a nice place. What I saw of it anyway, I didn't travel it extensively, but yeah, what I saw of Darwin, I liked it. John McMillan, Simon, one shortcoming being immigration. Have a look where Ceuta is. Tell me, is there any sense in that being Spanish land? Oh, yeah, so you're talking to John McMillan. He can do that. Simon, I want to say, love you, bro. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can vote. You're obliged to vote as an Aussie, mate. Oh, was this way back when I was asking the question? Holy heck, that's how far behind in these comments I am. When I was saying, can I still vote from it? Well, if I'm allowed to vote from here in NZ, because I am an Australian citizen, I will be voting for One Nation next year. All going well. You're obliged to vote as an Aussie, mate. Yeah, I think I got told that and bailed up about that a lot of times, even by my mates in the military in the unit. And I said pretty much similar things. It's like, yeah, I'm not voting. There's nobody I want to vote for. Crack up. Ceuta is like saying Waiheke belongs to Italy. Really? I don't know. You know it's legal. You know it's legally Spain. Okay, so it's legally Spain. Yes, we need more fobs. Much love, my brother. He's got here. No matter what happens, we all have to deal with it together. Postal vote, mate. Send it. Yep, I will then. So I better speak to the people that are renting our place over there, or I need to make contact. Whether it's the is it postal vote, or they must have some sort of online ability to online vote for citizens living overseas. I'm assuming. We'll see anyway. We'll suss that one out as we get closer to the time. Russell Hogg, once you're qualified and have skills, then jump in. The ditch looks great when the current government is hopeless and the cost of living and interest rates look better in Oz. Yeah, no brainer. Is a fair point, Russell Hogg. That's why some of my friends and people that I was working with have, shifted over to Australia. The economy, cost of living, pay, conditions, etc. Like they could see that they were doing their due diligence before they went to Australia. So, as terrible as the Labor government is over there in Australia, clearly there's still positive. Geez, that's a sad indictment in terms of what New Zealand must be like then, eh? People are still going over there by the thousands to Australia, even though Blinken Dumbanese is a twat, and so is the rest of the Labor government. But things are still better for the Kiwis over there. Good on them. I love my time in Australia, but I'm happy to be home, regardless of the situation. No matter who you are, say hello to the first person you walk past tomorrow. Shock them. Imagine that. There's some good advice right there. I like that, JJ Beachburn. Legally, Spain, there are no legalities in hoarding faraway lands. It is either still Moroccan land as Spanish colony or a part of sovereign Morocco. We need to look from all sides. Well, you fellas, look away. This wasn't. Actually, no, I did start it by playing that video of Morocco, didn't I? Or the Moroccans invading Ceuta, which is apparently Spanish owned land, for want of a, well, that's my simplistic view of it anyway. Great say, bruv. Smile at a stranger tomorrow. What's the worst that can happen? Being called a perv? Yeah, be like that's a hearty challenge, JJ Beachburn. I'd be interested to hear if anybody's here on the live on Wednesday. If anybody took JJ Beachburn up on the invitation to say hello to the first person you walk past tomorrow. See how it goes. Hopefully, you don't get a slap across the face, or you don't get called a name in reply. What's the worst that could happen? John McMillan says, welcome to the real world. Lots of countries have overseas territories. Just don't want NZ to become one for India. Teach kids music. It develops the ear to learn, to listen, expands appreciation for different beats and rhythms, develops creativity, and promotes harmony. Look at that. There's another good, maybe I should play some guitar tomorrow. Not for you on the live, because it will probably just put people off. And then, especially if I was to start to try to attempt to sing, then my account would probably get shut down by YouTube. So, what's this here? I like that comment at the Tamihana 2561. Dig a hole. Politicians need to be held accountable for every action. Yep. When did this change? I don't know. Ask Albo. Ask Dumbanese. Ask probably other politicians. And ask here Queer Starmer. A whole bunch of people probably that need to be asked that question. Trust, bruv. NZ won't be India's colony. Have you seen our $20 bill? We can't have two colonizers unless the king gives them Stewart Island. 80s and 90s were as good as it got when it's the last time anyone found money in the street. Like you said, back then you just had to look. You'd find 20 cents, 50 cents, 20 to 50 cents. Eventually you damn kids messed it up. Yeah, man, I would hang out outside the dairy and I could always scrounge a few coins. Even back when they had the 1 cent, 2 cent coins, 5 cent coins, 10 cent coins, 20 cents, 50 cents. Man, it was like you'd won the lotto if you found a 50-cent coin. To be fair, I'd say for me, it was like winning lotto if I found a 20-cent coin, to be honest, because then I could just take ages on the video game and just stay there and just play, and then live on my winnings on the game. And or if I found some more, scrounge some more cents lying around, then I could live on some lollies. Crack up. Look how well the king has handled the UK. The only way to win is to hold our politicians by the ear to work for us and allowing multiple wives for us so we can have more kids than the Indian. I'm glad I'm in a separate area of the back here in the motel, the garage, from where my wife is sleeping. That's a crack up comment. So we can have more kids, have multiple wives, but nah, one problem is enough, bro. Like, I don't know how those cultures do it that want to have more than one wife. Um, one of the Iraqis, when I was over there and we are working, this was in the private sector, he'd say, "No, Joe, Joe, one problem is enough." That's what he referred to his wife. So when we're talking like, how many wives you got? Four wives, two wives, or you working up to four wives? No, no, Joe. One problem is enough. So yeah, that made us crack up. Golden Scissors sound like a stripper club. Maybe they've got one of those spirally, twirly barber shop, the blue, white, and is it red, white, and blue? I think it is red, white, and blue, eh? Or is it just blue and well, no? I think it is red, white, and blue. The twirly pole thing. So yeah, maybe it is. Maybe when I've been there, it's been a barber shop anyway. Jason, I found a bag of weed on the street. We should discuss real issues like making polygamy law so we can counter the Muslim. Bloody hell, Simon, that's you twice with yeah. I think you. I don't know, man. You wanting to have you're making a push for this multiple wives blanket thing. Are you married, Simon? You be. I would suggest you would not be wanting your wife to read your comments about polygamy and trying to have multiple wives. Probably get a few uppercuts from her, I reckon. Robert Kiwi, those were the days. Yeah, I reckon, eh? Those are the days. Oh, bloody hell, this thing just skipped right down. Bloody barbershop. Oh, barbershop. Uh, oh, what the hell? No. Oh, yeah, there we go. I found it. Oh, no, I read that. Bag of weed, read that. Those are the days. Yep. All we find is cigarette butts. Well, I have to say, I haven't been out on in and around any dairies or any shopping centres looking on the ground for any money. Um, but yeah, and so at the same time, I can't say I've noticed a whole bunch of cigarette butts either. But I'll take your word for it, Simon Zidane. We knew enough to be happy back then. Now we know too much. Russell Hogg, do you think that people should take their vote seriously, given democracy isn't free? Good question. I think anybody that is wired and inclined and really into that process in that system, or anything really, but in this case, it's your question about voting. Um, I think if you're going to look to do anything, do it seriously. So if that means voting, if that means YouTube, if that means starting a business, whatever, then do it seriously. So hence why for me, I haven't taken voting seriously at all for more than 20 years. And for me, like I've shared at some points throughout this live, I'll be looking into, doing my own research into some of these political parties and the policies and that sort of thing, just for my own learning and understanding, to hopefully maybe get me closer towards than where I have been, potentially voting for a party that I may feel aligned with, and or who knows what will happen, or what may happen. But that's where I'm at. So I think if anybody, to your point, votes seriously, given democracy isn't free, there's arguments for that in the other way, like, it isn't free. A lot of people sacrificed, etc., fought, bled for, died for, etc., for that. So everybody, regardless of your position, should go in and just vote anyway. But I'm not wired to just go and whack in a vote for just anybody and go, yep, I did my piece in the service of democracy and recognition of democracy, because then I think that's not taking it seriously either. That's not, dare I say, doing it justice as well. So some would probably argue, I haven't done democracy any justice by choosing to not vote for more than 20 years. Yeah, each to their own. That's their own comment. That's their own thought. Mine's different. Part of that was I'm open about it. I'm honest. Part of that was me being lazy. Part of that was me not knowing who to trust and or who to vote for. But because, again, I was lazy and didn't put in any time to try to look into that. Too time consuming, I felt. But right now, as a self-proclaimed YouTuber, I can make some time for that. But I'm not going to be having it super high on my list of priorities. Like, I've still got my training and my work and my own personal well-being and things that I want to do on my channel that I'll be doing. So this isn't a pivot to a politically motivated channel. So, well, at least that's not my plan anyway. Doesn't mean that we won't necessarily have conversations like this or run live streams like this, to talk about things like this if people want to. I'll engage in probably most conversations, but yeah. Anyway, hopefully that probably doesn't answer your question very well, but that's what I've got. Russell Hogg. Man, the innocence was real back then. Yeah, I think so too. Bernadette is a New Zealand first candidate, lovely lady, and Indian. Cool. If that's the same lady that was spoken about earlier in this chat, sounds good. Stupid effing internet. Oh, have I dropped out? Maybe. Wouldn't be the first time. Apologies. Cam TTK legend. Rubber Kiwi. I just call you Joe. Each to their own, eh? It depends on what are you calling me for. Governments value importing more people just for the increase in financial transactions, just so it looks like the economy is good on paper, even if it actually harms the economy overall. Interesting, eh? Why can't we then, if this is the sort of stuff that happens and if there's evidence of that, why can't we just boot these twats out? Why can't we just get rid of the useless, corrupt government people and just give them the boot in the ass? I don't like. What's the answer? How do you go about doing that? You have to wait every 3 years, do you? So they can do whatever they want for 3 years, and then that's the only time we can really do anything about it. I don't know. Are there better options? I would have thought there'd be. Surely there could be better options. Barbershop, same as mattress shop, to do with long-term lease 20 years, cheap in early construction, hope for growth, run business, cover cost or loss for 5 years. When rents rise, release for money. Okay. Oh, okay, that makes sense. These shops probably have the same sponsor slash owner. ZZZ accounting. If you know, you know. Some are basic AF, like one seat, one mirror, no signage. Jeepers, I could just listen to Joe for hours. Easy listening, relaxed, interesting views. Well, that's very high praise. I don't know if there's many people that would agree with you at Man 78, but I'll take it. I'll take that as a compliment every day or every night, or what are we now? Every morning of the week. What are we right here? 12:20. Thanks for those kind words, Jason. Per run, emu wars, no fighting Kiwis. Per run, PERUN, emu wars, no fighting Kiwis. I'm not sure, man. I don't know. Jason, man. Okay, so you fellas are talking about that. Okay, cool. I see Joe's live streams growing. He keeps the same cadence, flow, and genuine curiosity with every stream. That's rare and makes it really easy to tune in and just listen. Oh, thanks for that. At TLO 65432, just missing the one. Yeah, thanks for the kind words. Also agree on rabbit holes. I stupidly wear the weight of the world on my shoulders and let injustices in other parts of the world impact my emotions, moods, places I've never been. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Hey, I think we all do that at TLO 65432. I think it's easy to fall into that. I know I've felt that at times. I know when the Ukrainian war was first starting, I had some really strong feelings about it. So much so, I don't know if I'd spoken about this so much so that I actually considered and spoke with my wife about going over to fight for Ukraine. That's where my head was. But we still had a couple of children, or a few children, still in school they'd just come over to NZ that same year in 2020, and then where was I? Sorry, they'd just come over in the year that I was back in NZ in 2020. What year was it when I was thinking about that? It must have been probably 20. I want to say 2022, maybe around about that time. 2022, 2023, somewhere around there. Anyway, is when I was, yeah, I guess somewhat conflicted, torn. A lot of things were popping up on my feed in and around that space. And anyway, I didn't go. So, you know, I'm here. But to your point, where I was going with that is, yeah, I found it that it can have it can carry a heavy toll. And if you let it consume you and carry on, it can be, dare I say, detrimental to the individual, and to other people around you that you care about and love. So yeah, hope Joe gets a handle on the hype button. Not really the community. Not really the community is great. Oh, I don't know what the hype button is, Jace. What is that? What do you mean? I think you put that on the comment on that other video. If this video gets 1 million views, that one, I don't know what that's at. I think it's maybe last I saw it might have been about 300 views, which is, again, that's more than the typical amount of views that I get on a video. But I don't know what a hype button is. If that's something that I'm supposed to be doing for my videos, then clearly I'm not doing it. Not really. The community is great. Cheers, Jace. Chat is on point as well. I'll definitely be tuning in again. Time for me to retire. Choo choo. Thank you, at man78. I'm always in a hole, usually with tinfoil on my head. Maybe I should wear tinfoil for the next hat for the Wednesday nights live, as a shout out to man78. So we've got to take that challenge on, and say hello to the first person we walk past tomorrow. Jason, night to you. A few retracted comments. Jason, you're devoted. By the time you're a citizen, you're not dual passport holder. Yeah, yep, I like that. MHR, what a time to tune in. Haha, fantastic. Colonial might be hammerhead. He could well be too. Actually, it's interesting. He must have dropped off. He maybe took offense to the words that I called him. I don't particularly care. What a bloody twat. Be brave and then speak in Israel. Bro, you bloody be brave and start your own channel, you bloody ball bag. This is my channel. Joe's first 6-hour stream. Yeah, may well be. I'm still just wanting to try to get through the comments in here. Heck, I probably could have read through the 350 plus comments that were in the video, and then at least that way I could have gone, yeah, I did a live and responded to your comments. Tell him, Joe, the man telling it like it is. All the tribes fought each other for the land, then another tribe showed up and everyone decided to call it a draw. Now it's our land. Feel bad for the next tribe that shows up for a fight. Hope you don't get to this one. I'd laugh my ass off if your kids had Aussie accents. Oh, bro, they do. Actually, which ones do? The girls. The 3 girls have got Australian accents. The boys, not so much. Yeah, no, I don't think the boys have. But our girl, actually, maybe our oldest girl, maybe not so much these days. The oldest girl, actually, and the youngest girl, they're most alike, even though they're 10 years apart. They have a bit of a mix of Australian and English, like a posh type English accent. And some of their friends have even accused them of that as well. Why do you sound like you're from England? I think our youngest one got a comment like that. Yeah, and then the second to last daughter, she definitely sounds Australian. She's 100%. She looks blinking like she looks like a typical Islander girl. Islander features, everything, skin color, everything. She acts like a bloody Maori, and she sounds like an Australian. So I'm glad I got to your comment here. What did you say? Oh, you said hope you don't get to this one. Well, I did, Jason, and that's the reality. So I'm glad the boys don't have Australian accents. How do we go about strengthening our immigration policy here in New Zealand? Joe runs for local member. Yeah, imagine that. No, that, because I think honestly, then I wouldn't be able to do YouTube, because then I'll be blanking censored and a whole bunch of stuff. Not allowed to do this, not allowed to do that. I imagine. I don't know. I've never run for local member. But who knows? In my own, like I said, my little journey of looking into who should I vote for, who do I want to vote for, who most aligns with where I'm at and what I think should happen. Anything could happen. Who knows? But I'm enjoying doing YouTube. Jason C at user sink the boats immigration sorted. Was it bloody the Rainbow Warrior? Don't talk about that. Jason, Kiwi going, yeah, nah, Aussie. Yeah, crack up. Yeah, nah, Pleasant strolls. Michael Laws has a video on the NZ pedo thing today. Michael Laws. I don't even know who Michael Laws is, but that's crazy, man. That's disgusting. If that is the case, 3 years, is that all the sentences for sexually abusing a 5-year-old, their own daughter? 3 years. Yeah, they're more than likely going to get out in less than that time. And that's just disgusting. That to me, that's a death penalty sentence. That's a death penalty crime. I don't care, right or wrong. That's my opinion. That's my view on it, and I don't see myself changing that for any comments. If you're a pedophile or a sexual offender of any kind against young children or grown adults, see you later, bro. We don't need you around. Like, what additional value are you ever going to add to society? The answer is truckle. So anyway, where are we? Rubber Kiwi. My stepfather was out in 7 months for molesting my sister. What the? He's no longer with us. Terrible accident, so I heard. Now that is something I can smile and laugh about. Not the stepsister and what happened to her, but the terrible accident. If only all such offenders suffered the same fate and had the same terrible accident, let's call it. I reckon you just sort that out, get rid of the blinking politically correct rubbish and go, no, it's a death penalty. And the sooner we get to the state guilty, yeah, that's it, death penalty. That soon as they leave the court, soon as the sentence is done, found guilty, the sentence is death penalty. Later, bro, like out the back or wherever it is, get in the vehicle, off to wherever they need to take you, and then see you later. There's no need to keep them in the system for days, weeks, months, or anything like that. They forfeited that right, that opportunity, the moment they decided to sexually abuse somebody else. Seems pretty simple to me. Like, oh, you wanted to say bye to your mum? Oh, too bad. And then cuck eats later. Anyway, Michael Law, stepfather. Joe, question: should the death penalty, I assume you mean, be brought back? Yes. If so, why? And what are the parameters that would support that? Say, why is death penalty important, Joe? So yeah, I've spoken about that, Cherry, ages ago. And I've only just got to your question now. So you probably asked me that ages ago, but obviously I haven't been keeping up in time with when the questions come about. Like I said, I would need to, like, there's some murder, flat out murder, death penalty. See you later. Sexual abuse against anyone, those two right high on the top of my list. See you later, bros. Like, you don't need to be here anymore. So those two right off the bat, off the top of my head. Would there be more? I'd say there probably would be more, but I don't have the what's the name? Probably bandwidth right now. What are we, 5 hours in? I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers right now to sit here and try and articulate these are the crimes that warrant a death penalty because this, that, and the other. I think treason was another one. Government members, like people that are knowingly and deceitfully blinking committing crimes against their own country and against their own people for their own benefit or their own gain, or just basically, I think being a spy for another country, that's probably treason as well, warrants a death penalty. So that's probably three things just off the top of my head right now. But it would take bigger brains than mine to be able to go through and unpack all of that. But would I like to read or maybe not so much read, would I like to see that explained? Somebody go through the process and go, we've discussed bringing back the death penalty. We believe that the death penalty is needed and that it should come back in, and that there will be all these positives for it, for the community, for our country, whatever. And these are the reasons why. And then they start going through. I would sit and watch that. Thinking, heck, I'd be getting me some popcorn, caramel corn, sit down, watch that, get some chocolate, get some ice cream, might even have a fizzy drink and sit down. Oh, actually, I don't need a fizzy drink. I'll be having one of these. Waimanuka, non-alcoholic sparkling beverage, premium made here in NZ. Get free shipping anywhere here in NZ with code NZDF. Waimanuka honey with a splash of lemon. See, I got better and faster at saying that stuff. So shout out to waimanuka.co.nz. Don't be fooled. I leave them. I want to leave these sitting there so that they're always in the screenshot in case somebody sees it, and then they go, "Oh, that's right. I need to get me some of that." But to support the bro Joe Harawira. Anyway, I haven't read these books. Yeah, I haven't read them in full. I've read parts of them. Some I'm a bit further in than others. Daniel Warren, Asian population in 1970 census was less than 10,000 people. That included Indians. What? In less than 3 years, this government has let in 520,000 people. It was less than 10,000 people. Really? 19. Wow. Okay. Cherry, my take is deterrence. Youth crime in Victoria is rampant. The justice system isn't imposing a penalty to deter get off free for violent crimes, make the crime not worth the punishment. Yeah, I like that. Cheers, Jason. That's a really, again, those would be great things to discuss and factor. But that sounds real, makes a lot of sense to me in terms of what I just read there, Jason. Make the crime not worth the punishment. Great. Yep, love it. Richard Phillips. Hey, mate, great channel. Ex British Submariner. Hey, bro. Won't hold that against you, Richard Phillips. No, but appreciate your time. Thanks for stopping by, man. Being here. This is the longest live I've ever done. I've broken my own record with hardly any people on the live, but I just want to get through trying to read through the comments that people have taken the time to put in here. Death penalty cuts down on reoffending. It's quite a large part of the problem. I agree with that as well. And again, those types of offences would be something that would really need to be, I think, would really need to be looked at and discussed if it was ever done. Like the way we are at the moment, I doubt anything like that is even being considered or going to be looked at. Daniel Warren, it's neoliberalism, open markets, and growth. Property is a major market here. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Thanks for that, Daniel Warren. Excuse me. Jason, my back can nearly satisfy one wife. Work hard might just contribute to saving a country. Jason C9755. Thank you for that comment, mate. Thank you to others as well that have really made me crack up during some of your comments on this live. Who'd have thought I'd be blinking, giggling away here by myself in this little space that I've created so I can do my lives so that I can give my wife some peace and quiet. Mind you, that's because I thought this live was, well, not thought, the live was scheduled these lives on Monday and Wednesdays are scheduled to go from 7:30 to 8:30 in the evening. Hello, Nick Minute, blinking 5 hours 15 minutes later. That's a cracker. My back can nearly satisfy one wife. Robert Kiwi, he might actually get this done by dawn. I had my doubts. Who knows? More referendums. John McMillan, put votes to the people more often. I've heard they have a system like that in Switzerland. 10 years before citizenship. Look at that. See, I'm must be ballpark 5, 7, 10. I said, but I would not be adverse to 10 years. That sounds good, Jason C. Laughing face, Rubber Kiwi. Yeah, but after replying to the 350 comments, you'd still have to respond to us. What's for lunch at that point? Yeah, true. Good point. Fair comment. Yeah, Rubber Kiwi, you guys like realistic training in the kill house, right? 2 birds, 1 9mm. Rubber Kiwi. Howdy hell. Cherry, if New Zealand is facing rises for food, hey, I think I'm at the end of the comments. Woohoo! If New Zealand is facing rises for food, gas, rent, etc., how is immigration on a mass or medium scale to be of importance at this time? Let me read that again. If New Zealand is facing rises for food, gas, rent, etc., yep, which it is, how is immigration on a mass or medium scale to be of importance at this time? Well, I think that would affect all of those things: the homes, the rental costs. Where are people going to live? Does that drive the cost of food and gas up? I don't know, but if we're just going to say that there's more important things to worry about than people coming into the country, I think it would be naive, Cherry, to think that this is just my take. I think it would be naive to think that having massive amounts of immigrants coming into the country would somehow not add any pressure or friction or make things, dare I say, worse for the economy here in New Zealand as a whole. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that food, gas, and rent, etc., minus immigration, like we just let immigration come in and that it won't have any impact? Is that what your thought is? I'm not aligned to that. I think it would have a massive impact. Um, Maybe I'm not understanding your question properly, but we've got how's immigration on a mass or medium scale to be of importance at this time? Well, it doesn't, not everything. And again, hence why I've mentioned earlier my thoughts on what do governments and politicians look at in terms of timeframes wise. Are they just looking at the 3 year cycle to feather their own nest and, blink and look after themselves and then get out? There needs to be more to it than that. There needs to be a longer outlook. I'm no politician expert, so I don't know what that outlook needs to be, but I'd say it wouldn't be a bad start to be thinking at least or as a minimum 15 to 20 years ahead time, um, as opposed to a 3 year cycle or a 5 year cycle. So who are the people to do that? Probably people, not probably, people with better and bigger brains than me to go and look at that. But at this time, that's if you're meaning how is immigration on a mass or medium scale to be of importance at this time. It's because I like to think us as Kiwis or people here aren't, hopefully we're not just looking at it in terms of what the impact could be right now. It's a longer term focus in terms of what that impact might look like in 10 years time, 15, 20 years, 30 years, and what impact will that have on continuing on those things: food, gas, rent, education, Lincoln health, defence force, police force, corrections, like the just everything into that. I'm not saying immigration is responsible for all of that, but immigration is clearly a hot topic, let's say, right now. And clearly, from one of the videos where I've never had any views like that in such a short period of time, nor have I had the sort of comments, nor have I run a live stream like this, which has had so many people stop by and or so many comments like this. So clearly it's important to me. I think it's important. It seems important just based on you're still here too, Cherry, commenting, questioning, which is cool, as well as a bunch of other people. John McMillan. So I don't know if I answered your question, but that's what I've got. 9mm back of the head. Pleasant strolls. Did you see the Kandahar giant? No, not me. If that's directed to me. If the 9mm back of the head is for the death penalty, yeah, well, each to their own. I think some of that stuff, like I would have no issue with that in terms of for the crimes that people have committed, and if the penalty is death penalty, well, if that's what that country is implemented as what that punishment is for that type of offence, well, that's what they've got. I just think probably people these days would be more inclined towards wanting something that they would deem to be more humane, is probably the word that they would use, even though those people who have earned the opportunity to be executed likely haven't done humane, likely have not done humane things. So again, hence why I mention I personally don't have a problem with that if that was the ruling and if that's how it was taken care of. Firing squad, whatever. What's this? Cherry, doesn't liberalism just to lead to dictatorship? What is democracy? Good question. Wish I had the answers. Republic, democracy, far left, far right, blinking fascists, communists. List goes on. Like those are words that I've heard, right? I'm no expert in any of them. So if you're asking me, Cherry, I don't have the answers to those. Like I said, I'm only just about to be starting my blinking little journey investigating who I want to vote for in little old New Zealand. And I get it, yet democracy is part of that in those conversations. But yeah, that's stuff for me to learn and get my head around. Cherry, what is the law? What is good and evil? John McMillan, pressure on the system, healthcare system. Look at hospital waiting times now. Oh, bro, they're horrendous. I know what those times are like from recent visits and times and stuff there for family reasons to the ENR. Oh, sorry, the emergency departments. I was going to say A&E, accident and emergency. So same thing, but you know what I mean. Yeah, wait times are horrendous. So yeah. Anyway, neoliberalism, asterisk, rubber kiwi. Whoa, yeah, boy, victory is yours. You do a bigger service than you know, brother. A lot of people just need to hear or be heard this day. Hard to get common sense through the lunatic uproar infesting. Yeah, crack up. Thanks for the kind words too. I mean, if people have felt um, or have felt comfortable enough to put their comments and stuff in here, which it seems like a number of people have, then that's awesome. Like, unless somebody's a complete blinking twat, like that ball bag that I was talking about earlier, the Epstein bloody clown, then just truck off. Like, if you're wanting to keep pushing the same thing over and over again, and clearly you're fixed in your thinking, and there's no convincing you of anything else, and that's fine. But if you are smart enough and you clock that early, then just blink and fade into the abyss, bro, and piss off. Otherwise, you're gonna just continue having other people. Well, I'll probably still would have read all his comments if he was still here, but yeah, bloody clown. Jason said, cheers, Joe. You're doing good work. Someone on the back end sorting questions, not all comments. Good night. Love it. Hey, cheers for that. Yeah, it would be good if I had somebody else that could do that. Kiwi, the internet these days. I don't care if Trump and Netanyahu had sex on Epstein's UFO with Obama. And that's why everyone's racist. Just tell me what you think, bro. Great job yet again. Appreciate it. Yeah, feedback. Cheers. MACO. All right, everybody. I think I got through everybody's comments in here. Just thank yous all very much for your time. I'm going to click the love heart on here. Just appreciation to everybody from me for stopping by, for the comments, for the interactions. Yeah, just appreciate you, Zay. Look after yourselves wherever you are, or have a good sleep if you're going to be going to sleep. I don't know if I'll be going to sleep anytime soon. I'm still like quite wide awake. Maybe I'll do a couple of reaction videos that'll help keep me ahead of the game, so to speak, with regards to reaction videos. And then I'll see yous on. Well, I won't see yous, but if you're here, you'll see me on Wednesday if you decide to stop by on Wednesday night for the live. Hopefully that won't be well, actually, I don't care. If it is another marathon live, so be it. But yeah, thanks for everything. Look after yourselves. Stay awesome. And we'll see yous, or you'll see me on the next one. Oh, what was that? You got Firewatch, bro. Yeah, I reckon, eh? Car Kicks peeps. Big mana wave to everybody. Appreciate you. See yous. End stream. Holy heck, 5 hours, 25 minutes. End.